Boom, 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 Part 1. Mama Knows Best. Prologue. From a distance, a driver of a big, black, shiny Cadillac spotted her long, shapely legs. These were no ordinary legs. These were the kind of legs that demanded a price. A price that even happily married men would be willing to pay. The kind of shapely legs that swallowed promising careers and spit out tarnished legacy. The kind of legs that can only be found on a bodacious black bitch. The sex service seeking driver circled the block to make sure that the long arm of the law was nowhere to be seen. Shortly after his brief surveillance, he pulled up beside her in his elegant Cadillac. It was then, and only then, that the driver noticed her age and condition. I'm sorry, ma'am. I thought you were someone else, he lied as he got ready to pull off. She bent over with two tightly packed breasts and stiff nipples, staring at him. She winked. I can be anyone you want me to be, baby. No thanks. He adjusted his silk tie as he nervously looked around. After all, you look really young, and you're very pregnant. What are you doing out here anyway? He asked, as if he didn't know. Selling some very young pregnant pussy. She unzipped her bra and let her double-barreled lust hang enticingly before him. You ever had some good pregnant pussy? She slowly licked her lips. Baby boy? The naive driver fumbled with his cuff as he stammered. No. Want some? It's hot as fire and wetter than water. This little pussy is a dick noose. She opened his door and hopped in. Before he could refuse, she reached over and grabbed his hand, then ran it up her super short skirt, where his fingertips danced ever so gently up the crease of her vaginal valley. His eyes were frozen in awe as she pulled his fingers out of her hot hole and quickly licked her creamy secretions off of his fingers. Let's go, baby boy. What I got gonna make you spend all that money. But, but, ma'am, I, I can't do this. You're pregnant. Plus, he looked at her young, innocent face. I, I can't do this. He stuttered as he gave her long legs yet another long look. Milliseconds later, his window exploded as a shot rang out into the night. His body lay limp from the unexpected gunshot wound. The alarmed prostitute leaped out of the car, fell face first, but rolled on the ground until she was able to get her footing, then dashed down the alley. Her stomach ached and her heart pounded painfully. She was too full of fear to stop. More shots were fired. Pop, pop, pop. She heard them. She refused to stop. Suddenly, that same Cadillac sped down the alley behind her, but now the shooters were behind the wheel. She dashed to her right and broke her heel as she turned the corner. The Cadillac screeched to a complete stop She ran, although not very fast, being 8 months pregnant and having only one heel. The driver opened the door, then aimed his shotgun in her direction. But just as he fired, she fell. Fortunately, the shot missed his target. The passenger leaned forward, squinted his eyes to take a closer look, then tapped the gunman. Man, she's pregnant. Pregnant as fuck. So what? Barked the gunman as he cocked the shotgun. Let's kill the black bitch. Come on, man. We can't kill no pregnant woman. He pulled the gunman's shoulder. He appealed. Hell, my girl at home pregnant. Let's go rob and carjack another trick and take our ass home before we do something we'll regret, such as kill a baby. She's a bastard-bearing whore. The gunman stepped out of the car. She's seen us. She could testify against us. And she's rolling on the ground in pain. She didn't see us, pled the passenger. Oh, shit. Both carjackers looked down the alley. She's in labor. She's having a baby. The passenger pled. I can't kill no newborn. Let's go, please. They both hopped into the stolen car and sped off into the night. The police arrived afterwards, noticed the pregnant hooker on the ground, and called an ambulance. Mom was rushed to St. Thomas Hospital. As you can see, my birth almost never happened. But since I was born, the story goes. Chapter 1. Peculiar Popularity. Popularity was a part of my life ever since my handsome ass could remember. In the back of that ambulance, I slid out of Mom's wide, wet womb, being bombarded with warmth and purpose. Soon as Mom held me, she ran her fingers through my wavy black hair, then wrapped me tightly in a soft cotton blanket and rubbed her slender, oily nose against my cushiony, chunky cheeks. Layered in baby fat, I was 7 pounds and 13 ounces of heart-throbbing joy. Such joy resounded within her smile and on her pretty brown face as she looked into my precious, deep blue eyes. Before I could even walk or talk, I was destined to invade the ladies' heads and hearts. It was just that simple. I was born to conquer from the very start. As you'll soon discover, my popularity derived from what some would say an odd origin. Most of the guys in my neighborhood knew me because of my infamous mom, Tisha. See, Mommy had me at the tender age of 12. She was one of the most beautiful women I ever seen. And I'm not saying that just because she's my mother either. Mom's legs were impossibly sturdy. Her soothing almond complexion was soft and glossy. Her eyes were a deep, dark, sensuous brown. Her wide, birth-bearing hips were the ultimate male bait, but it was her narrow waist, flat stomach, and pierced belly button that left them all awestruck. It was amazing that all of these incredible features could hang on one woman's petite frame. Mom stayed sharp, from her thick, naturally curly afro down to her immaculate pedicured toes. Mom stayed on top of everything and paid particular attention to her appearance. No flaky skin, no dry, chapped heels, no peel and toenail paint, and never a single hair out of place. When you earn your sole income, based solely upon your appearance, it tends to be top priority. Everything about mom was seductive. Her talk, her walk, her scent. She was a walking hypnotist. Wide-eyed, perverted guys all over Akron, Ohio wanted to bend her over and spread her ego. Mom was even a wet dream for blind men. Hot chocolate wasn't her nickname for nothing. Men, many men, were willing to pay top dollar in order to find out just how hot and sweet a sip of her chocolate was. However, it wasn't the physical beauty that I loved about Mom. It was her commitment to teach me how I deserved to be treated, what to expect from women, how to keep them in pocket, and what not to fall for, and most importantly, how to conquer them, how to make a mark of them, how to colonize their minds. By now, I'm sure you realize that my mom used her bodacious body to support both herself and me, and she did her best to make sure that I wasn't ashamed of it either. It may seem bizarre to you, but when it's all you know, what else can you do? As a newborn, Aunt nestled me close as I nursed on her perky nipples. She looked into my baby blue eyes, brushed my ultra curly hair, pinched me on my fat cheeks, and told me how great I would be one day. She always told me how handsome I was and how I would grow up to be a real heartbreaker. Mom had a unique way of spoiling me because she didn't keep anything from me. She even asked one of her thick-lipped co-workers to give me a blowjob when I was a mere 6 months old, back when I only needed 2 fingers to hold my little midget of a dick. Mom said nothing was too good for me. Absolutely nothing. Every day, as she played with my fat cheeks, she told me I was born for prominence, born to leave my mark in these ever-changing streets. Why did Mom have so much faith in little old me? Mom was never bashful with her overt sexiness. Then again, with ever erect 38 C cup breasts, a remarkable 24-inch waist, and some voluptuous 36-inch hips, I guess she had no need to be. Her full lips and shapely fat backside had men of all ages and races drooling. Not to mention the dab of clothes that she wore left so little, yet so much to imagination at the same time. She smiled at every man and called everyone hun. Believe it or not, Mom made this world a better place with her bright smile, sweet perfume, smooth winks, and sexual healing. Mom made everything seem right, and my closest friends wished they had a mom like mine. Rather strange, huh? Although Mom was a streetwalker, just about everyone in the hood seemed to be cool with it. In fact, Mom even had a few cops that were her regular tricks. It seemed like the norm, and very few seemed to frown upon it. Flesh peddling was just something that ghetto people did to survive. Of course, our neighborhoods was filled with desperate junkies, half-dead drunks, heartless stick-up artists, powerful pimps, and pitiful punks. If you weren't stealing or robbing from anyone in my neighborhood, weren't you somewhat respectable? After all, whores didn't force anyone to do anything that they didn't want to do. See, Mom never used hard drugs like cocaine, LSD, or heroin, but she turned me on to some pot when I was only 5 years old. Now, before you go past judgment, keep in mind that she's the very reason that I love soul music so much. I loved being stoned, listening and singing to the crackling 45 spin as she carefully placed the stylus in position to create the magic that would engulf my heart. These magical musical moments were unforgettable events with or without pot. Several years, music kept me up all night, imitating various artists. I've spent countless hours rehearsing Jackie Wilson, James Brown, and even David Ruffin's signature stage moves. Mom had taken me to so many concerts in nearby cities and shows within the circuit. In fact, Mom spent a lot of time with many musicians backstage. I had a front seat and I loved it. When I did my little dance moves, everyone got a big kick out of it. Watching me work the dances like a little Michael Jackson that sang with the Jackson 5. Trust me when I say this, Michael Jackson didn't have shit on me. It was the 70s, and the music scene was changing quickly. Marvin Gaye's politically charged song, What's Going On, turned more than a few ears. It turned the hearts of many men and women around the country. Music was more socially conscious, and so were the blacks in our community, especially the black Muslims. However, their local presence greatly declined in the late 1960s after Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, and Martin Luther King Jr. were assassinated. The U.S. government made it clear that niggas that spoke up got shot down. Although I was too young to remember any of these freedom fighters' demise, I held a special connection to them, especially to Malcolm X, because I was born the day that he was assassinated, February 16th, 1965. Our shanty neighborhood was remnants of what it used to be, a shift from black-owned businesses and a bustling local economy, boosted by the rubber industry, was reduced to a criminal war zone. Now, drugs, violence, prostitution, and corrupt cops rule the scene, and you were better off being a rodent than being a nigga. Niggas no longer think and speak out like we did back in the 60s. We just feel helpless, and we are willing to do whatever we have to do to feel just a little bit of sunshine, while many of us still experience the American nightmare. Despite our meager existence, I love nothing as much as I love listening to the tight harmony of the Temptations, the OJs, the Shylights, the Delphonics, the Four Tops, and many more artists all day long before Mom would go out and turn dates all night. Nothing made me feel as good as hearing the Motown sound or the sounds of Philadelphia. Mom always got a big laugh at watching me attempt to do the dances like the Temps, especially when I did my spin and split like David Ruffin. I really tried to impress her. Anything to keep her from leaving me with her mean, old, chunky, heavy-breasted, hot-breathed best friend, Cindy. Sometimes Mom would be working out of town for weeks at a time. Big Cindy babysat while Mom worked. But Cindy seemed a little uneasy around me and didn't engage with me any more than necessary. She didn't feel the same way about the fridge, though, because every 15 minutes or so, she was engaging with it like a motherfucker. When she did engage with me, it was something short and sharp, something mean. Sometimes her words would sting, not my ears, but my nose, due to her hot habanero garlic stench breath. Some nights, she didn't utter a single phrase. All you could hear was loud smacking in between bites. I used this time to look up new words in an old secondhand dictionary while I listened to some good music. However, before Mom left, she always made me feel safe and secure. It was hard to worry about her when she looked so lovely and wore so much excitement on her pretty little face each and every night. When I was younger, before she left for work, she would say, "Your mama's little big man, right?" I would look up at her, goggle-eyed, shake my little head. Yeah. She picked me up and kissed me on the cheek. Mom took the greatest pride in me. She made sure I wore these little cute sailor suits or pinstripes outfits. She put my long wavy hair into a neat little ponytail. She always treated me like I was a little man, not a baby. Sometimes she would even take me, against her better judgment, to the crusty, crowded bars and let me watch various entertainers perform live in the Akron circuit at local bars. One of my favorite local groups were Akron's own homegrown, the Meditations, plus Ruby and the Romantics. I vividly remember this one crazy Friday night back when I was 7. Mom was drinking slash working when this liquor reeking drunk stumbled over and slurred. Hey, ho, what you doing in this bar with that boy up in here? You low down bitch. His dark, deep crater face seared through her with bloodshot red eyes. The sour whiskey burnt my nose as he nearly fell over me. I'm selling pussy. Why, motherfucker? You wanna fuck a bitch right quick? Mom pulled up her skirt, revealing just the crease of her meaty twat. She was so bold, alluring, fearless. People must have been used to the foul language and blatant gestures, because no one even blinked. I guess it was just a typical night. Girl, turning tricks right in front of this boy? Pack that pussy up and go home and be a mother. He 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 gonna grow up and hate you. What kind of woman are you? The drunk tried to maintain his balance as he fell into a passerby. The drunk continued. How can his friends respect him knowing his mama is a $2 hoe? Someone in the background shouted, $2? Hell, I take a shot at that $2 pussy. Another voice echoed, me too. Meanwhile, Mom stood up in his face and snapped, why don't you do me a $2 favor and shut the fuck up, drunk bitch? She turned her cup up and finished her drink. I'm the type of woman that got raped when I was 11 years old, but refused to abort or abandon my baby. I'm the kind of woman who takes care of her child. I'm the kind of woman that does not rely on the government to give me shit. Don't worry about what kind of woman I am or how my son will respect me. She shoved the drunk. How do your kids respect you? Being a pissy punk drunk, drinking every damn dollar you earn. You can't even afford this $2 pussy, can you? But I'm supposed to be ashamed? She looked down and pulled me close to her shapely thigh. To hell with what you talking about. Respect me? Are you trying to tell me your kids respect you being a drunk dad who drinks his entire checkup rather than support them? I put my baby first. What can people say when they see me walking down the street? Mom snapped her fingers and continued. Oh, people pay to fuck her. Meanwhile, half of these so-called house bitches give away more pussy than I could ever sell, while their husbands are out tricking with me or some bitch just like me. Shit, their men taking food out of their kids' mouths to feed mine. She threw her head back and continued. Am I a nasty hoe? How can my son love me? How can any man love me? What do you men want from women anyway? Women give their bodies up all the time, often to a man that doesn't even deserve it. Well, I ain't giving up shit. I'm selling it. Men merely pay to play in the pussy. They don't destroy it. I ain't met a dick that can do that yet. This pussy is still a tight delight. Now that's a fact you can't fuck with. She unflinchingly looked at the various passerbys. She continued her sermon. House bitches be handing out pussy on the low, but getting credit for doing shit that they not doing half the time, such as being loyal. A lot of your mothers were closet whores, whether you know it or not. That's why your sister don't look nothing like you. And you still love them, undercover sluts, because they loved you. They fed you. There was so much commotion going on, lots of whispering, music blaring out the jukebox, cigarette smoke dancing in the air, shady characters slipping packages into busty women's cleavage, and perverts slipping Mickeys into naive girls' drinks. Even though it all fascinated me, the heartwarming music, oh, how I love that music as it filled my soul and made me feel whole. Beautiful women were dancing in their skin-tight psychedelic dresses, and not so pretty women were brooding with frown-tight facial expressions. Players were dressed in loud colors with huge collars and high-heel platform shoes as they walked around and mingled with the ladies. Few were thinking, but everyone was feeling good. Although the bar was filled with distractions, I was still able to look up at Mom with her perfect afro. It was seconds before she took a brief reprieve from her rant, looked down, rubbed my hand, and then rubbed her hands through my hair and smiled at me. Even while she was angry, she was the prettiest, coolest, hippest person in the entire world. Boy, did I love my mama. Yet this precious moment was shattered by the drunks screaming. The drunkard slammed down and shattered his empty glass and grabbed Mom's arm hard. Bitch, you crazy. You, you, you gonna respect me, shouted the drunkard. Suddenly, the owner of the bar looked over in Mom's direction. The drunkard continued. Do, do you know who you fucking with? I'm a Golden Glove boxer, bitch. I knock you the fuck out. I was petrified. My little heart never drummed so frantically in all my days. The drunk wagged his finger directly in Mom's face before he took a wild punch at her. Anger shot across my mother's face as she ducked his punch and slipped her free hand into her purse, pushed me behind her, then quickly ran a blade under his throat and whispered, knock this out. Suddenly, passerbys turned in chairs. He groped his neck as blood gushed out. His eyes popped. The music stopped, and the crowd came to a hush. As the bloody blade lay limp in her hand, Mom snapped, let the bitch bleed. Bet not nan motherfucker touch him. Touch him, and you can get it too. I got plenty left for any of you motherfuckers. Not sure on what to do. I stepped back and fearfully watched as the drunk collapsed against the jukebox. His body slowly slid to the floor. It was only at that point that I realized that I was not the only kid here. But there was a white, chubby, pan-faced kid, a few years older than me, standing there watching in disbelief too, until some sharp brother placed his jewel-laced hand on the kid's shoulder and pulled him underneath the safety of his casual embrace. This imposing gentleman wore fine threads, and the woman tightly attached to his elbow was even finer. Meanwhile, Big Bob, the owner and reputed well-connected gangster, a steady customer of Mom's, ran over at this point. Tisha, get that boy out of here right now. What have you done? Mom fired back. Why don't you ask the Golden Glove, chump? Oops. I mean champ. Punk drunk motherfucker. I'm a woman. Did he really think I was going to exchange punches with him? Let his bitch ass spar with this blade. Go now, barked Big Bob as he signaled for his associates to check on the drunk. Dropping the blade, Mom snatched my hand and quickly dived out of the back door. I looked at the drunk as blood sped down his shirt as he lay near lifeless. I wondered how Mom could run so fast in heels, especially while dragging me running slowly behind her. Meanwhile, Big Bob quickly had his bouncers and two corrupt police officers clear the bar out. But rumor has it that the drunkard was dumped in Summit Lake with cement blocks tied to his legs. A lot of bad things went on in that bar, and a lot of good people got hurt. A lot of people came up missing forever. Big Bob had connections in all the right places and the means to make people disappear. All I know is I never seen that drunk again. The odor of that event never left my mind. Mom had clout in the streets because of her physical wares and her willingness to use them. She had a clients list of who's who: dirty cops, powerful lawyers, some greedy judges, even some heartless hoodlums. There wasn't a man that didn't seem to be fond of Mom. Many righteous preachers made their rounds at Mom's poking palace more than the corrupt police did. All of them wanted some chocolate, and luckily for them, Mom was born with a pink chocolate factory. Everyone in Akron knew my mom, and just about everyone knew that I was her son. Since Mom was often gone for weeks at a time, some people didn't even realize Mom had a child. On the other hand, when they did see me with my mom, many thought she was my sister rather than my mom because she looked so young. In truth, she was young enough to be my sister. This leads to the second half of my popularity: my astoundingly good looks. By the time I was 10, I was tall, athletic, teasingly tan, with naturally curly, wavy, jet coal black hair, and a long ponytail, and a set of aqua blue eyes. I was a specimen of spectacular proportions of vanity. My good looks was that of legend, and made me somewhat of a local superstar. In fact, my good looks, dancing talent, and having a good vocabulary helped me game on the girls at school. I remember going to Bryan Elementary School, which had all black kids, except for two white kids, a brother and a sister, Brad and Pat. Well, one day, I was doing my fancy dances, and people gathered round to clap, as if we were doing our own version of the Soul Train dance line. I did splits, shoulder bounces, and rapid shoe shuffles, like you couldn't believe. Most of the girls adore me. In fact, that little white girl, Pat, came up and gave me a big hug as she chewed her bubble gum. She said, "Wow, you sure can dance, Silky. I like you, and I love your blue eyes. You sure are cute to be black." Rather than get offended, I cashed in on her sentiments. I asked, "Do you really like me? Am I really cute?" She nodded her head yes, as her face filled with a pink blush. I asserted, "Show me." Seeing her chew on gum, I continued to put my charm to work. "Give me some of your bubble gum." She quietly dug into her pocket and pulled out several packs of bubble gum and taffies. One of the other boys on the playground named Joe smiled and gave me a nudge of approval. After Pat removed the candy from her pockets, before she could even sort through them to hand me some gum, I reached over, grabbed all of it out of her hand, and I ordered, "In fact, give me all this." I took it, then winked at her and put it all in my pocket. Still blushing, she asked, "You gonna take all my candy, Silky?" "I didn't take none of your candy." I paused, then turned around and kissed her on the cheek. "You gave this to me." Meanwhile, I turned to the boy and said, "Hey, wanna buy some candy?" She just stood there and held her cheek as if she couldn't believe I actually kissed her. I guess it was a pretty bold move for a black boy to make, considering about 20 years ago, a boy named Emmett Till was killed for just whistling at a white woman. However, times were changing, but soon as I turned around, I realized that although some things had changed, some things had remained the same. Her brother stood there, beak red in the face, with his fist balled up. He yelled, "Did you kiss my little sister, you dirty little half nigger?" Everyone on the playground froze in total disbelief. I finished selling her candy to this kid, spun around with fire in my eyes. With urgency, I asked, "Half nigger?" I ran towards him. "Well, I'm about to give you a whole ass whooping." He swung at me, but I ducked the first punch. However, his second punch lit my ass up. It landed right in the center of my nose. Suddenly, my nose was bleeding everywhere. For a hundredth of a second, I just held my leaky nose. People busted out laughter. I was angry and humiliated. There was no way I could let this white boy pull off a victory, or I would never hear the end of it. Being ever resourceful, I kicked off my shoe and shoved him on the ground. Once he hit the ground, I grabbed my shoe and started pounding him in the face with my shoe, fast and furiously. He started screaming and hollering like a little bitch. "Please stop it. Stop, Silky," he begged. "Oh, it's Silky now." I slapped him once more with my shoe and then continued, "It's Lord Silky, motherfucker." I stopped mid wallop and ordered, "Say it. Lord Silky or else." Reluctantly, he relented. "Okay, okay, Lord Silky. Don't ever call me half anything. Shit, I ain't even half amazing. I'm outright incredible, pale, pathetic motherfucker." The thought of being half anything outright pissed me off. Shit, at least call me 100% nigger, weak white motherfucker. Suddenly, Pat started screaming, "Please, get off my brother. Please, Silky." I stood up, wiped my nose, and turned around and snapped, "Fuck your punk ass racist brother." She fired back, "He was just protecting me. You're mean." She took a few steps back as if it would protect her, then screamed, "Fuck you, Silky." I looked her in the face without blinking and replied, "You gotta pay to do that. Since you're white, it's gonna cost you twice as much. Whole hunky whore." As her eyes narrowed with anger, she said, "I never met a nick." She paused, most likely thinking of the consequences of completing that word, then continued, "I've never met an animal like you in my life." Proud of my recent victory, I fired back. "And bitch, you never will. I'm Silky, the one and only. Don't ever forget it, boring bitch." I wiped my bloody nose and did a dance to the bathroom as my entourage of followers joined me. After that incident, I was more popular than ever. Not only was I handsome and a talented dancer, I was also a yellow nigga that didn't take no bullshit from whites or blacks. I don't know where motherfuckers got the notion that yellow niggas are soft, but they got the wrong yellow nigga right here. I may not be the baddest man on the planet when it comes to fighting, but I bet you one thing, I ain't no punk. Period. For the most part, school was filled with chasing girls, playing hide and go get it. When I wasn't entertaining the ladies, I was making fun of the less attractive boys, which was essentially all of them. Most people just accepted the fact that I talked a ton of shit. Occasionally, a fist fight would break out, and I would egg people on. It was the only right thing to do, because that's exactly what everyone did to me when I got into an altercation. One day during recess, one of the guys named Billy joked about my mother's occupation. He laughed. "Hey, Silky, I bet your mama got some good ass pussy." I laughed and replied, "Wouldn't your ugly ass like to know?" "Shit, for $10 I can find out," he laughed out loud, just like my big brother did last night behind the silver leaf. How the kids laughed and made fun of me. People were something else. One minute they'd be laughing with you, and the very next minute they'd be laughing at you. It hurt my feelings, so I ran over and put Billy in a hard ass headlock. I yelled, "Well, I hope you got $10 to get out this headlock, nigga." Billy was bigger and stronger than me, and he picked me up over his head with ease. He tried to toss me, but I held onto his head so tight that the only way he was going to throw me was to tear his head off in the process. Unlike the incident with the white kid that went unreported, our vice principal pulled us apart. A couple of the kids said I started the fight. Needless to say, I got suspended. I told Mom what happened when I got home. She rolled her eyes and said, "Silky, don't ever give another motherfucker the permission to piss you off. Especially if it's the truth. Shit, I was drunk that night. I may have fucked a little young motherfucker. But tell that nosy little nigga that's whole business and he needs to mind his own. After that, leave the shit alone. Fuck getting all emotional and shit. I sell pussy, period. You don't have to fight or defend my honor. To be honest, I don't have any honor to defend." Since I was suspended, I ended up spending more time with Big Cindy when Mom went out of town. I fucking hated her fat, greedy ass and her funky ass breath, which seemed to get funkier by the second. However, being at home on suspension at least gave me more time to learn more words and more dance moves to game on the girls. Yet, when Mommy was in town, it was the happiest time of my life. My mom was cool and funny as shit. Furthermore, Mom always had some money, and she made sure that I always had some too. Imagine that. A handsome motherfucker with money. Girls liked to hang with me because I was handsome, but the guys liked hanging with me because I had money to buy toys, candy, and little shit the neighborhood kids couldn't otherwise afford. Kids even came over to listen to our stereo system and to keep up with the latest albums. I was one popular motherfucker, and I loved it. When friends came over, Mom also had a little extra food to feed my closest boy friends. She never turned away a hungry kid. There were times that she would even take a pair of my old shoes or some of my old clothes and give it to a needy kid. If parents had kicked their kids out, she would even let them spend a few nights at our place. She honestly was a hooker with a golden heart. Some people in my neighborhood were very poor, so getting a good free hot meal was priceless. When you can feel an empty stomach in the ghetto, it's easy to be treated like a queen. Mom was an ebony empress. She wasn't pure, but she was genuine. Youngblood was one of my daily visitors, and he became my best friend. We met in school on the playground. I'll never forget that day because I was doing a Jackie Wilson impression as I spun around and did splits. My impressions and dance movements made the girls smile and gave Youngblood a big kick. From the very start, we hit it off. He and I both loved to go down to Ohio Canal and collect crayfish, snapping turtles, lizards, and various other creatures. We often cut through the slippery rocks when the streams were low. We lived for our little adventures on the Ohio Canal. We played the regular cowboys and Indians ordeal, but neither one of us wanted to be the Indian, simply because neither of us wanted to be the losers. It wasn't that we didn't like Indians. Hell, we didn't even know any Indians. I guess we felt this way due to Western shows that always portrayed Indians as uncivilized savages and the perpetual losers. No matter what the odds were, the Cowboys always won. And like the average person, I wanted to be a winner. Imagine that. The power of imagery on TV. Youngblood was an overly curious kind of fellow, and he talked about everything from young innocent girls we liked to loud lewd women that worked along the side of my mom. One day after coming from the Ohio Canal, we were talking about grown folk stuff, even though he was barely 9 years old, and I was just a few months his senior at the time, at 10. He and the neighborhood kids respectfully referred to my mom as Miss Tisha. That day, while visiting my house, Youngblood suspiciously whispered, Miss Tisha came over to my dad's house earlier today, right after my mom left, man. My eyes widened as I replied, Really? Before continuing, he looked to see if my mom was in the room. Dad didn't know it, but I was peeking in his room and I saw him kiss Miss Tisha. He looked around again to make sure that the coast was still clear and giggled in between her knees. His eyes raced with amazement. He spat. I couldn't help but to notice your mom's coochie looked different than my mom's coochie. Different than any woman's that I seen. My dad with, for that matter. I was puzzled. What do you mean different? Coochie is coochie, man. What are you doing peeking at your mom's coochie anyway, little perv? I play punched him in the shoulder. Hell, what are you doing looking at mom's coochie? My mom sell coochie, and I don't even do that. He quickly shushed me by placing his index finger against his lips, then carefully looked around to see if Mom was in earshot. He whispered, Well, Dad always had these different ladies. You know, hookers come over. He paused suspiciously again, then whispered once more, And I always sneak and peek. Not to snoop on my dad, but, so I can see the sexy chicks. I can't help it, man. But when Dad gets with these prostitutes, he makes these funny feminine noises, which always make me laugh. But man, none of the chicks have the amount of flapping meat like your mom's coochie has. It looks like a huge pile of peak lunch meat. I mean, all this skin sits open like a big old lunch meat pussy. Dad just kept licking and smacking on it like it was the tastiest thing he had ever eaten in his life. Laughing, I interrupted. It probably was. He cackled loudly before continuing. I mean, Dad was licking in between his fingers and everything. I had to laugh because it drove me crazy. What did, what did she do to it? Did she do something to make her coochie have some special kind of flavor, man? Like, I, I'm dead serious, man. I reflected on the harsh bar scene, and I remembered Mom's indecency. But at that point, her twat was the only twat I'd ever seen up close, so I didn't have a clue on what another one looked like. I hunched my shoulders. Man, I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask her, I replied casually. Are you serious? You can actually ask your mom about her coochie? Man, your mom's the fucking coolest. He smiled as he hopped up and down happily. Hell, I smoke weed with her. Why not? I walked into the kitchen where my mom was singing the Temptations. Getting ready, getting ready. And she was frying some breathtaking bacon. Filled with anxiety, I blurted out, Mom. I paused as I waited for her to give her undivided attention. Once she was looking at me, I asked, what do you do to flavor your coochie? Mom gave me the strange look and answered, none of your business, boy. What made you ask a crazy ass question like that? I looked over at Youngblood, and his eyes urged me not to tell that it was him. Well, Youngblood said he accidentally seen his dad, how can I say this? Licking your love muffin, Mom. Mom's pear shaped face lit up as she scrunched her lips to the left side of her face. Accidentally, huh? You boys are something else. Since you're so damn grown, I might as well tell you. You have to find out sooner or later anyway. Mom turned the eye down under the bacon on the stove. She wiped her hands on her apron. She asserted, Silky, Mom makes it her business to be her best in the business. The way I look, smell, and even taste is important in my line of work. I mean from head to toe. A lot of these street bitches are lazy and nasty. They half wash their pussy. They don't take care of their hygiene. You don't want a woman that sells a rotten, fishy, funky product. The word travels fast when your twat is a gas. See, mommy avoids a bunch of meats. It makes a woman's inside taste bitter. And men don't like bitter beaver. Ironically, she turns off the crispy bacon. I ate plenty of herbs and spices, lots of fresh vegetables, ton of sweet fruit, and a few raw eggs with vanilla extract. My diet affects the flavor and body odor that I give off. Plus, I soak my body in hot vinegar water daily to keep the coochie tighter than a rusted lug nut. One of my most prized tricks is to carry some bottled lemon water in my purse so I can use it to freshen it up in between dates. See, vinegar has a sharp, unpleasant smell, but lemon water will cut that rancid cum odor and prevent fishiness. Remember this, so your ladies won't be out on the block selling raunchy product like Sourpuss Sally from the Valley. I line it with my flavored lip gloss, but both of you guys have to promise to never tell my secret, okay? Youngblood was so proud he was ecstatic. Miss Tisha, you are the coolest streetwalker I've ever met. Mom placed her hand on her hip and kneeled over to look Youngblood directly in the eyes. She squinted her eyes and said, according to your dad, I'm the only streetwalker you've met. I looked over at Youngblood. We both smiled and remained silent. Mom was an extremely open and honest woman. Mom kept it 1,000,000% real. I loved her for it. She told me that I can ask her anything at any time. She told me about a month ago when she went to Chicago under the management of her pimp named Retaliate. She told me about his number one crime partner, a no-nonsense pimp named C-Note, right here from Akron, Ohio. Mom told me how poorly C-Note's mom, who was also a streetwalker, treated him, how he survived by sleeping on the streets and eating out of trash cans. She told me that she couldn't understand how anyone could mistreat children, especially not their own flesh and blood. However, Mom told me his story with so much conviction, so much passion, too much passion. Her eyes would often water as if she had lost part of herself, especially when she mentioned Retaliate. If Mom was so strong, why did this Retaliate and C-Note characters make her so weak? Why did Mom let any man pimp her? Mom went on to suggest that C-Note was one of the rawest pimps to walk the earth. C-Note was a bona fide gangster, pimping motherfucker. But he had one major flaw. He fell in love with one of his underhanded hoes. Being weak for a wicked, working woman cost him his very life. She couldn't stress how important it was to never trust a sneaky snake woman, especially not street women like her. I never forgot that story or the way Mom told it. Never forgot the pain riddled in her eyes. Do you know how strange it feels to have a woman you love dearly tell you straight out to never trust women? Any woman? It was like telling children not to believe in Santa Claus, telling Christians not to believe in Jesus Christ, telling Big Cindy not to believe in eating cheesecake, and telling racists not to believe their ignorance. Life was full of complicated paradoxes. Chapter 2: Locking Emotional Lid. By the time I was 12 years old, I had a decent understanding about prostitutes and pimps, but I still didn't understand why a woman would stand out in the cold for hours, take outrageous risks, and high hump a total stranger, then take all of her money to some fast talking, self serving pimp. But I did know that there were two things that women in my hood loved: pimps and singers. I was determined to be both. I noticed that singing could be used as a tool to woo women, just as women often use their delicate facial features and shapely figures to exploit men. Talent was a toolbox for exploitation. Mom had a way of getting her way, even when men initially said no. She had sex on her side. One minute a guy'd be swearing up and down how he couldn't do this or he couldn't do that. Then after a few inspiring moments in the back room, suddenly he couldn't say yes fast enough. I quickly realized the power and influence that sex played in our close-knitted society. This taught me one thing: never let a bitch use her body to change your mind about shit. I'd use my mind over any sexual baiting matter. Although there was a black power machine still blowing through our city, and the bow tie wearing Muslims firmly opposed pimping, I was still fascinated with the fancy cars and the power pimps wielded over the mind and body of women. Most of the men that I ever seen Mom with were well dressed and flashy. Mom called them high-end niggas. They seemed to have the world in their hands, and they didn't mind looking down on us little people as they talked their smooth talk and perfected their cool walk. Blood came over with two other guys. One was the pan-faced white kid from Big Bob's bar, and the other kid's name was Kenny. Kenny was one funny-looking motherfucker. He had this extended neck, huge Adam's apple, unkempt nappy hair, ultra ashy cracked lips, and big old donkey ears. He looked as bad as I felt. Before I could get the kid with the pan-face name, Kenny told him goodbye. Pan-face walked off as Youngblood, Kenny, and I became more acquainted. However, Youngblood and Kenny were overjoyed because they had just bought some stolen tickets for the OJs, who was going to be performing at the Civics. Youngblood quickly convinced me to come along with him. What could feel better than some live music? Excitedly, I did a rapid James Brown foot shuffle impression. I quickly agreed and became more acquainted with Kenny as we all laughed and trekked to the Civics. Trying to restrain my excitement, I asked, "So, Kenny, is this your first time going to the Civics?" "Man, this is my first time going anywhere," he smiled, and then gave a high five. Ugly or not, Kenny was one cool ass nigga. He continued, "Shit, from the way you was doing the mashed potato and shit, I guess this is your first time too." I replied, "Man, that was James Brown, not no mashed potato, man." We both just laughed. It was my first time at the Civics also, and it was magical. Women were everywhere. Big, beautiful breasted women. Bow leg, good smelling, hand clapping, foot stumping, lip licking women. It was a stud buffet with all the pussy you could beat. I'll never forget the way the women went wild when Eddie Levert was center stage singing soulfully into the microphone. "Let me make love to you, baby. I'll be good." Females were fainting and falling out. The whole nine. Their screams were so loud that it cut into my eardrums and made my intestines shudder. Big women, little women, black women, white women. Women were yelling and pulling off their bras and panties right before our very eyes. These women had lost their minds. I couldn't believe it, but it was all true. By Mia Cho, the smell of cheap perfume, sweaty armpits, and musty pussy filled the air. On the other hand, the bright lights, the blasting band music, and the invisible music was spectacular. I was under a spell. The OJs donned these rose-colored, shark-skin suits, and they moved in syncopation. Sweat poured down their brows, and their muscular vocals filled the hearts of horny and hungry women. It seemed like those singers were magicians, and bitches couldn't wait to disappear backstage with any of them. From that moment, I knew that I wanted to be center stage of attention. I wanted to make women love me and scream my name out at the top of their lungs, just like they did for these ugly ass singers. After all, why wouldn't they? None of these singers were as handsome as me. Sure, they could out-sing me, but I had plans to change that too. Hours after the concert, Youngblood, Kenny, and I immediately ran home, and we exchanged stories about the concert. By the time we got to my house, Youngblood suggested that we start a singing group. I immediately did, my David Ruffin impression and spun around like I was holding a microphone. Youngblood clapped and said, "That's pretty damn good, Silky." Kenny nodded his head in agreement. I took a moment to try to teach him a few moves. They couldn't catch on to all of my fancy moves. Even though they couldn't dance one bit, we were going to make it big. I could just feel it in my bones. The next day, we had our first practice session in Mom's dingy basement. We were overjoyed and bubbling over with excitement. Life had a new meaning, and now we could slice out our piece of purpose. Each of us auditioned to see who would be the lead singer. Our different styles, singing the same song, made it easier to figure out who had the best delivery. Although none of them could touch me in the dancing department, Youngblood could sing as well as the wind could whistle. Youngblood was voted lead singer. Surprisingly, we all could sing somewhat, but three-part harmony didn't come easy. I hoped that they could learn harmony much better than they did to dance steps. Nonetheless, we pressed and pressed for months, and before long, we became a local force to reckon with. Singing day and night, before and after and during school, we sang and sang every opportunity we got, and it showed too. Teachers smiled at us as we walked down the hallway, singing popular tunes. It wasn't long before we became popular. The ladies, since we were so determined to become the next Temptations, we called ourselves the Determinations. It was the late 70s, and Akron had a ton of aspiring singing groups. Kenny, ugly as he was, had this bottomless bass that would drive women wild. Hell, it drove me wild. Kenny was quite the party animal, and he loved using some good drugs from time to time. Kenny had also become real popular with the ladies. It was common to see him coming from a show after performances, with 3 or 4 females hanging off of him. I was a bit jealous at first, but why should my handsome ass be jealous? After all, Kenny was still ugly enough to beat Medusa in the stare down and turn her into stone. Shit, in fact, Kenny was ugly enough to have his face registered as a deadly weapon. Secondly, Youngblood had the powerful, spine-chilling vocals. I didn't think he even realized how great of a baritone singer he was. At least he didn't until he practically made one lady have an orgasm on the spot as he soared into a formidable 40-second note that was comparable to the note sang by the Dale's lead singer, Marvin Jr. On the other hand, Youngblood seemed to love the booze a little more than he loved the ladies. Hell, as time went on, he loved the booze more than he did practice and performing too. Either he didn't show up for rehearsal, or when he did show up, he didn't show up sober. Lastly, I had a honeycomb tenor with a touch of a menacing gravel edge baritone. I spent hours in the bathroom in front of the mirror practicing singing and my moves to spread the magic among the ladies for when I graced the stage. I was a perfectionist, and to spend 5 to 10 hours was the norm. I just wanted to woo women any and every way I could, whether it meant looking or sounding spectacular. I wanted to be just as stimulating to the ears as I was to the eye. The looking part came easy. For the most part, we still practiced every day, before and after school, when Youngblood wasn't too drunk, or Kenny wasn't dicking down somebody's young ass daughter or old ass mama. As for me, I was spinning and hopping around, doing some slick ass dance moves, in which I imitated Jackie Wilson and James Brown. Schoolgirls simply loved us. However, we made our share of male enemies. We loved every moment of it. At times, I would be making some boyfriends jealous by doing all my fancy dance moves, only for Kenny to walk over and say two words and steal center stage from me. I still couldn't get over how much attention that ugly ass Kenny got because of his punk ass bass voice. One thing for certain, we were on our way to making it big. Really big. I never forgot the joy that scattered across my heart the very first time I held a microphone on stage. I prided myself in top of the line premier showmanship as I paraded on the stage with my fancy footwork. On the contrary, Youngblood only wanted to do renditions of previously recorded material. He felt that we would do what other singers did better than they did it. However, Kenny and I wanted to do some original shit. Do some shit we wrote ourselves. A heated debate ensued. Man, we ain't the renditions. We the determinations, I protested as I tossed both my hands in the air. I'm determined to do our own shit. As a matter of fact, the interpretations, that's all they do is interpret other people's material musically. Hell, we don't want to be some knockoff interpretations. We have to set ourselves apart. I slid across the floor as I did a split. Youngblood refuted. Silky, writing our own music will require musicians and promoters. Right now, all we have to do is sing popular songs. All we need is our raw talent, not a ton of other middlemen that we'll have to pay to perform with us. Kenny, with his bottomless bass, said, "That makes a lot of sense, man." Since Youngblood was initially Kenny's friend, and Kenny was somewhat partial to Youngblood, not to mention Youngblood had the strongest pipes and the most experience performing lead. So I relented, and I let it go, let Youngblood have his way. Yet, it was hard suppressing my musical creativity, so I always found a way to ad-lib or put my special touch to each song that we had to reinterpret. By now, I had a stage presence about myself. Women loved the way I would hum this high pitch directly against the microphone when I sang at various jazz clubs. However, there was a lot of up and coming talent. Our top rivals were the interpretations. They could imitate nearly any Motown artist. The Drip Drops and the Singing Soldiers were very good also. From time to time, we would clash off stage at various clubs. Case in point, there was a talent show at the Akron Civics. We all performed that night. The interpretations performed first. Although they sang in perfect harmony, it seemed as if they had more than music in common. Their lead singer, Aaron, was exceptionally tall and had a unique baritone bass voice. The interpretations had a co-lead singer named Stephen, who had a muscular baritone voice with an amazing vocal range. The other singers just blended harmony and peppered the background. Aaron started out singing the lyrics to a very popular song. If you don't know me by now, you will never, never, never know me. Fool. All the things that we've been through, You should understand me like I understand you. And although he didn't sound like Teddy Pendergrass, he sounded good. However, Youngblood nudged me and brought something to my attention as Stephen followed up and started singing. When we can see eye to eye, if you don't know me, but now you never know me. Ooh, 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 ooh. Youngblood whispered, Silky, them niggas, man. I asked, I am. What about them? Silky, them niggas ain't singing to the bitches. He paused with a smirk on his face. One of them niggas is the bitch. These niggas singing to each other. We both busted out laughing. Seconds later, Kenny leaned over and asked, why don't these niggas just get a room? He looking at him like he can't wait to fuck the shit out of him tonight. I laughed. Hell nah. That shit's crazy. And just as Interpretations was finishing her song, Drip Drops roughly rushed by as they headed towards the stage to perform. One of them made me spill my drink. I turned around and yelled, where the fuck you going? One of the background singers looked at me and frowned. Nigga, fuck you. Fuck your mama, motherfucker. I yelled as I pushed through the crowd so I could come lay hands on him. However, Kenny grabbed me. Then Youngblood said, save it for the stage, Silky. These niggas ain't got nothing on us. A gorgeous gal walking in with a gentleman chimed in. They sure don't, baby. The Drip Drops were popular and the reigning champions from the previous year. Their lead singer, Clyde, he had long, super curly hair, and as much as I hate to admit it, a fantastic baritone voice. Clyde was doing his interpretation of the song, I Wish It Would Rain by the Temptations. Clyde did a dead-on impression of David Ruffin's voice, and the women went crazy. They were clapping and hand slapping. As soon as he finished, he called out Youngblood. Clyde declared, follow that, you old fake-ass wannabe lead singer. It was our turn to go up and perform. And boy, did we perform. I blew a kiss to that gorgeous woman who chimed in before I hit the stage, and her smile was bright enough to blind us. Meanwhile, Youngblood grabbed the microphone and tore into a long, muscle-bound note. You are my sunshine. You're my everything. Hey, you. Kenny worked in his bass in the background. You are my sunshine. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. As I worked in my thing with my tenor, we got a huge applause. Despite our best efforts, the Drip Drops pulled off another win. I stared at Clyde eye to eye as he walked by me to grab his trophy. He was a cocky ass motherfucker, and it pissed me off that he had bragging rights on being a repeat Akron Civics champion. Big Bob walked over to encourage us. Keep at it, fellas. It's only your first stab at it. You guys are good. Real good. After he patted me on the back, he disappeared into the crowd. See, Big Bob owned most of the clubs, and occasionally I would see the pan-faced white kid with Big Bob in attendance of our performances from time to time. Rumor had it that the pan-faced kid was Big Bob's up-and-coming henchman. Although I didn't know the pan-faced kid, we always gave each other the nigga nod, which was typically a way for blacks to say what's up with 100% body language. Since Panface was so embedded in our culture, he spoke our language fluently. Both Big Bob and Panface were staunch supporters of the determinations. We took Big Bob's advice and we kept at it. We kept performing at local clubs. One night we performing at the VFW. It was a night to remember. That same gorgeous girl from the night that we were at the Akron Civics, she slipped away from her date and slipped backstage to give me and my tube steak some special attention. Everything was perfect until her boyfriend ran up and kicked her in the back. Pissed, I yelled, "Hey, be careful kicking your bitch while she got my dick in her mouth. She might fuck around and bite down on my tiger taming tube steaks." "Man, fuck you. This sorry bitch, as much as I hate to admit it, is my wife." He spit on her. "At least she was. I should have left your ass on that pole. Fortune seldom favors a fool, and you're one idiot bitch." "You knew I was here, whore. You knew I was here." Just downright disrespectful. By this time, his face was full of tears. It was difficult not to feel sorry for the swear. Yet within seconds, his anger shifted from her to me. "And you old good-looking bastard," he charged in my direction, "I'm gonna kill you." Youngblood and Kenny stepped in and grabbed him before he made it an arm's distance. To that injury to insult, I sneered. "If you were killing a pussy, she wouldn't be so willing to part with it. You know the rule. Fight who you fuck. And swear-ass nigga, you sure in the hell ain't fucking me." He kicked and fussed until the bouncers came and tossed him out. At that moment, I noticed a young man sitting there in a wheelchair. He just looked at me disappointedly and shook his head. Being full of myself, I snapped, "The fuck are you looking at, crippled nigga?" "I'm looking at a very lost soul." He looked at me fearlessly. "I may be crippled, but I'm certainly not a nigga. Keep in mind that I wasn't born in a wheelchair. Shady circumstances landed me here. I used to be arrogant and ignorant just like you. I used to think I was invincible too. I'll pray for you, my lost brother. Yeah, I'll pray for you too, that you walk again." The last thing I wanted to hear was some religious blah blah blah. People only found time for God and religion while they were in prison or after a tragedy. It was time for us to hit the stage in a matter of minutes. We had sang "Smiling Faces Tell Lies" and "I'm Gonna Make You Love Me" by the Temptations. But at the end, when I stepped out into the crowd, spun around, did a split, hopped up, and grabbed this yellow girl by the hand and sang in a soaring perfect pitch tenor, "Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Come on and love me," carrying this note for what seemed like forever. Big Bob and cool pan-faced white dude stood up and clapped enthusiastically. Mom blew me kisses from the front row. My heart melted. It was the most Unforgettable moment ever. All the girls went wild, and I outshined everyone that night. It also marked the beginning of the ending of the determinations. Later on after the show, Youngblood slammed the door of the dressing room. Man, this ain't your damn group. I'm the lead fucking singer. Why do you always want to do that David Ruffin showboat shit? You always try to have to outdo me, Silky. I was completely puzzled. I wanted to please the crowd, please the ladies. Nothing more, nothing less. I was a performer, and that's what I did, perform. I asserted. Come on, young blood. I'm not Clyde. You've been drinking a little too much. We all want the same thing. We don't just want young blood to be the shit. We want the determinations to be the shit. Fuck. At this rate, no one will ever know the determinations ever existed. We're mere imitations. Man, who in the fuck made your bumping ass the box? The boss. It it was my idea to start the group, uttered Youngblood. Kenny interjected with his deep voice. Come on, fellas. Tonight was a good show. The ladies loved us. Youngblood tossed his bottle into the mirror and shattered it. Fuck the show. Silky, you self-centered, blue-eyed motherfucker. You ain't taking over my group. Stop doing that showboat shit. Just sing the damn song like you're supposed to. I stood up and protested. Man, fuck this group. And I don't give a fuck who started it. You think I can't see what's going on? You're becoming a sloppy drunk, insecure, petty, jealous, envious, alcoholic motherfucker. You shattered that mirror like liquor is shattering your liver, shattering your performance, shattering your manhood. I didn't outdo you. You outdid your motherfucking self by becoming a goddamn drunk. Sweat was pouring off Youngblood as Kenny said, yeah, he has a point. I turned to Kenny and yelled, man, fuck you too. You be back here fucking freebasing. You ain't got room to call the motherfucking kettle black. Am I the only sober motherfucker around here? I can't help it because I'm a singing and dancing motherfucker. You was a drunk motherfucker. You can't even walk straight. Fuck you. You little conceited trick baby. Why do you think you're so much better than us? If it weren't for us, you wouldn't be shit, pretty ass nigga. My dad paid good money to fuck your nasty ass mama whenever he felt like it. She used that trick money to feed your sorry ass. So if you ask me, my dad helped raise you. You ain't no superstar. Just some wannabe porn star's son. Dance around that truth, yellow nigga. Youngblood waved me off as he turned to the side. Fire burned within as I grabbed him by the collar and slammed him up against the wall. I yelled, no one asked you. Don't you ever talk about my motherfucking mama. You old fake wannabe preacher's daddy wasn't good enough for the pussy he bought from my mama. Tears filled my eyes. That's my mama, man. Why you gotta go talking about my mama? Your dad is better because he pays for pussy? Really? What book of righteousness did you find that shit in? At this point, my face was full of tears, but I fought them back anyway. I had young blood pent up in a corner until suddenly a harsh voice rang out. Little yellow nigga, what you ashamed of me for? What the fuck do you gotta cry about? She waltzed in. Young blood and Kenny didn't feed you. I did. Young blood's dad didn't give me shit. I earned it the old fashioned way. I fucked for it. I could have been some strung out junkie bitch that only fed my drug thirsty veins, but no, I loved you. And I'm not ashamed of you. I'm not ashamed I have a weak ass son that's going to fall for some pity trap, that's going to get caught up crying and dying over some teary eyed bitch, or worried about what somebody got to say about a bitch. Fuck what people say. People talked about Malcolm. They talked about Martin. Hell, they even talked shit about Jesus. Fuck fickle ass people and they fickle ass opinions. She knocked the chair over, then walked over and put her finger in Kenny's face. You think he gives a fuck about you? Then she turned to Youngblood and piped, "In this jive ass nigga. Why worry about what he's saying? He used to see me and his dad fuck every other day. But it didn't stop him from saving up 2 months of his allowance to eat my nasty ass creamy pussy seconds after his daddy nutted in me. Oh, don't let me leave out the fact that he begged me not to wash it. There's something righteous about eating your daddy's guiltless sperm out of my nasty, unwashed pussy. Your dad's a preacher, right?" Youngblood dropped his head and regretfully nodded yes. Right. Religious hypocrite motherfuckers. See, Silky? This the kind of shit that got Casino killed. Worried about what people had to say. Being soft over a bitch. Most of the people that talk shit about bitches and whores are whores themselves or fuck whores with every few free dollars they get. Mom stepped up in Youngblood's face and wagged her index finger in his face. She continued, "Just like this nothing ass nigga right here that saved all his money for 2 whole months so he could eat cum out of my pussy and off my ass. Fuck what people say. Listen to the money they pay. If a motherfucker ain't putting no money in your pocket, tell them to shut the fuck up. People merely act one way in the day and creep around in filth by night. Yeah, I'm a hoe. I like what I'm doing while I can. God gave me this body and free will. I chose to take this road. I like selling body. It's what I got. It's what I do. Who else but God has a right to judge me? Hypocrites are never short of words or criticism. Mother had 'em, so motherfuck 'em." The room went completely silent. Mom had shut us down as usual, then announced, "Now, if you don't mind, gentlemen, I have some pussy to go sell. Play righteous motherfuckers." She stormed off. I had blown it big by letting my emotions run away with me. Youngblood looked more dumbfounded than ever as he uttered almost in a whisper, "Man, I'm sorry, Silk. I guess I was just being judgmental and jive. I never meant for you to find out about me and your mom." Subsequently, I stood there, tight-lipped and half teary-eyed. Don't be sorry, nigga. You never meant for me to find out about you being a sperm slurping motherfucker. You are more insincere and sicker than I ever imagined. Man, fuck this singing shit. I'm Silky, and like Mama said, I was born to pimp, born to conquer bitches, not be one. Excuse me, gentlemen, if you don't mind. I got some pussy to go sell. Artificial ass genuine niggas. Both of them sat there, looking dumbstruck. They knew it was over for the determinations. Subsequently, Kenny pulled out some foil and dope and began using. I guess he said fuck it. Why put on the act at this point? The show was over. That night was a long night. My dreams had sunk, and my friends were drowning with them. I walked and talked to myself for what seemed to be hours, and stress had my head throbbing with frustration. Mom's message had finally fallen on open ears. Life had pointed out this path for me. Weren't women out selling dick, water, and refreshments at this very moment? Wasn't some naive girl giving away her virginity to some fast-talking nigga that would say fuck her after he fucked her? Our wives cheating on their geeky husbands every chance they get while he's out at work? Weren't most of those same lame husbands spending that hard-earned money on some young underage pussy every payday? Why not pimp? I was born with every tool necessary to be one, including a mom that taught me all there is to know about pimping and hoeing. Finally, I decided that if I was going to be the biggest Mac that Akron ever seen, I would have to always be in total control of my emotions, no matter what. Never let a bitch see my emotional side. In fact, I removed any remnants of one. My mind had to become a machine. I had to murder every trace of emotion that dealt with women. I'm a pimp, and that's what I'm gonna do. Pimp. Ain't no bitch ever gonna pull me down. I don't give a 4-minute fuck who she is, how fine she is, how slick she is. I'm Silky, and I'm in full control of my motherfucking emotions. And the only thing that I'm going to control better than my emotions is the money that I'm about to get from these bitches. I'm the real deal. I'm a motherfucking conqueror. 3/4 God, 1/4 man. Bitch can't get nan motherfucking pity or tear out of me. A bitch would have a better chance squeezing life out of a corpse than to see me cry. Fuck it. At this point, my motto is, if the bitches bleeds, she needs to pay me, even if that means she suffers to go out and get my money. It's something inherent about these bitches that wanna suffer. I'll never have feelings for a bitch. Ever. Bankroll over bitches. Period. After having this heartfelt monologue, I walked home and I stepped to open my door. This clamorous commotion shook me. Screams like I never heard before cut into my ears. There was a lot of bumping, thumping, and glass breaking. I hastily opened the door. There was my mom, fist fighting with some other hooker. These bitches were doing some serious banging. There was more than smoke in the city. Plenty of pushing, pulling, punching, swinging, scratching, kicking. They wrestled and tossed each other back and forth from the east side of the room to the west side. Started to intervene, but I remember what Mama said about letting bitches set up a pity trap, and it included her. Secondly, this was my mom that I had seen dismantle grown men, and I knew she could handle this little frail whore. The enemy hooker piped, "Bitch, you gonna give me that money or take this ass whooping and make me take it from you. That was my date you snagged from me." She wildly charged Mom with her hands, acting as windmills, but Mom quickly sidestepped her, kicked her right in the crack of her narrow ass. The hoe fell on the couch. "I told you, he ain't want no more of that jungle rot product," screamed Mom as she pummeled the whore with a wild 3-piece punch. However, the enemy hoe quickly sprang off the couch and darted at Mom again while swinging her hands in a more frantic windmill style the second time around. But Mom grabbed a greasy plate off the table and bashed it over the bitch's head. The plate exploded all over the floor, and the tough bitch fell down, but not for long. This bitch sprang up with a piece of broken glass, with it clutched tightly like a dagger. I took 2 steps forward, but Mom kicked the glass out of her hand, then smacked her for good measure. Relieved that my mom had won, I stepped forward, but Mom gestured for me to step back. What I tell you about getting into whole business, son. However, her rival, riddled with rock-hard determination, as she charged Mom for a third time. Meanwhile, Mom had slapped her hands around the hole's throat and choked her, then tossed her on the couch and commenced to squeeze the life out of her. I rooted for Mom like a motherfucker, silently. Nonetheless, the enemy whore must have surreptitiously had a knife, because from out of nowhere she gutted Mom. Mom froze, then folded over and fell to the floor with her eyes pop-locked wide open. The victor quickly turned the victim. My lip hung ajar and my legs knocked. Although I tried to run, my knocking knees failed me. I could barely utter, "You stabbed my mama." The smack-crazed whore snatched Mom's purse, looked up at me wickedly, then ran over and pointed the bloody tip of the knife at me. She bitterly asked, "Do you want to die, you little feminine fucker?" Death stared me in the face. Her eyes were filled with murder and madness. Years of street walking and drug abuse had darkened, cracked, and peeled her ashy lips. Desperation for those drugs had made a monster out of her. I was caught between trying to fight this bloodthirsty junkie or seeing if I could help my bleeding mom. There wasn't time to do both. Not knowing what to do, I took a good hard look at her face, then reluctantly put my hands up so that she could exit out of the door. She ran out. I ran to Mom, but it was too late. Mom's eyes were deadlocked, looking death square in the face. I shook her. "Mom, Mom, Mom!" Lesson number 1 in the pimp game. Watch what you wish for. Lesson number 2. Always keep a weapon somewhere hid on you. This is where the bullshit ends and pimping begins. When that junkie took my mama from me, she unleashed the predator on all women's humanity. Heaven better have mercy on these hoes, because I sure in the hell won't. Part 2. The high price of monkeying around. Chapter 3. A time to conquer. After the loss of my mother, I fell into a terrible depression and began drinking and just letting myself go. The bottom of the bottle had conquered me. My mother was my everything. After all, she was my mother, my teacher, my coach, my mentor. I missed her in ways that words could not even capture. Day after defeating day, I sucked on that gut rot, wild Irish rose, and Thunderbird wine. Thoughts of being a total failure engulfed me. I was drowning in misery. I knew that I was living contrary to what my mom had taught me. I didn't look the part, didn't feel the part of a super player. so I couldn't seem to cop a whore to save my life. My world was tumbling apart. My mom would have been so disappointed in me. My disappointment drove me over the edge. I needed to come out of this desperate dark hole that I was in and come out of it fast. Yet, I dare not entertain the thought of sweeping or mopping anyone's floor or working for minimum wage. Despite my swollen pride, I was penniless and merely being a rolling stone. So, wherever I laid my hat was my home. But mouthy, black, street bitches were quick to let me know that good dick was no substitute for rent. I got tired of hearing their mouths and moping in my misery. It got so bad at one point, as much as I hate to admit it, I let down my long, wavy hair, popped on some pumps, lipstick, picked up my pistol, put on that dress, and hit the stroll like I was selling some sexual commerce. I made sure I let my hair hang in my face so that a trick couldn't get a good look at me until I was up close and inside his car. These thirsty tricks were in for a real treat. By the time the trick realized I had a dick, I pulled out my piece, robbed his horny ass. This was my first mark as a menace. My first drag stick up. I had let my hair down, put on a skirt and some pumps, and I had some clear lip gloss on. I was sure to let my hair hang partially at my face because I wanted to be able to get up close enough to fool the trick. My stomach bubbled with nervousness, but I needed a quick come up, and I knew that a horny trick was a sure bet of doing just that. As I did my terrible impression of a whore walking the stroll, a white trick slowed down, then stopped. He looked at me rather strangely for a moment. I thought he was going to pull off until he leaned over, rolled down his window, and said, "Hey, what's up, baby?" I leaned against the window, batted my blue eyes, and replied in the most feminine point voice that I could muster, "You, baby." He leaned back with his eyebrows raised. "You're a boy?" I surreptitiously moved my hand and grabbed my pistol, which was buried in my purse. He pulled out his wallet and continued, "Even better, some he pussy. I'm gonna long dick your yellow ass." I quickly pulled out the pistol and yelled, "Lay the wallet down right now, motherfucker. If you try to pull off, I'm gonna shoot the shit out you." "Hey, you don't have to do this," he pled as he tossed the wallet on the seat.
You don't have to be a fucking faggot, but you are.
"Look who's talking." Suddenly, he grabbed my hand that was holding the gun. "You know you like it rough, he bitch." Without even thinking, I whacked him with the pistol 4 times. His nose was bleeding, and his face was swollen as he grabbed it in agony. "Now get the fuck out of here before I long dick you with some hot lead." He drove off without further resistance. This white trick was loaded, too. He had over $800 on him. See, white tricks were the best targets because they carried the most cash on them. Plus, there was a much slimmer chance of them being from the neighborhood. However, I was only able to do this drag scam for so long because word got around fast. about a blue-eyed stick-up artist in drag. After a series of near life and death fistfights, I put down the drag and the bottle, picked up my spirits, and I slowly got back on the road to redemption. I cleaned myself up, and I started to feel whole again. After a couple of years of chronic depression and drifting, I met this girl named Tina over by an ice cream parlor on the east side of Akron one hot Saturday afternoon. She had just broken up with her jive boyfriend and welcomed a refreshing spirit like me. Yes, I call him Jive because we had a couple vocal disputes in public when he seen me with Tina. All he did was talk shit from the passenger side of a caddy owned by some big time pimp named Harvey. I guess the nigga missed Tina. Oh well, we seldom miss our water until the well's dry as fuck. See, Tina filled a void since my mom was gone now. Plus, I no longer sang with the Determinations. Even though the Determinations had the charisma reminiscent of the Temptations, we would remain an undiscovered trio. It deeply saddened me that we would never fill the halls of musical history. However, music was still in my blood, and that's how I initially nabbed Tina. I grabbed Tina by her small hand and softly sang, "I only have eyes for you, you." She was sucked in with my honeycomb tenor. Her pale skin glowed with blush. After I serenaded her, I said, "I only got eyes for you, as long as I can have that purse too." I could tell by the way she blushed, the way her pulse raced, and the way she held my hand when I shook hers, that she was physically fascinated by me, and she did not hesitate to hand over the funds. As time passed by, I clandestinely discovered that Tina had a particular bad habit. Do you know what that nasty little habit was? She had a habit of telling me yes, and I simply couldn't say no to that. To her, I was simply irresistible. She adored my appearance, personality, and presence. There were some additional bonuses. She was a super freak that loved to get her wretched womb stretched and bombarded with erect flesh. Guess what she loved more than being high humped? You bet. Me. Week in and week out, Tina kept telling me how much she loved me, how the thought of being with me gave her butterflies, how much she wanted to make me happy, and how much she needed me. More than her lips told me this, her awestruck eyes expressed her weakness and just how much she loved and desired me. Yet, I was not one to let a little flattery fool me. Tina was just average enough to really pull a slick one over on a lame nigga. One day, I was over at her apartment with a few of her friends. After everyone else left, I intentionally dropped $60 between her sink and the toilet. This was a simple yet effective test. After I left the bathroom, I showed her a good time with some of my out of this world tall tales and some of this tiger taming dick. I mentioned that I had lost my money before I left. When I returned the next day, she smiled while she handed me my money. Baby, you must have dropped this the other day. Like any smart pimp would do, I exploited her feelings the first chance I got. I told Tina, if you truly want to make me happy, go out on that track, flatback, and make me some money. Making me money makes me very happy. Well, you know the rest. She said yes. Come join me at Big Bob's Bar, where I first put my official Mac hand down on my very first full-blown genuine whore. And the winner is none other than Tina. I created a new pimping platform since my singing career had faltered. Although the determinations were defunct, I was weathering life far better than my former partners were. See, Youngblood recently got shot and critically wounded trying to stick up a corner store for some liquor. In addition, our bass singer, Kenny, was now a full-blown dopehead. Under the current circumstances, I knew it was time for me to fly by testing Tina's wings. Mom's advice about bitches bounced around in my head. Then, one evening at Bob's Bar, I pulled Tina's flight card. I needed a bitch that would be willing to fly high and take me with her. I didn't mind her being the plane, as long as she realized that I was the pilot. Times were tough, and good jobs were scarce, especially for a black man that didn't want to work in the first place. Sure, there were some black-owned enterprises, but they were by far a few among many of white enterprises. Even the multiple low-paying jobs like nannies, waiters, housekeepers, maids were easily filled by several black women rather than rugged black men. But it was this one particular product that sold no matter what time of the year it was. And Tina happened to be in possession of one. A pussy. Tina was a young, wild, brittle, pretty freckle-faced white girl with fiery red hair that could deep-throat donkey dick. She became my trick-turning, money-earning vending machine. It was surprisingly easy to convince her to convert her ass into my cash. All I had to do was give her the dick, look into her eyes and smile, then tell her how much I wanted to spend my life with her. Tell her how much I wanted to someday have beautiful biracial children with her. I told her all she had to do was be loyal and stay in pocket. I schooled her about staying away from all pimps and out of any man's face that wasn't a potential trick. I definitely schooled her about the treacherous bitches who often operated as their pimp's mouthpiece for recruiting. I told Tina, if the bitch wasn't talking about choosing me, the bitch shouldn't be talking to her, period. I also told Tina that we would tour around the world and that we would be the first couple from the hood to step on the moon. See, this mind control was more about my mouth than my manly meat. Having sex with her was merely a means to convince her that my sermons were sincere. I had to sell her big dreams, bigger dreams than she could ever manufacture on her own. I had to create the illusion of happiness for her, and I had to be a vital part of her happiness. I also cashed in on my nigga card. There was something rebellious in some white bitch's blood, something that made them want to teach their daddies a dirty lesson, something about having their wet wombs invaded with hot, throbbing, stiff black dick, something that drove white women into the arms of strong, abusive black men like me. Whatever that something was, it sure was profitable. These white women would take from their swear biological dads, only to turn around and give it to their surrogate street daddies. The more you punish them today, the more they would love you tomorrow. Tina was no different than her pale counterparts. Tina seemed to be mesmerized by black culture, our harmonious music, our dancing, our cool walk, our foul talk, our soul food, and our long dick strokes. However, she was even more awestruck by me. My magnificence had a way of doing that to bitches. Tina had been drinking, and she pressed her soft, thin lips against mine. She held me close and whispered, "Damn, I love you, Silky. I want you to be happy." "Do you really want me to be happy? Or are you just talking?" I asked smoothly as I stirred my drink with my toothpick. "Why won't you believe me, Silky? What do I have to do, baby?" It was at that moment that the right amount of sincerity and weakness registered in her eyes. I had to capitalize on that moment. I stood up, made broad movements with my hands, and declared, "Baby, I need more than your love. I need your body and soul. I need to know that your love is deeper than the diamonds buried beneath the earth's defying crust. I need you to do something that is going to set you apart from any of these other chicks that merely talk that love shit. What do I have to do to prove how much I love you, Silky?" "You don't have to do anything to prove anything to or for me. But if you love me like you say you do, you should be willing to prove it to yourself," I quipped as I pulled her closer. "The white man hasn't left me with many opportunities, unless I want to be some punk ass janitor, a miserable garbage man, or some bottle feeder creating wealth and comfort for some old ass white man. I'm not monkeying around on that bullshit. Fuck building comfort for other people. We can focus on building comfort and wealth for ourselves. Are you willing to rectify their oppression with your body, blood, and sweat?" "Baby, I'll die for you," she replied. "You don't have to die for me." I kissed her, then finished my statement. "Just do me a few favors." "Sure, anything, baby, anything." She smiled all glossy eyed. "I'm gonna hold you to it," with my toothpick back in my mouth. The cast was set. At first, I personally set up the street dates directly, in the bathroom so I can keep a close eye on her and ensure that she was safe. But once she popped the lock by turning that first date, I knew more dick would come directly to her rather than through me. The most important factor was getting her to turn that first date, getting her to part with what few morals she had in the first place. Once her moral compass was broke, this is when I put her in the trenches on South Arlington Street, down by my mom's old red light district, Big Bob's Bar. I called the streets the trenches because pimps and hookers were at war, trying to get every loose dollar at Trick's bands. We were all scrambling for every dime, and this wasn't a friendly affair by far. Many of these so-called pimps were merely stick-up artists, and they used the bar to stake out for potential targets to rob, potential marks. A real pimp had to be careful about being too flashy around the wrong nigga or snake bitches because the trenches was filled with booby traps. It's like mom on Friday nights. Tina worked the trenches along South Arlington Street. She'd snag her dates, then go behind the bar to bag them in a back alley. Having a white girl put me in a distinct advantage because hard-working black men couldn't seem to wait to cash their checks fast enough to blow it on the bag with a white girl, the forbidden fruit. White women were a minority in the trenches. However, the fair-complexioned black girls had an advantage over the darker-skinned ones. Not only did white Johns prefer yellow girls, but black tricks tended to discriminate just as much, if not more. Beauty was commonplace, so tricks tended to look beyond just the face. Although the cards were already in my favor, I made it my business to stack the deck even more. Sometimes I pulled con moves on prospective clients that were too anxious or too green. I flagged them down and pointed at one of the competing bodacious streetwalkers and asked the trick if he wanted to bag her for a special low price. The swear would nod, yeah, real quickly, smile, and happily hand me his money. I acted nervous and kept asking him if he was an undercover cop. After he confirmed repeatedly that he was not a cop, I tell him to pull in the back alley and wait for me to send a whore to him so that he wouldn't get busted for soliciting. Trick would wait until at some point he encountered the unsuspecting hoe and asked about his prepaid services. But you should have seen the faces on the vexed whore's face that never figured out why this was happening. They also never figured out why so many guys drove by them and snagged my whole Tina, the real deal, not just a pipe dream. Sometimes a pimp had to outwit competing whores as well as other pimps. Of course, I had to be very careful pulling these scams. For one reason, there were actually cops posing as tricks sometimes. But even worse was competing pimps that didn't take getting ripped off of their proceeds lightly. I slowed my roll down when this veteran pimp taught a junior pimp running confidence scams at his expense. The outcome was bloody and fatal. The junior pimp inadvertently signed up for an early retirement. My mission was to make money, not enemies. Nevertheless, seemingly overnight, Tina had become a pro. More traffic was available to her since the other girls had been tagged as ripoff artists. I was making out lovely. For one, the money I ripped off from the squares, driving through the hood, and the extra money that Tina brought in from the squares refusing to bag with the other hookers in her same area. Meanwhile, inside Big Bob's joint, in the spirit of the early 1970s, I styled and highly profiled over a stiff shot of scotch. After the warming effect kicked in, I started singing. I sang the sweet impressions of Eddie Kendrick's lead in just my imagination. Joy was an internal part of my heart as smile grew across the faces at the countertop. Music was magic. Ooh wee, you can sing, baby. Let me find something to wipe off this seat, uttered this whiskey-smelling, middle-aged bar bitch. Shit, you sound like Akron's own Howard Hewitt. Are you sure you don't want to sweep none of these webs from this well-tested pussy, you old handsome blue-eyed devil? Where did you get those pretty eyes from? Your mama or your daddy? I just smiled. My mom's dad. Granddad was white. He was a blue-eyed devil. And that's all I knew about him. She just seemed so thunderstruck by a mere shade of eye color. I was amazed at my ability to lie so rapidly. I didn't even know who my father was, nor my grandfather, for that matter. It never really dawned on me that I was a bastard to the fullest extent. Yet, I was of supreme talent, excellent endeavor, and handsome as hell. I was in the possession of some aqua blue eyes, so I was used to those kind of responses, used to standing a foot above the competition, which was everyone. Although I easily reigned over other men, I never understood why eye and skin color meant so much in the black community. Either you were too black to be cute or too yellow to be black. Niggas were obsessed with shades of color. Yellow niggas treated darker skinned blacks like subordinates. But didn't they know we were all niggers? To the white man, we were all diluted with his blood and his purpose, doomed under the weight of his imperial legacy. And fawned over these half-white bitches. And those half-white bitches fawned over my mild brownish hue. Because I was brown enough to be considered black, but not so black that they felt that they were taking a step down socially. I heard some white women say that brown-skinned guys fuck better and harder than light-skinned guys. Furthermore, I even heard some guys claim that yellow pussy smelled better than dark-skinned pussy. Are they fucking kidding? I can only speak on my magnificent dick, and this yellow dick is dynamite. As far as pussy is concerned, pussy is pussy, period. To hell with all that complexion category shit. Didn't they realize that men were men and everyone was out for himself? Didn't they realize that dick was dick and all pussy was pink? Nonetheless, I wasn't in a position to complain. I was in a position to gain. Shit, I thought I was better than everybody, regardless of race or complexion. For a nigga, I had it all. Life was good, and it was about to get better. Of course, nothing goes smooth without a few speed bumps. I was doing some hand dancing with this fine young lady and watching her watch me to see if I could turn her ass out down the line. It was at the top of the hour when Tina strolled in, pardoned herself, then handed me a punk ass $100 for a little over 4 hours work. Bitch, where's the rest of my money? It should have been at least twice that much. Plus I knew it was something wrong because typically trips use $20 and $10 bills. Since she only had two $50 bills, I knew the bitch was holding out. The fine woman noticed my change in behavior and quickly excused herself. Meanwhile, Tina also stepped back, flinched, and batted her long fake eyelashes. Daddy, um, um, it's dry tonight. She exhaled slowly. Tricks are slow to bite. She was testing me, seeing if she could outsmart and out-hustle me. Words like, oh, and man, filled the room from curious bystanders. Bitch, you as fake as your eyelashes. Do you think I'm a game, bitch? Do I got Milton Bradley printed on my forehead? No, Silky, seriously, she continued to lie. More tricks for biting, baby. Bitch, bite this. I pimp slapped her and watched her earring take flight. She quickly clutched her pale, cherry red, freckled face. Still determined to deceive me, she pled once more. This is all, Daddy. I promise. I swear to God. She drummed up some tears and continued. Daddy, the truth is, I got in a fight with my brother. And he scared away most of the tricks. I told him to just let me live my life. But he kept trying to convince me otherwise. Suddenly, it was quiet. Quiet enough to hear a flea fart. I wanted to believe her. But sure as she bleeds, she deceives. I knew that most bitches had a run in them. And if they ever intended on running, they kept a stash to do so. Bitches were dumb, but not that dumb. I stood up in the overcrowded bar, packed with working stiffs, hoes, and hoodlums, as well as a thick cloud of smoke that hung above us. Not to mention, Friday was Blue Room night, where the dim blue lights made the mood more menacing. I walked around Tina slowly, then gave her a stiff kick in the ass. She went from crawling on all fours to sitting on her face. Some watched in horror, but others laughed. Now the entire stage was mine, so I let the show begin. It's showtime. Oh, I must be a motherfucking game. I'ma swear out this bitch, huh? Describe me, bitch, I huffed. Her eyes studied my intense body language as I stood there with a semi-fist by my side, just waiting to be launched. What do you mean? She asked unsurely as she stood back up. Her eyes told me things that her heart wished they wouldn't have. Am I not handsome? Ultra talented? Special? One of a kind, blow your mind, motherfucker? I continued. Of course you are, she answered, buck-eyed, still leaning back, expecting seconds of my backhand. Show the fuck is, yelled the drunk old bar bitch. At all? I suggested calmly, as I held both of my hands up. This is where I knew the bitch would either break down and give me my money, or she would be committed to bullshitting me. Maybe she would try some amateur psychology shit and ask if we could go outside and talk. But there was nothing to talk about. She was violating the code by stashing. It went against everything I taught her. It went against the game. If a bitch gonna be with me, a bitch gonna pay me in full. Period. I continued to listen to this lame bitch. Oh, you're tasty, tan, sexy, strong, smooth. She continued as she moved in with an open embrace to patronize me. But I wasn't in a mood to be patronized. I was in a mood to get paid. Foolish, I interjected, and belted the bitch in her belly with a stiff uppercut that buckled her up like a broken suitcase. She plummeted to the floor, gasping desperately to catch her breath. Don't try to manipulate me with your miniature mentality. For a second, I thought she would die and never catch her breath. However, once she appeared to be semi-recovered, I continued my show. Afterwards, I pressed the sole of my shoe underneath her chin. Ready for seconds, bitch? Or are you going to manufacture the rest of my money? She quickly wrisked and wiggled up under her miniskirt, then dug inside her greasy twat to pull out a condom with some pussy cotton bills placed in it. She explained, I just wanted to keep a little for myself, Daddy. She slipping? Was she trying to humiliate me and make me look foolish in front of the entire bar? A bitch that held back was dishonest, and a dishonest bitch was a dangerous bitch. I couldn't stand a lying bitch. I had to make a statement, not for Tina, but for any other potential hoe that was scoping me out. Shit had to go down. Tossed the condom back at her. Bitch, remove the money out of this rubber. Don't ever disrespect me like that again. Bitch, the only thing I pull money out of is my wallet. Sorry, Daddy. Picked the condom off the ground and took the money out, then handed me the cash. Snatched it out of her hand, then sifted through it quickly, the sticky bills as I counted them out loud. Nah, you want to keep something from me. What, you get off bagging these tricks? What, you all about charity now? Or are you trying to save so you can pay up to be in some other nigga's face? I kicked her in the ribs thrice. She wallowed on the floor in pain. No, no, Daddy, no, she cried. Remember, never feel sorry for some teary-eyed bitch or a pity trap. I could hear Mama's words crystal clear in my ears. Bitches were wired to defy and defeat us. Tina talked all that sweet talk, only to come short with my money. I said, that means all the money belongs to me. Bitch, do you want to be with me or not? She nodded her head yes. And bitch, you gotta pay to be with me. You can't expect to be out here with me and you ain't paying me properly. It's your plane, but never forget who the pilot is. You're in violation for paying insufficient funds as an act of deliberate defiance. I protested. She cried prolifically because she knew Any type of violation meant public mortification. I had to give a demonstration so that everyone knew that I was more than a wannabe singer, but I was a bona fide, no-nonsense, act on the spot, put his size 10 shoe in a bitch's ass right now, pimp. Subsequently, I pressed my shoe sole against her tender lips. Lick it clean. I pressed my dirty sole against her face harder. You didn't have a problem trying to humiliate me, did you? Now lick it, you idiot ass bitch. Several passers-by snickered as they stepped over her. A few women looked displeased as they grabbed their purses and left. I heard a volley of whispers tainting the air. Tears pouring down her face, she pled, "Daddy, please, please, please don't make me do this." "Bitch, you can lick it," I scowled, "or I can stick it up your white ass." At that instant, I heard stools squeak in syncopation. Suddenly, an uproar of laughter indicated that the crowd was entertained as she painfully molested the bottom of my shoe sole with her tongue. My arctic stare burned through the tracks of her tears. "Act like you love it. Remember, you promised your blood, your sweat, and your loyalty." I growled as I adjusted my shoe for easier licking. Renegade Ho suddenly shouted, "Nigga, that's enough. You made your point. Shit, whipping on that white bitch gonna have the heat up in here. It's gonna make us hot for all of us." I replied, "Bitch, this is pimp business. Keep your reckless mouth running over there about some hoe business. You dig?" I was a man of many moods. I could never let a woman know where I was coming from. One minute I made her feel completely worthless by belittling her tiny titties, or making fun of her ugly feet, her hard hands, taunting her freckles, or mocking her thin lips that she would then pencil in thicker with lipstick. I reminded her of every flaw she had. I played on every insecurity I thought a bitch might have. Contrarily, on occasions, I make a bitch feel like she was on cloud nine by giving her expensive gifts, holding her hand in public, looking her square in the eyes, and kissing her softly on the earlobes so that she would absolutely appreciate the dab of sunshine I sprinkled on her. I was the puppeteer of every emotion she had. That's what diversified my pimping. I had to know a bitch, but I could never afford to let her or any other whore know me. I could never afford to be predictable. Predictability was a death sentence to a pimp. Early on in the game, I observed how swears let women have their way. These women took their husbands' hard-earned money and gave it to a so-called gangster. Or better yet, me. These niggas were predictable. They went to work every day, 9 to 5, and then they came home with their wives' checks. Swear niggas paid the bills. But the street hustlers, the street breeds, we got all the thrills. These women played them like an old set of drums, but not Silky. My time and my money was merely an investment for future returns. If the only two options were to be the exploiter or the exploitee? Guess which one I intended to be. I intended on being the conqueror that Mama always intended me to be. During my chastisement of Tina, the sturdy pan-faced bartender gave this one ominous character some dap as he approached the bar. Something was different about this guy. His bitter expression boldly stood out from the crowd. He stood out like a lead singer, and the rest of the pack were faceless background singers. People practically bowed and did 360s to get out of his path. Clearly, whoever he was a highly respected around the section. After engaging in a slight stare down, it promptly registered that it was the reputed pimp and respective adversary, Willie Mack. Willie Mack was the same veteran pimp that retired the junior pimp not so long ago. Willie Mack was tall, dark, and spectacular. But what really caught my attention was his company. Two shapely, show-stopping whores. Even though the murky smoke and blue flickering lights, I could attest that their similar facial geography, their resemblance alone, suggested they were possibly sisters. I cut my eyes over at Tina just in time to see her brush particles off her tongue. Get your ass under that table and don't move until I tell you to, I demanded. She looked up at me as if she wanted to say something smart, but the bitch knew better. Subsequently, she scurried underneath the table. Once she was under the table, I ordered, "Now bark, bitch." She looked at me to see if I was serious. Once I shot back my ice-cold expression, she knew I was. Afterward, she barked as I ordered. I could hear people laughing in the background, and that put a devious smile on my face. Why did I derive so much joy as I watched closely, as she pulled her knees against her breast, then wrapped her arms tightly around him? What felt so good about being loved so bad? She looked at me to see if I was serious. Once I shot back my ice-cold expression, she knew I was. Afterwards, she barked as I ordered. I could hear people laughing in the background, and that put a devious smile on my face. Why did I derive so much joy as I watched closely, as she pulled her knees against her breast, then wrapped her arms tightly around them? What felt so good about being so bad? Afterwards, one of the show-stopping whores called out the white, pan-faced bartender's name. "Hey, Bullet, give me a double of cognac right away. How is your goddad, Big Bob, doing?" After he told her to hold on, the pan-faced bartender slid me an ice mug of beer. After all this time, I finally realized that this cool white dude was Big Bob's godson. I remembered him from when I used to perform with the Determinations. In fact, we talked about how much he enjoyed the Determination back when I performed. We hit it off immediately. With so many missing front teeth, Bullet had the type of smile that made you smile whenever he smiled. After I conversed with him, come to find out, we even went to school together, but he was a few years older than me. Bullet was big, husky, and how can I say this nicely? Ugly. But he was a cool motherfucker that could have doubled for a bouncer. That's on the house, Silky. Go ahead and let your foot take a break. He smiled. A little do their doctrine ain't never hurt no one. Except for Tina, I simpered. Bullet chuckled half-heartedly as he poured a customer a drink. Suddenly, a harsh tone echoed. I ain't impressed with that counterfeit pimp shit. Nigga, you ain't never supposed to check your whore in a public setting so the bitch can have a bunch of eyewitnesses when she press charges on your dumb ass. And a white bitch at that, nigga, you know less than nothing. I looked up at Bullet. His eyes lit up. We both looked around to see the source. With his chest poked out, the troublemaker continued. A real pimp, a sharp pimp, like me, rarely ever has to use brute force or a pimp stick. You just bullying bitches. You ain't pimping. Let a bitch choose. If the bitch want to keep a little money, let her keep a little money. The voice barked with even more inflection. Is someone trying to check me? I apathetically looked over. It was Willie Mack. That I had the verbal skills to handle him. If we were in an alley or in private, I could let him talk recklessly. But I can't afford to let him talk to me any kind of way in public. My reputation was on the line, and other potential whores were watching. Not knowing exactly how to handle this, I ignored him by continuing to sip on my swig of beer and chewing on my toothpick. Willie Mack commented, drink up, sucker. Then maybe you might get the courage to man up to a real Mac. Willie Mack, to be exact. Young motherfucker out here with that loud, reckless ass so-called pimping. Nigga, take your ass somewhere and get game. Real game. Drunk in the back yell. Willie, you need to mind your own business. You got enough problems as it is. Willie just took another sip and ignored the drunk as he stared a hole through me. I could taste unmolested fear in the back of my throat as I eased around to face him. Momentarily, my fear was overshadowed by untamed lust. I lusted for Willie Mack's hookers to be on my payroll. His two holes played music for my eyes, and oh, how my soul enjoyed it. Willie Mack was a heavyweight pimp, a bull in the mist. But somehow, I had to suppress my inner fears. Willie Mack was known for rubbing out younger, less experienced competition. Where would I muster up the courage from? Don't monkey around with me, motherfucker. How I handle my hoes ain't got a motherfucking thing to do with you. Nigga, don't make my whole business your nigga. Your business. I piped. Clearly, I was nervous. Little fella, that's my little brother's old hoe. You ain't got no business, he quipped. He laughed robustly, and his hoes did so also. You got lucky and broke luck. That's all. Nigga, I'll turn your pole into a hole and have your pretty ass out here selling some of that man-made pussy. Now that's some real pimping. I thought about when I dressed in drag to stick up them trick niggas. It's insult. hit closer to home than I wanted to admit. I was seething and embarrassed, belittled. However, this old pimp wasn't going to show my young ass out. But how would I show him up? He had outdressed me. He was a specimen of physical perfection. He was smoothly outspoken, and both of his glaringly beautiful black holes outshined my average white one. How can I say this? He had outmapped me. He continued. He peddling a little pale piece of pathetic, pitiful white pussy. He refuted as he took a shot. If that raggedy bitch catch a flu, the fuck you gonna do? I'm tired of you young niggas fucking the game up. I've been pimping since the Vietnam War. I was pimping when your mama was a curb-kicking whore. You act like you the pimp of the motherfucking year because you got one stanky asshole. He picked at his teeth with a toothpick. Look at that bland bitch. She barely even got an ass. He nodded at his bitches for them to spiral around to showcase their curves and big bouncing backsides. These bitches had amazing globe-sized asses. Then all of a sudden, he started mocking me via song as he held his glass up to give the audience a toast. This nigga trying to put on a show, but he only got one hole, one hole. Willie Mack went on to put his words in song. One hole, one hole. This nigga only got just one hole. Whoa. The entire bar flared up into an uproar of heavy laughter. At this point, the impossible happened. As I looked under the table, Tina laughed at me. My blood boiled and my jaws clenched. What would I do if Willie Mack was a bitch? What would Mama say at a time like this? Bitch ass nigga, I scoffed. You lucky this one hoe ain't your mama. I'd pimp you and your dick loving mama. His face shifted into a slate of stone, and the bar became filled with silence. Bullet's expression froze as he slowly wiped off the marble counter in circular motion. Anticipation exploded in my exhilarated heart. Then out the corner of my eye, I observed one of Willie Mack's hoes that stood behind him and blew me a hot kiss. She was disrespecting Willie Mack as well as disrespecting the game. She was totally out of the pocket, so she must have really liked my fire. Willie Mack snarled as he stood up. Is that a fact, little fella? I don't play that mama shit, boy. Do you know what I do to niggas like you? Willie Mack, powerful build and burning eyes, swallowed my narrow, timid frame. Various faces in the crowd lit up like brake lights. Someone yelled, "He ain't talking all tough now, is he?" Subsequently, I poked out my chest. I don't know if I was full of more fear or myself. Prehistoric nigga, you heard me. I snapped. But no sooner that statement left my mouth, his fist was in it. My lip was split from the quick sucker punch. Not bad for an old motherfucker. Out of pure impulse, I blasted him in the face with my beer mug. He sidestepped it, so I didn't catch him like I wanted to. Then he throttled me tightly, easily tossed me across the counter. Then he crammed his .22 revolver tightly in one of my nostrils. Even his square chin appeared to be menacing. He didn't seem to have a single disadvantage. Come one better, bitch boy. He scowled as he leaned in close, so close his nose touched my nose. I know about you skipping around here in the skirt, you super featherweight punk. Oh, my bad. Pimp. Then the crowd had encircled us. But his two-faced hoe blew me another kiss as she examined me closely for weakness. I actually wanted to piss my pants, but I managed to smooth it out. What the fuck are you trying to prove, man? I asked. He replied, that you're a bitch. He sneered as he pressed his face even closer to mine. So tell everyone that you're a little bitch. A dick-sucking prison bitch. Tell them, you little cute motherfucker. Willie's eyes spoke with a certain evil as Bullet spoke up. Chill, Willie. However, Willie just got more aggressive. Shoved the pistol even harder against my face. Say it, pretty blue-eyed motherfucker. I heard a scream from within the heart of the crowd. Just say it and live. Shit. Willie always fucking with somebody. I believe it was the same person that had yelled out earlier. Then another unfamiliar voice uttered, if you can dish it out, shit, you can take it. Willie Mack just laughed and revealed his gold-trimmed teeth, then slammed me on top of the counter again. Damn, he was remarkably strong. Everyone was so attentive to his cocky nature. He was stealing my show, and I ain't like this shit one bit. All of a sudden, I realized how young blood felt on the stage when I had inadvertently upstaged him. Willie Mack was bigger, stronger, and armed. This magnificent motherfucker had me pinned from all angles. I couldn't dance my way out of this shit. He had the upper hand, but I knew one tiny bit of information that he didn't. Mama didn't die for nothing. Her death had taught me a couple things, and that's why Willie Mack wasn't aware that I always carried a loaded 38 Saturday Night Special in my right coat pocket. Out of sheer fear, I slipped my hand into my coat pocket, fitted my finger around the trigger, and then fired off 3 loud shots. Willie scurried over and yelled, what are you doing, Willie? Then he looked at me, only to see Willie Mack's grasp fade, as well as his smile. Willie Mack's eyes glossed over into a cold stare. Mass hysteria infected the crowd before his limp body could even touch the ground. I was surprised to see so many big, badass pimps beat their hoes out of the bar. One thing niggas could do was move. The frantic crowd funneled out of the front door like grains of sand pouring down an hourglass. Amazingly, the crowd cleared out before the thick smoke that hovered above us did. I was intoxicated with murder as I stood over Willie Mack and looked into his ebony eyes and watched his life miscarriage. Although Willie was the one dead, he took something from me. I had crossed over a line that few ever cross and that most never wanted to. Bullet shook me because I was in utter shock. I was just numb and blank. Bullet unfolded the dirty blue rag that he was wiping the counter with. He whispered, "Toss the gun in here. You can't afford to get caught running out of here with this. I'll cover you. I'll toss it for you. Damn, you just like your mama. Get the fuck out of here, Silky." Stood there and slowly released the pistol into its blue cloth. It was a chilling revelation because it was at this very moment I realized that Mom had sliced the drunken boxer's throat exactly where I was standing. Now here I was years later in the same bar in a similar situation to Mama's deadly conflict with the drunk. Nothing else registered in my mind until Bullet urged, "Go, Silky, go. The hogs will be here any moment. I'm white, they won't press me. But you gotta move fast." Suddenly, I realized that I was standing right beside a pool of blood. Meanwhile, his pretty hoes were bent over him sobbing, triple crossing bitches, just like Mama used to say. At that moment, I reflected on Akron's own legendary Cino and how his triple face whore had set him up and got him killed. Here was Willie Mack, same sorry asshole that winked at me, weeping over this fool, a fool that died trying to entertain her. Bitches weren't shit. And here we were killing each other like animals to prove our worth to them. Now, blood is on my hands, and for what? For one, to show this nigga and his bitches that I'm real. I was a real pimp, and I made a living by doing some real pimping. The price of being real is real high. The bar was in shambles, but it was secondary to the thoughts that crowded my mind. Instantly, I broke off and ran, fast. I hopped over the counter, then fled out of the back door, and I dashed down the back alley at full speed. I intended to make a sudden sharp turn, but my slippery leather shoe soles didn't. I crashed into the corner of the red brick wall and skinned the shit out of my hands from breaking my fall. The scratches on my hands and knees burnt like a motherfucker. Subsequently, I heard a thunderous volley of running footsteps, drawing nearer to me. I held my breath, and I silently leaned back into the shadows of safety. I just knew it was the police until I heard some urban vernacular. "I'm gon' split that nigga. Who the fuck is that nigga anyway?" cried the raspy voice. "Harvey, why did he kill Willie? I'm so hurt right now. I can't believe this. Just can't believe this, man," sobbed another male voice. I quickly inferred that it was Harvey and Danny, Willie Mack's two brothers. I had heard about the Mack brothers, and they were somewhat of a legend in Akron. I'd almost rather the police find me, 'cause Tina used to be Danny's girlfriend until I popped her lock and had her selling pussy. Supposedly Danny was the first nigga, quote, that she had ever been with, but I had beaten him to his own punch bowl profit. Ironically, I was merely a couple yards away from him, but the dark night and my extreme silence hid me. I was still more squeamish than a piglet in a lion's den. Shortly after, I heard their footsteps vanish into the distance of the night. Finally, I released my ass muscles, but fear was quite a unique enema. At this point, I had more than just a live shit stain on my silk underwear. I stood up, dusted myself off, as if it mattered, while I crept through the protection of the black alley. Meanwhile, the Hogs eventually arrived at Bob's bar. About 20 minutes later, they weren't the least concerned as they watched the paramedics zip Willie Mack up in his new body bag. One detective put a piece of gum in his mouth and said, "I'm so fucking jealous." His partner replied, "Of what?" "Someone else got to cop this black bastard before I did. This was a terrible animal. He did some terrible things to a lot of women." He gave his partner a peculiar look and continued, "Even some white women." He casually watched Willie's body being rolled up into the meat truck. Women, if they weren't maimed, they were too scared to stand up and testify against this rabid animal. He was smart enough to beat his woman in private, never leave bruises, and never have witnesses. This so-called gorilla pimp, as they call him. Well, Akron is a better place without him. The world is a better place for that matter. I wish I could shake the hands of the man who killed him. His partner leaned in and whispered, "Yeah, and it would be heaven if all his kind were rolled away the same way. Let's see if we can get one of these coons to speak up. If not, oh well, just makes our job that much easier." The hog took a seat at the bar and asked some basic questions about what happened. It didn't matter to street people if it was detectives in suits or officers in uniforms. It was business as usual, and no one had anything to say to them. And those who did have something to say to them did so anonymously. My mind was pregnant with uncertainty, and my heart raced with unyielding ferocity. Tonight, I had blood on my hands, and my consciousness was riddled with guilt. Why didn't Willie just mind his own business, like the drunk in the background said? I had to defend my reputation, and I surely had to defend myself. He made me take it to him. I didn't have a choice, did I? He would have killed me if the glove were on the other hand. Fuck him. I'm a cold-blooded bull pimp. But he was trying to belittle me like I was a mindless monkey. He paid a hefty price for monkeying around with me. Part 3. A Perfect Panic. Chapter 4. Who in the hell? I didn't have a vehicle. It took me a little over an hour to get back to my apartment on foot. My pants were soiled. My ankles ached. My shins burned, and my feet throbbed from the periodic running in these uncomfortable dress shoes. I walked up the steps, dug into my pockets for my house keys, but they were gone. Somehow I lost them, probably when I fell. Damn it, I'm locked out, I sighed, but something inside me urged me to look down at the doorknob. The door was slightly cracked open. Cautiously, I stepped inside. I was engulfed in darkness. I groped wildly for the light switch. A slight dizziness came upon me as my eyes adjusted to the bright light. I couldn't believe my eyes. My place was in ruins. Actually, it was Tina's apartment, but anything that belonged to her was more so mine. My eyes searched the shambles. The dining room was in tatters. I looked for answers. Who did this? A missile of atomic fear exploded inside me. I carefully stepped over strewn furniture, busted lamps, broken tables, bent chairs, shattered knickknacks, and random rubbish. Subsequently, I entered the kitchen to turn on the light. The tables were knocked over and the chairs were broken. The drawers were ransacked. At that point, I heard something in the bathroom. I froze like a pussy without panties in the North Pole. Bouts of doubt and confusion bandied in my head before I quickly searched the sink for a steak knife before proceeding to the bathroom. The flimsy, serrated steak knife didn't afford me the comfort of my 38 snub nose. I felt inept without my gun. My heart percolated as I cautiously reached for the bathroom doorknob. Each drum of my heart kept asking me, who's behind the door? Just as my fingertips grasped the knob, the eerie noise revisited. I inhaled, then barely mustered some courage. Then with all my might, shoved the bathroom door open. The medicine cabinet was hanging by one screw. The mirror was shattered all over the top of the toilet and scattered about throughout the bathroom. The dingy walls were tattered with fresh holes that were now aglow with heavy blood stains. Who in the fuck did this? My curious eyes carefully followed the lengthy blood smears. Blood led me to a shocking narrow path. Tina was on the floor. Was she alive? I stepped closer to observe as she lay there in thick, slow-drying blood. She wallowed like a slug and sought. Who would want to do this to a professional cocksucker? Tina's face had been scored, and it looked like raw, bloody roast beef. It was a grisly sight. Agony was written all over it. I was a bitch-beaten motherfucker, but this kind of brutality was even new to me. Why did this horrific scene seem to welcome me? I gently placed my hands beneath her blood-soaked head. I cringed as I stroked her fiery red hair, now imbued with dark blood. It saddened me more and more by the second, as I continued to run my fingers through her sticky hair. Although her left eye was raised and swollen shut, she tried to communicate with her right one. Even the surplus of blood couldn't hide her tears. She groaned and grunted, but I was unable to interpret what she was trying to say. Tina, who did this? I hollered, as if it would make her respond more readily. She winced in anguish and displayed incredible strength. Somehow found the strength to say, I'm sorry, Daddy. It was a low, weak, yet soul-stirring whisper. Consequently, I noticed a deep puncture in her lower abdomen. Warm blood flowed freely from the wound. I tried to staunch it with the pressure of my fingertips. Blood still oozed effortlessly. The deep wound touched a part of my humanity that I didn't know existed. My pressure just made her cough up bloody chunks of murky blood. Blood had the weirdest smell, or maybe it was pre-death that I smelled. She took a few more slow, painful breaths before her nakedness was sheathed in a thick layer of death. I fought and fought, but a warm saline tear still managed to trickle down my cheek. I had never shown her my sensitive side. Until this very moment, I didn't realize I had one. Mom would have been so disappointed in me. I eased Tina's remains down and silently sipped on her upper lip. What did Tina do to deserve this? I've never been near a slaughterhouse, but I'm positive that this scene mirrored one. I took one long look at her pale, battered, gory, freckled face. Somehow, I had to block out the enormous pain and suck in every cubit of fear. I know that Mama said, be weary of teary-eyed bitches, but Tina was dead. What danger could she present to me now? Maybe Mama knew that there would be days like this. What is feeling sorry going to do for Tina? How will feeling sorry help either one of us? Nonetheless, the million-dollar question is, who did this to Tina and why? There's little doubt in my mind that Daddy was behind this. Why? Because he was jealous. Because Tina chose me. Not to mention, she may have indirectly got his brother Willie killed. I figured that if Danny had a hand in it, so did his older brother, Harvey. Surely word would get out about a blue-eyed bastard that killed their brother. They both were guilty of this as far as I was concerned. But I'm going to prepare a bucket of butchery for them. They did more than fuck with my feelings. They fucked with my property, my income. Didn't they realize that I'm from the Do Dirt Creed? Did they think that I'm just some soft, pretty motherfucker out here taking it up the ass in the trenches? Just because I used to dress like a bitch doesn't mean I am one. A conqueror defends his territory at all costs. Tina, my one and only hoe, had caught a permanent cold, and Willie Mack's death, his words had come to haunt me, even in his death. A pimp with no hoe is like a shoe without a sole, I contemplated. Suddenly, I felt feverish, panic-worn. How long had I been in this murder scene of this apartment? Behind my eyes ached. Get out of here. Something screamed inside me as my stomach bubbled from discomfort. I looked into the shattered mirror, the bits that was on the floor. These broken bits could have represented my life. A pine green sharkskin suit lay akin to the mirror pieces, and a thin layer of quick-drying blood had dyed into a mangy brownish color. Were they just trying to get back at me? Or were they trying to set me up for Tina's murder, too? I queried out loud, then darted into our bedroom and frantically washed her blood off my hands. Of course, washing my musty ass was next. After that, I changed into a more comfortable jogging suit and my favorite Converse tennis shoes. After I had changed, I realized that I had lost my money as well. But luckily, I kept a stash in my favorite sapphire silk suit. Tina bought me this suit from her proceeds. I searched all of the pockets of my sapphire suit. Then I searched the rest of my suit's pockets. But my $2,000 were gone. Poof. Up in the air like cigarette smoke. Guess that ruined my plans on getting me a new Cadillac anytime soon. Maybe that's what the bitch was sorry about. She tried to buy her way out of death with my money and told them where my money was hid. At that point, I realized I had a lot to learn. Mama was right about these no good bitches. 2 dead bodies, no money, no car, no hoe, no place to go. But I'm supposed to be a motherfucking pimp. Once more, I thought about Mama, how she used to express the demise of Sino to his trust of a hoe. This would be the last time I ever trusted a hoe, period. From now on, a hooker wouldn't even know what hand I wrote with. The difference between Sino and me is Sino became a pimp. I was born one. I grabbed Tina's gym bag, then put my favorite blue suit along with a couple other of my precious souvenirs inside of it. I had to hold on to a few valuables that I did have. I picked up my photo of the determinations when we first sang at the Akron Civics. I reflected back briefly. We were crude, but talented. We were so full of determination and hope. But they didn't believe in themselves. Damn it, I believe in me. Nothing about me is average. I am of superior endowment, exceptional good looks, and advanced intellect. I was born to be a leader, born to be the center of attention, born to suck oxygen out of the room when I walk in. And most of all, I was born to conquer women. I hastily shoved my photo into the bag. Suddenly, a heavy sweat came down on me as I came to grips with what grave trouble I was in. I certainly don't need to be the center of this kind of attention. Out of desperation, I douched down the apartment with rubbing alcohol and set it ablaze. What was worse, catching a case for arson or murder? One thing's for certain. Ashes leave a lot less clues than unburned white women. After I lit the rubbing alcohol inside, I scampered down along the Ohio Canal with my little gym bag. How was my extravagant ass ever going to get out of this? I had traveled this path many times in my youth with young blood, back when innocence was part of my essence. However, the task of running with this gym bag proved to be a difficult one, but my mind was on keeping my freedom and my life. Hell, I'm not a determination for nothing. Unlike the other ex-members, I may have been born with nothing, but I'd be a panda's pussy if I died with nothing. I was born a pimp. Even though that's going to be hard to pull off, it's possible. I'm going to be a legend and colonize one mind at a time. Somehow, I'll figure out how to grind my way back to the top. However, I must get to the top outside of the spotlight. How can I keep a high-end pimp profile now that I'm on the run? I gotta do something clever. Maybe I could do some underground pimping by creating my own horror house. Or maybe I should just turn in myself and explain that I was scared for my life. After all, Willie Mack had crammed his pistol up my nose and reputedly retired other young pimps. Nah, nah, I can't do that. Mama ain't raised no fool. I certainly cannot trust the justice system, and I'm not going to do the police job for them. They'll have to find me, and they will have to find me before I can stack some money and free this damn country. Of course, in the iron gates of our ghettos, death is an everyday occurrence. Dead niggas just aren't newsworthy. It's no different than a lion killing an impala in the jungle. No one sees it, so no one cares. This was a concrete jungle where you could pay underpaid police officers $50 or $100 to turn the other way, or better yet, provide them with a body of the prettiest streetwalkers around. It wasn't uncommon for mom to bring home a uniformed officer, take him into her bedroom, and turn the enemy into an ally. What she used to call her little pink persuasion. When I was a child, my mother ran around with all sorts of hoods, hustlers and killers. But as long as they kept the right palms greased, their freedom didn't seem to be an issue. Once a man was willing to kill in the hood, he became sort of a hero, a feared hero. He became a person that people remained tight-lipped about because all blacks knew that police couldn't or wouldn't protect them for shit, except possibly for a payment of some sort. Only a select few dared to trust cops. Nonetheless, I'm on the run from the law and Willie Mack's brothers. Speaking of Willie Mack's brothers, these foul niggas violated my heaven. Split my hoe and foul shit like that is a no-no. Who else would kill Tina? Who else had a reason to? Tina was just an average white girl who was unremarkable in every way. Outside of Danny, who would want to see anything happen to her? Yeah, whatever the case, I don't fuck around. I gets down, I mumbled as I continued to march on. My head was filled with so much murkiness and misery. It's a very thin line between pimp and gangster shit. I had killed a man, taken his life like an old pervert with a sniff of unwashed pussy with the quickness. Willie Mack's fading smile replayed over and over in my head. Harvey and Danny must realize that this is war. But there are no rules in warfare in the streets. Although many people from the east side didn't know me or my name, some people did witness me shoot and kill Willie Mack. Yeah, they witnessed him stuff a pistol in my face. But what's in it for them to come forth to be a witness for some flashy, blue-eyed nigga that they don't know? In little old Akron, it wouldn't be hard for someone to finger me in the lineup. And how hard would it be for them to find some flashy, blue-eyed nigga? On the other hand, no one could tell the police my real name. No one knew it. There were a few advantages of being unknown, even though I felt the incident was merely self-defense. So-called niggas didn't have a right to defend themselves in America. According to some white folk, we didn't have a right to survive. Although the walls of racism are supposedly torn down, they are very much intact today. Secondly, if Niggas couldn't rightfully defend themselves in America. What nameless witness would testify on behalf of a total stranger? Tina was the only person who actually knew me in the bar, and she was very dead. Mainly Bullet from the hood would. Then again, Bullet is known to associate with people of ill repute. Even though he is white, he is also a reputed backbreaking henchman. White or not, I'm sure he'd have to worry about his own legal affairs. Of course, my gun was stolen, so it was not registered in my name. Furthermore, these crooked ass pussy loving cops could care less about a dead, no good nigga. Surely Willie Mack did not represent America's darling image. According to the plutocratic government, the more niggas that end up dead or in prison, the better. Niggas are the cockroaches of society. No matter how much you try to get rid of them, they adapt and somehow survive. When you're a nigga, your skin is your sin. Being a pimp with blood on my hands makes it all the worse. To complicate matters, I honestly didn't kill Tina, but I did kick her ass in front of a bar full of people. Who in their right mind would think that I was innocent? How difficult would it be to convince a white jury of 12 that although I beat her white ass, I didn't beat her to death? In America, kicking a white girl's ass is murder. On the other hand, I wasn't going to sit around and do nothing. And I wasn't going to sit around so I'd have to explain it to a judge. What mattered was the fact that I was indeed guilty of pimping out a white girl. That's guilty enough. The only factor that worked in my favor is the fact that she was a reputed nigger lover. Finally, my side was burning from running, so I stopped. Fear had me so preoccupied that I didn't realize just how thirsty I was. The roof of my mouth was dry and sticky. The sweat clung to the creases of my forehead, and my shoulders ached from supporting the weight of the gym bag. I dropped down to one knee from pure exhaustion, and I asked myself, how am I going to make it? I just need time to regroup. Suddenly, from the arch of salvation, my answer pulled up beside me in a huge, rusty, off-brown country swire station wagon. The kind driver asked, do you need a ride? I looked into my rescuer's plump face and happily replied, absolutely. Silently, I wondered, now, what the fuck do I do? Where from here? Where from here? Harvey's Heat. Meanwhile, Danny and his brother, Harvey, sat at the Haven on Howard Hill in front of a blazing fireplace. They discussed how they were going to bust back on this nigga for killing their older brother. Harvey tossed his glasses into the fireplace as he reeked with revenge. Willie Mack had taught them the ins and outs of the pimp code many years ago. Buffy and Vet, Willie Mack's widowed hoes, gave a description of Silky to both Harvey and Danny. Those blue eyes, you can't forget those bright blue eyes, said Buffy admirably. A blue-eyed nigga? One thing for certain. Harvey stood up and placed the unlit cigar in his mouth, he asserted. He shouldn't be too hard to find. And I want to find him before the law does. I want to spill this nigga myself. Danny's eyes lit up as he lit his joint. Blue eyes. I bet it's the nigga that turned out my old white bitch, Tina, before I got a chance to. Harvey rolled his eyes, turned his back to him. Danny wasn't a hardcore pimp like his older two brothers, because he liked to fucking get high too much to turn a profit. Danny just benefit from his brother's reputations. On the other hand, Harvey had missed the incident because he was out in the trenches tending to his untrustworthy, profitable O's. Vet, the prostitute that blew Silky the kiss, reflected sadly with cloudy eyes. We thought Willie Mack killed him, but that young scary nigga must have had a gun hit on him. Had a gun hit on him, huh? Well, I'm gonna hide him in a pocket of dirt, 6 feet deep. Harvey retorted as he lit his cigar, then loaded his gun. Subsequently, he examined both of the whores. They were both comely. However, Buffy was more attractive in the face, but Vet was cut like an hourglass, with a meaty portion of overdeveloped backside, a big, fat, soft, juicy ass. Vet had a lusty walk that sold itself to the hearts of men, a most profitable product. Harvey had taken a liking to Vet for some odd reason, and he had every intention on getting paid than test driving a pussy. Who is this nigga? Where is this young punk from, anyway? Asked Harvey as he walked around to get a rear view of Vet's wide, bouncing backside. Meanwhile, Danny lit up a joint of some fire green. I don't know, Harvey, but Willie did have a gun in his face, replied Buffy. Are you trying to have a foot in your ass? Are you trying to defend this blue-eyed nigga? He killed my motherfucking brother, barked Harvey as he shook his index finger in her face. Afterwards, Vet shot her a peculiar look as if to say, shouldn't have said that. Realizing that she had misspoken, Buffy quickly suggested, well, the bartender seemed to know him. He was giving him free drinks. Maybe he knows where to find him. You mean old pan-faced bullet? Asked Danny as he took a long drag off of his joint. That's one ugly white motherfucker. He coughed as he exhaled. Yeah, he's the only person I know that can make Jesus say, Jesus, laughed Harvey. But on a more serious note, I need you girls to keep an eye out for that little blue-eyed devil while you're out in the trenches. I have a wonderful reward for whoever drops salt on this slug-ass nigga. Then he stood up and blew a thick cloud of smoke. When I stick that nigga, he gonna stay stuck. Afterwards, he pulled out his revolver and made sure that it was fully loaded. Harvey belted his gun and played with his 4-carat diamond ring on his middle finger and watched it glimmer from the serpentine flames that blazed from the fireplace. Bet, bring that sexy ass here, Harvey requested. Her shapely hips swayed back and forth like a chime from a grandfather clock. Those muscular, curvy, bow legs made her walk nasty and seductive. Her smooth, glossy skin was the brownish complexion of a stallion's hide. She mastered a mystery that made men want to know how deep was her love, how hot was her pink furnace. Here was flesh at its worst and its best. Her magnetic glare pulled Harvey in as she stood in front of him with her legs parted shoulder length. She hissed, "What's up, baby? What do you got for me?" Her deep brown eyes shimmered when he pulled her onto his lap. His broad nose bathed in her sweet fragrance as he looked into her busty, sweaty cleavage. Harvey replied, 10 inches and some stiff pimping. Bitch, the question is, what do you got for me? Open up that motherfucking purse. You know you can't be in my face without paying to be in it. Bitch, you way out of pocket. She laughed. Ooh-wee. You know what a bitch wants, huh? You had that look in your eyes, he grinned. Rubbed her knees as he licked his lips. She smiled, batted her fake eyelashes, and put forth a toothy smile. Really? What look is that? That nigga mega mac me, dominate me, rule me right now look. That I can't wait to give this pimp all my motherfucking money look, he replied as he readjusted and placed his cigar in the ashtray. You want to be a part of this big city pimping? Baby, this stiff pimping is scientific and terrific. You know, it's genetic and magnetic. Don't deny it. Try it. I'm going to let you know what some money feel like. And I'm going to make you feel like magic out this bitch. Her long eyelashes batted once more. Her smile faded. And then she dropped her head. But your brother used to be my man. I mean, I'm a hoe and all, but it simply wouldn't be right, she answered. Bitch, don't get religion on me now. Correction. You once worked for my brother. But I'm not taking you from him. He was taken from both of us, Harvey explained. You talking that lame swear talk. This is pimp and hoe business. I'm a pimp and you a hoe. This is the only way to go. Willie would want this for you. He would want you to stay true to the family by keeping that pussy in the family business. You still gonna slang some pussy, right? Bet shook her head yes. So why be a renegade, oh? You know how hard it is for a bitch with no direction and protection out here? She replied, I know, but he interrupted. My pimping is a vacation, full of temptation. What about a trip for 6 days and 7 nights where hoeing is more glamorous than a Frazier and Ali prize fight? Let the record reflect. I gets paper in major respects. My stiff pimping is stoned to the bone. Why be out here working the streets alone with no insurance, with no assurance? Why be out here battling with enemy bitches and having lower level pimps all in your ear, all in your face? Or even worse, dealing with these treacherous tricks. You know bitches been coming up dead, especially at the truck stops. The loss would be yours. Her selfish eyes scanned the huge marble fireplace, the Persian rugs, the brass and crystal glass tables, and lastly, his hands that were detailed with fine gold and diamonds. Being the no good, thirsty bitch that she is, she queried, I've heard this all before, but all I ended up with a wide, wet ass and a sour, sore pussy. What's in it for me? Quit the bullshit. What's in it for me? What? You didn't hear me, bitch? Some direction and protection, he asserted confidently as he palmed his manhood. This ain't no time for questions. You do what you do best, and I do what I do best, he uttered. I'll be the king of keeping it going, and you'll be the queen out here hoeing. Together we can build something special. Requires me to use my mind and grit, and you to use your behind, pussy, and tits. She smiled hard and revealed the only chaste thing about her virgin white teeth. Don't talk about it, be about it, she uttered as she bent over and hiked up her miniskirt to expose her bulbous bucket of hand candy. She wasn't wearing any panties, a typical hoe trait. The eye of her bright pink pussy peeked out and winked at Harvey from behind the blackness of her ass cheeks. He stood up, smacked her firm ass, and watched it shake like a bowl of cranberry sauce. Harvey dropped his slacks down to his ankles. He studied her deep dish, and to watch her dark chocolate pussy lips part was almost amazing, as Moses parted the Red Sea. By this time she was bent over, holding the back of her ankles while she viewed her fiery twat eat his wide erection. I want to see that fat pimp dick hanging out of this wonderful wet whore pussy, she moaned as she pulled her cheeks apart to enhance its entry. She risked as Harvey crammed his extra wide, ripe dick inside her surprisingly snug, overexperienced pussy. She licked her greasy lips as he batted away doggy style. His strokes were long, robust, and deliberate. It was so good that she wanted to close her eyes, but watching his sweaty balls bounce off her pussy from the back was just intoxicating. Moments later, his strokes became more aggressive as she spread her butt cheeks apart even wider so he could pipe her more intensely. He stopped mid-stroke. Hand me that purse. You know business is always first. Thought you guys were slick, didn't you? Her hot pussy was aching. Her thighs were shaking, and the anticipation was getting her twat dick sick. You certainly are your brother's brother. Oh, I thought I'd put a Charlie on you. Never that, baby girl. Bitch got to pay for this stylistic stick. I'm too seasoned to fall for that Charlie shit. He held out his hand and waited for her to give him his payout. To be Charlie was an inexperienced move that many premature pimps made. It meant that you were more concerned about getting pussy than getting paper. It meant you were a typical Charlie, not a hardcore Mac. A hoe would never respect a pimp that didn't demand a tariff for his services. Harvey continued to put on his heavy hump. However, a rancid afterbunk emitted from the pussy as steamy cream trickled down her thigh. That had squirted a hefty load. The stench burnt his nostrils, and his stomach felt squeamish. His erection quickly abated. His heart drowned. His forehead glistened from all the pussy pounding. Her swells of passion had waned, but she still molested her pussy with her fingers afterwards. The saline perspiration burnt her eyes, but not nearly as intensely as the lust that burnt inside the belly of her womb. Damn, I was just getting into it, she thought. She carefully watched her secretions and his semen slide out of her sloppy twat, and she opened her mouth wide as she attempted to catch it, like someone that threw a piece of popcorn in the air. Despite this glob of nut, it didn't land in her mouth. It mostly ran up into her nostrils. She was so freaky that she didn't care. She just wiped her cum with her fingers and licked it as if it was finger licking good. She pictured the thick, hot, creamy strand of nut break onto her face and smiled. Did you enjoy it, Daddy? Harvey zipped up his pants. Yeah, all except the after bump. She looked baffled. What's after bump? He pulled up his pants. Funky pussy after you beat it, he protested. Now go douche that old pickle pussy. Bitch, you need to eat more fruit and vegetables, 'cause you smell like a rotten rodent. She looked at him as if he was deeply demented. She snapped. Nigga, you better check your raggedy rotten dick. My motherfucking pussy don't stink. Harvey pulled out his pistol and took aim at her. Bitch, I said it does. And your body will stink too. Now that you mention it, she wiped some vaginal juice off her leg and sniffed it, frowned, and pulled up her panties. It is kind of right. Yeah. This motherfucker need to be wiped. She stormed to the bathroom and quietly shut the door behind her. Danny was in the love seat, high and sound asleep. It must have been some awesome weed. Buffy sat by the fireplace with her legs crossed Indian style. Harvey walked over with his sticky cock and placed it against her lips as the gun rested firmly in his hand. She gave him a confounded look. Hey, you gonna wash it, right? Yep, right after you suck it. He grabbed her by both ears and pressed his sticky cock inside her mouth. After you suck it clean. She hesitated, pulled away ever so slightly, before she succumbed to his twisted will. Meanwhile, he dug into her bra and removed the bills that she had stashed in it. After a few moments of deep throating, she paused, sighed, and rubbed her tired jaws. Don't come in my mouth, she scoffed before she resumed slurping his massive buffalo beef. Consequently, Harvey enjoyed watching her pretty face bob back and forth. He got off watching her jaws expand like a trumpet player's face would when they performed jazz. Harvey grinned, then emptied her purse. And he loved being the boss as he shook his head joyfully. Suddenly, Buffy began to gag. I told you not to come in my mouth. I don't like that shit in my mouth, nigga. Subsequently, she spat the frosty semen on his carpet. Do you like boot in your butt, bitch? He backhanded her with his unarmed hand. I'm the top pimp and you the bottom hoe. Now clean my carpet, rebellious bitch. I'm not about that reckless mouthy shit. The smack left her face tingling. She was seething. The two things that she didn't do for anyone was take it up the ass and swallow. Meanwhile, Vet stood at the door, wrapped in a towel, and giggled. For some reason, Vet loved the ill-tempered man. Danny woke up mumbling as he wiped the slobber off his face. Yeah, I cleaned it. I cleaned it, didn't I? Harvey looked over at Vet and just smiled. The perfect setting. After accepting a ride from this unknown person to this unknown place, I found myself dreadfully walking up some creaky, shanty, wooden steps behind this old beach bitch. As she pounced on those poor little wooden steps, she slurred. By the way, baby, my name is Takia. She walked up her squeaky wooden steps, and I prayed that those little steps wouldn't collapse. Her walrus waddle suggested more than just obesity. She was also tipsy. Not to mention, she kept repeating herself, telling me how pretty I was, telling me how wonderful my eyes looked, how much she loved my long ponytail, and how fine I was. I thought, bitch, tell me something I don't know. She had barely unlocked her apartment door before she staggered over and looked at me as if I was wrapped in a package that was labeled dinner. Come on in, cutie, she slurred as her sour breath speckled my sweaty face. At least her bubbly face was cute. She repeated her name a dozen times during the ride and asked me for mine at least 100. I hate a drunk bitch. However, the way her lewd glare cut through me, she was fascinated with me, like every other bitch. Normally a beach whale of a bitch like this wouldn't even catch the slightest glare from me. But this fat chick had her own place and her own ride. Hell, I might just be able to use this place for my future stable. How can I take advantage of her? I have to figure out how to make her pay like she weighed. Her apartment was in the perfect setting for me. It was right around the corner from the notorious Trop and the Hi-Hat on Howard Street. A nice spot for a whorehouse. See, Howard Street was a main drag for hookers, and of course the competition, pimps. During the day, various ministers or Muslim brothers came by and passed out pamphlets. Small militant factions preached about black unity, black power, do for self. But their message usually fell upon deaf ears and unhappy hearts. Poor people were desperate, disparaged, and hungry. Philosophical rants did so much for an empty heart, but did very little for an empty stomach. Conversely, at nighttime, Howard Street was a street where hot whores snagged horny dates, then bagged them quickly in some unlit, unsafe corner, or some cheap, dangerous dope den. Hookers hopped out of tricks cars and ran to their pimp to give him his cut. Meanwhile, the hogs shook down whores for money and free anatomical refreshments. It was a flesh mecca, reeking of self-destruction, drugs, sex, corruption, and hard-knock education, where a privileged few of students lived to graduate. Thoughts of fear and security surrounded me as I reluctantly entered her musty, stuffy, discolored place. But I had to focus on manipulating this fat square chick. This was particularly hard to do, considering life, as I knew it was no more. I had killed a man in front of a couple dozen people. Part of me wanted to flee immediately, to get on the train and never turn back. But I knew Akron. I knew how to navigate the risk in this little city. Akron was small enough for me to see and hear the enemy coming. I had to brave it. I had to take comfort in the fact that Willie Mack was just another dead nigger, one less nigger to pimp out some old white judge's swear daughter, one nigger that justice peeked up underneath her blindfold and decided to turn the other way. I hope. Focusing on Takia shouldn't have been too hard considering I needed her far more than she needed my pretty broke ass. I needed somewhere to lay low and to regroup. She merely needed to consume less calories and wanted some attention. Sadly, she wore a low-cut cotton dress, but her massive back looked like a big 250-pound bag of beans. To make matters worse, her ass had huge hard pockets of cellulite with the dress of fabric wedged deep up inside her enormous ass crack. It looked as if her ass was attempting to eat the dress. As if I wasn't disgusted enough, a quick acting rodent suddenly dashed across the floor. Have a seat. Mm. Come get comfy, sweetie, she offered as she awkwardly pulled her dress out of her ass. Comfy in this nasty motherfucker, I thought.
I reluctantly sat down on her frayed couch.
But I might have been better off just sitting on the floor because the worn couch springs didn't offer an ounce of bounce. The couch fabric was dyed with layers of filth. Her apartment was nasty enough to piss off a pig. The rancid odor burnt my nose and soured my stomach. The walls had Smudges of dirt, sticky jelly, and dry peanut butter by every light switch. There was dried vegetables and weeks old rancid meat on the stove. Foamy, greasy, discolored dishwater remained at the bottom of the sink. According to the several layers of water lines in the sink, it was just waiting to evaporate like the rest of the water had. The dining room had doubled as a living room. It had dirty dishes everywhere, too. Some were even broken. I held my breath and swallowed my pride. What the fuck have I gotten into? Ooh, baby, you so goddamn fine, she flirted. Before I could utter one word, she flopped her wide ass on my narrow lap. Every bone from the knee down popped and threatened to fracture. She gleefully raised her eyebrows, then puckered out her dry, salty, liquor-wrenched lips and slurred, "Give me a big kiss." "Give me a break," I shouted. My legs were numb as fuck because she weighed every cubic bit of 350 pounds. Her expression sobered as she said, "Am I too heavy?" "I don't think so." My eyes bucked like Don Knotts as I responded, but my legs begged to differ. She sprang up clumsily. Her silence said everything that she didn't. However, I couldn't exactly afford to hurt this hippo's feelings. "Don't get me wrong. Only a dog wants a bone. I love big women," I lied. Just not on my bony ass lap, I thought. I stood up and let my legs regain their sensation and circulation. Then I caressed her fat arms. Fat hung off her arms like sheet hung off a clothesline. And when the wind blew, they just blew back and forth. However, I closed my eyes and sipped on the wide arches of her big old juicy lips. Can Silky the Great pull this off? Kisses were thick and sour from the bourbon. Nonetheless, I envisioned a sexy Asian female placing soap-sounding kisses on me. I thought about any woman other than the one I was kissing. Takia's palms simmered from the lust that shot down her spine. She scooped my narrow ass up and carried me into her slum of her bedroom. She had all the bear-like qualities I resented in a bitch. The busted box spring and the mattress sat directly on the floor. Her attempted white sheets were worn from filth, but I wasn't in a position to complain, at least not yet. She dropped me on the bed like a bag of potatoes, then hungrily removed my clothes. She peeled off the sausage skin of her dress, and her blubber dangled like tinsel from a Christmas tree. I examined the stupendous bulk and screamed inside. What do she think she's doing? I know she doesn't think she's gonna get some of this world award winning dick. Ain't no way I'm gonna fuck this. Ain't no way I'm fucking this. Am I? Boom, doom, doom, doom. Boom, doom, doom, doom. Boom, doom, doom, doom. Boom, doom, doom, doom. The Duder Doctrine presents The Mark of a Menace. She lay beside me, Then I could feel her enormous body heat. Fat or not, that body heat felt great. And it even inspired my naughty nature to rise. She caressed me with her torchlit hands. Suddenly, the room didn't seem as foul, and she didn't seem as fat. My flesh somehow hungered for her next touch, her next embrace. All of a sudden, my body was caught up in a moment, but my mind knew that the means would have to justify the end. Despite my disgust, I dared myself. Can my well tested, global, award winning dick truly handle this huge hole? I mustered up the courage to dive inside her. The moment my naked dick swam to the base of her saggy, sloppy pussy, I realized that a pimp was the ultimate whore. Whores sold their bodies due to their love of vanity and receiving attention. Pimps sold their souls due to their love of money. I knew that sex in this big bitch was a mistake, but I needed to regroup, and I knew the chips were not on my side. However, Takia was surprisingly flexible as she spread her flabby legs eagle. This big girl, woo, she was very flexible, and it was a lot of her to be flexible. Although I was endowed with a big black instrument, it wasn't until I began swimming in her scandal canal that I realized she had room for an 84-piece orchestra. It didn't bother me though, because I went to bat in that ballpark of a pussy. It was a challenge that would make me throw balls and all in a pussy. I slithered inside her back and forth, and I moved almost mechanically up and down until she clawed into my back like a rabid raccoon. Her pussy succulent soaking sounds brought my ego internal joy. I was skinny dipping in a pool of fat pussy. In the ninth inning, her body shook because I worked it out in that deep, wide, watery pussy. I repositioned myself by snatching the back of both of her feet and pinned them up against her dingy ass wall at the head of her bed. I anchored my legs wide apart for balance, then slammed the longest, deepest strokes of dick that I could muster. I was a scrump specialist, super hump artist. I wonder how privileged she felt to fuck a pretty nigga like me, the incredible Silky. Ultimately, my deep thrusting and master bagging paid off. Her body trembled violently as she splashed from ecstasy. And when she shook. The home run, I hit it. Her hands were still tepid as we lay there in the twilight phase. I smiled to myself because she looked like she was experiencing child pains, pure facial distortion. I love making bitches come and act a plumb fool. Mama taught me well. She didn't leave much to the imagination, and I handsomely profited from her diversified sexual portfolio. Thanks, Mom. I knew that I had to continue to do what others wouldn't or couldn't do so that I could hold the ladies down and keep them around. Some pimps believed that super sex and a whore had no effect on warping her mind. But I believe that there's something special when a pimp pleasures his whore in mind and body. It demonstrates that he's both a man's man by besting a competition And he's also a ladies' man that knows how to dominate a bitch's emotion by dominating her body in tandem with her mind. A smile grew across my face. She asked me what was I grinning about, but when I turned to answer, within seconds, she was snoring. I just came and conquered that beach of a whale pussy. Now, it's time to figure out how to make a mark of this big bitch's mind. Subsequently, I got up and took a bath, then ran some more bath water. I came back to the bed to awaken her. "What do you want?" she mumbled half awake. "Ran you some hot bath water," I replied, and grinned devilishly. I was awe-stricken. "You ran me some bath water?" she twaddled. "Oh, that's so sweet. You shouldn't have. Why don't you just take a bath? I'm so tired." "Tired? Bitch, you funky as fuck. You taking a motherfucking bath," I thought to myself. I insisted she go to the tub. Even though she may have known it, I wasn't going to sleep under her fat ass smelling like a musty mule in foul after fuck. She eventually dragged her flabby frame to the tub. While she bathed, I made big plans. I had big plans for this big bitch. How big was the question. Part 4. Along came the apostle of pimping. Chapter 7. Harvey, the Hound. 3 weeks later, on North Howard Street, Harvey made his rounds in the trenches. He made it his business to creep up on his hoes, because if he caught them slipping off the track even for a minute, they would be limping for a month. Harvey was a bull pimp who relied on violence and vice to control his whores. Harvey even powdered his nose from time to time, but he kept his whores high. He kept them numb and dumb. In addition, Harvey had to constantly keep his eye out for Johnny Law, because these dirty cops were quick to shake down his hoes for any money or drugs they might have on them. Only when a whore got way out of pockets would cops arrest him for soliciting. Between keeping an eye on Johnny Law and keeping the other eye on his product, Harvey had his hands full. Harvey had to be a hound and keep his nose open for upstaging and backstabbing. After recruiting Vet and Buffy, he had a stable of 8 hoes, 3 of which were anatomically exceptional. First, there was Anita. She was slender, with walnut-colored eyes. Her skin was silky deep olive complexion. Her body was lean and athletic. Her hair was short but fashioned. Her only flaw was her wide Barney Rubble-shaped feet. Her feet were so fucked up, the scientists could have used it as proof of primate evolution. Athena was a quiet but good hoe. She knew the game and got along well with her cohorts. Secondly, there was Eula. She was short with sturdy shaped legs and bulbous calves. She was a sleek, dark almond complexion. She was of Negroid and Filipino extraction. Her slanted eyes, thin facial features, and tight figure were very exotic. She was a black Chinese, the poster girl of exotic pussy. Eula's feet were polar opposite to Athena's feet. Eula had the softest, smallest, prettiest little feet in the stable. This may seem unimportant, but when a whore came across a trick with a foot fetish, it paid off handsomely to have some well-kept, pretty-ass feet. Eula was seductively sneaky, who rubbed with one hand and stole with the other. Her exceptional good looks let her get away with a lot of slick shit. Lastly, there was Terica. She was cute and high yellow, with absolutely flawless skin. She owned a set of pear-colored eyes and thick, soft, pouty lips. She had the perkiest set of breasts, equipped with ever-erect, extended nipples, and a set of endlessly long legs. She even had a star tattooed on her left ass cheek. She said it represented her five-star pussy. Terica acted the total opposite of how she looked. Terica had a loud, foul mouth. She was a whore who always talked about horn and jealousy. She swore that all whores were jealous of her near white skin and pretty eyes. Terica, Eula, and Athena were Harvey's high rollers. These were his biggest money makers. Johnny Law pressed these beautiful hoes often for freebies.
Meanwhile, Harvey parked at the trap and stood behind his caddy to collect. Harvey was the head hound.
Long as Johnny Law wasn't around to muscle him for bribe payments. Any flatbacker that planned on bagging in this neck of the woods had a rude awakening coming because these cops also shook down his competition. Harvey's whores were always looking out for Johnny Law or other fishers of the sea. While at the trap, he waded through a rowdy crowd up to the bar, draped in his purple leather suit and purple lizard boots, gold ropes dangling around his neck, and several sets of full flawless carats of diamonds laced his knuckles. He looked like a hood version of Bootsy Collins. He lived like a king when few poor white men could live decently. Even renegade hoes gawked at King Harvey. But he only wanted the best hoes. Unless, of course, it was a young whore, because young pussy outsold old pussy 20 to 1. Harvey understood that old men loved sticking their old dirty dicks into young innocents, or what was once recently innocent. Harvey turned around on his bar stool and held out his hand that glistened with precious gems. Then his hookers lined up in single file so they could take turns paying him tribute and kissing his ring. Once they made payments, they stood in a single line and said in unison, "Hail to our King Harvey!" He chuckled as he counted his wads of cash and shooed off his holes like they were flies on a heap of hot shit. Meanwhile, envious spectators and potential stick-up artists studied Harvey for potential weakness and prayed for opportunity to present itself so that he can become the prey. The question of the hour was, what exactly was Harvey's weakness? His whores were well versed in the pimp game, and they got along pretty well, with the exception of Terica, who would mouth off from time to time. They were also his eyes and ears for potential new recruits and enemy pimps. With the recent death of his brother, Harvey kept his ear to the pavement. Athena asked, Harvey, let us stay here with you for a little while. My jaws are so tired from sucking the skin off these pigs' nasty ass dicks. You know they keep pressing me. She continued to pop her gum. Don't make excuses, bitch. Make money. As he gripped her tightly by the small of her chin, he sneered, if sucking a few free dicks keep you out on the track to make my money, then so be it. You'll never get to it if you can't hold through it. Athena shot him a burning glare, but remained silent, then trotted back to the lonely sidewalks. Subsequently, a John pulled up in a struggle buggy, and she disappeared briefly. Two of Harvey's low-grade $30 holes were standing on the curb laughing. Hardy, as a trail of tricks, just drove by. Harvey sat and watched 6 cars drive by. These whores were into their side conversation, and they weren't making no eye contact with potential customers. These whores were in strict violation. He strode up on them, wearing anger on his face. He hopped out of his vehicle and shouted, shut the fuck up. He grabbed the horse standing closest to him by the chin. Ain't nothing coming out of your mouth more important than what you should be putting in it. Money just rolling by, you gum bumping bitches. You bum ass bitches, get to beating your feet until the robins go tweet, tweet, tweet. The sidewalk cleared instantly as he got back into his caddy. By this time, Athena had just got out of the struggle buggy, and Harvey gestured for her to come in. She rolled up her index finger and said, I have another date waiting in the back. She dashed behind a condemned house. Meanwhile, he patted his feet against the pavement as he waited impatiently. Erica sauntered over with some crispy $50 bills in her hand. I'm rolling it in, Daddy, she smiled. Bet them other jealous bitches ain't making money like I do, Daddy. He examined her sexy, faultless stomach, tucked beneath her hot pink halter top, while he pulled out his cigarettes. Keep the stroll up, you sexy little roll up. You keep bringing me money like this, and I'm gonna banish these other underperforming bitches. Shit, I might even go out and buy you some fine threads, fancy wigs, sharp jewelry. She smiled and leaned over to kiss him. He quickly stopped by placing his open hand on her chest. Hold up, bitch. You been out sucking dick. You better not dare poke them motherfucking sperm slurpers near my face. You might be dumb, but shit, you ain't that dumb. Damn. Damn, you so mean. She winked as she wiped some secretion off her mouth. That's why I love your ass. Afterwards, she scurried off to the track. Harvey was wise enough to let a whore feel some success, and by taking money from one bitch and spend it on another, he could do just that without spending a single dime of his own. Consequently, Harvey heard a loud shriek sizzle in his ears. He watched as Athena dashed towards him, wearing nothing but total terror on her pretty pear-shaped face. She screamed, "Stop this sick pervert! Stop him!" Harvey had just struck his wooden match against the box to light a cigarette, but he darted towards his property and let the cigarette fall from the arch of his lips. Simultaneously, he observed this white nerdy trick giving her chase. It was his job to protect his horse from aggressive or unruly tricks. Harvey ran and busted the trick in the nose, then planted a thunderous uppercut to the assailant's gut. The white weirdo buckled to his knees and held his stomach with one hand and his bleeding nose with the other. He screamed, even through the cries of his muffled hand. "You broke my fucking nose, you worthless nigger pimp!" Then Harvey bitch slapped him with his ice-studded hand. He barked, "Swear, motherfucker, if you want to lay up, pay up." Afterwards, Harvey noticed some of his diamonds missing from his rings. Then he kicked the trick 1, 2, 3 times. "Fucked around and lost my diamonds because of your trick ass." The helpless John wallowed in the street, crying out, "I just want to feel some hot shit on my chest, on my face. I just want the bitch to shit on me, but she won't shit. Everyone has to shit. Why won't she just shit? I just want her to shit on me." Snot drained on his top lip as he pled. Harvey had a quizzical look on his face as he turned towards Athena. She stood there sobbing, trembling, shaking. Her arms were folded so that they would cover her perky breasts. She even crossed her legs in an attempt to hide her nakedness. While Harvey looked at her, he couldn't help but to say, "Miss Erratic Dramatic, you need to hide them motherfucking web feet." "He paid me $100 to lick up my ass, but once he realized I wiped better than he expected, he started growling and biting me in the ass. He demanded that I doo-doo. He went crazy and attacked me, ripped off my clothes and everything," she cried. Harvey's nostrils flared across his face like a raging bull. He looked around, then quickly slipped out his .38 stub nose, then flogged the John across his temple. "Oh, oh, oh, so I'm a pervert just 'cause I want to eat a little untampered asshole? I just want her to shit." The John whimpered like a wounded puppy. "I don't want to eat that dick-slaying dungeon of a pussy. No telling what's been up in there." "Well, at least you know what to expect when you eat some ass, huh?" Harvey smacked him again and made him empty his pockets, then took his money. "This is for my diamonds, punk motherfucker, and you still owe," Harvey ordered. Some passersby watched curiously until Harvey aimed his barrel in their direction and yelped, "What the fuck are you looking at?" "If it was a hog ripping off a nigga, y'all act just like Ray Charles, like you ain't see shit." He pulled Athena inside the safety of his embrace, then turned to the wailing pervert and kicked him once more for good measure. "You old musty mouth motherfucker, get a tic-tac. All these four-legged bitches running around here that can't wipe their ass, but you paying two-legged bitches not to. You one sick puppy." The trick leaped up and fled by foot. Several cars rolled by blowing their horns at Athena's enlightening figure. Harvey hurried and placed her inside of his caddy so she could warm up. He almost melted as he gazed into her walnut-colored eyes. Next time a motherfucker want to eat some of that ass, ask him if he wants some sugar or shit with it, he taunted. Seconds later, a police cruiser slid around the corner, but Harvey slipped off into the night. One step ahead of the man, as always. Chapter 8. The Foundation. Back at Takia's place. See, Takia lived right around the corner from the notorious Trop, which worked out well considering her station wagon's transmission died. Go figure. Although Takia was a swear bitch, I coached her to polish up her act. It took weeks for her to scrub down her apartments. Slowly I dug my hooks of charm and could look into her portly heart. No matter how you looked at it, her apartment was a slum. But I demanded that she keep it neat and clean. In fact, she even kept herself up as well. She kept her hair and her nails done. Plus she bathed at least twice a day. From this point, every bitch around me had to serve a purpose. This was my new foundation, and I had to build it one brick at a time. Every time Takia looked into my eyes, she seemed to be taking a romantic journey, laying yet another brick to my majestic castle. She was weak, and Mom told me how to use weak women any way I wanted to. Takia was so love-struck that it wasn't hard to convince her of anything, not to mention her very low self-esteem due to her weight problem. Low self-esteem was the most desirable ingredient that a pimp looked for in any female. All women have insecurities. Some of them just learn how to deal with them more effectively than other females do. Most guys never seem to understand that even the prettiest girl wasn't shit if she didn't feel like she was something. Why do you think the curves are littered with tons of beautiful women? Simple. Because there are a bunch of broken bitches trying to put it together while they search for their missing pieces, often pieces of their dignity. Often a pimp's approval temporarily fills that void that they're searching for. Nonetheless, I knew that the Pope was more likely to publicly sell pornos than Tika would sell pussy. Outside of an occasional trick with a fat bitch fetish, there were simply too many pretty young, cheap, strung-out whores for Tika to compete with. Let's face it, thinness is highly prized in our society, and often even thick, shapely chicks are often overlooked in preference to a long, lean, thin one. Therefore, I knew that I needed those sexy young trophies, or at least a seasoned vet who knew the tricks of the trade to compensate for the loss of her youth. Takia had her place, and the curb was not it. However, I still needed Takia because I needed use of her apartment. I had to make her feel as if she was a major part of my plans by making her feel like My plans actually included her. Pimping is art, but by the time I'm done with it, I'll have that shit down to a science. Ever since I was a little boy, Mom would cuddle me, play with my curly hair, and tell me, "Baby, you gonna be a heartbreaker. Give 'em hell every chance you get and make them love you. Make them respect you. Serve you." Your mama's heart. And if they love you half as much as I do, they'll wait on you hand and foot. If you can't use a bitch, lose a bitch. There's too many bitches out here giving their money up for some of them not to be giving it to you. Mama's words rang inside my ears, inside my heart. She had programmed me to believe that women were here to serve their man, and if a woman was not willing to serve, she has no purpose. Mama was right. As for Takia, she was very creative when it came to hairstyles. She made sure that I had the freshest finger waves in Akron. Of course, I kept my signature ponytail. I loved the fact that I had naturally curly hair, but niggas with them perms would stare burn holes through me. I had it, so why not flaunt it? Mama would be proud if she would see me now. Takia also made a nice little piece of change doing hair at Sis Trunk's salon. I thought of recruiting some bitches from the salon, but there was entirely too many drag queens that harbored there for some reason. Prison pussy, also known as he pussy, was not my specialty. I'll admit that Takia took exceptional good care of me. She fed me and ironed my clothes. Plus, she always complimented me when I was jiving around doing my dance steps, when I was in a particular good mood. In return, I'd flatter her and sometimes fuck the spit out of her. Hell, she was my biggest fan, literally. When I farted, she'd take a deep whiff, then clap, and tell me how my farts didn't even stink. The kid worked well underneath me, but now it was time for me to do bigger and better things. I had to weave my wickedness inside her heart. It was time to expand. I asked, "Takia, are you ready to really live? Are you ready to go to the top with me?" I gently queried as I shuffled my shoulders from side to side with a rhythm and a glare in my eyes. She was so taken aback by my question that she studied my eyes for vestiges of sincerity. She smiled. "I'd go anywhere with your fine ass. Why do you ask?" "Because you've been so good to me. I owe you, and I'm ready to give you the best that this world has to offer. I'm ready to drape you in diamonds and pearls, and even take you around the world." I continued with my act. "Satin dresses hanging elegantly off your back, and glass leaves on your feet. We'll all have front seats as we go see the OJs, the Temptations, the Spinners, the Dramatics, and I'll resurrect the Determinations, feature none other than the mesmerizing, energizing, show-stopping, get the panties dropping, and keep the ladies bopping, Silky." Her eyes suddenly saddened. "The only man that's ever made me feel this way. I love you so much, Silky. You haven't abandoned me after sex. You like me for me," she continued. "I know that I'm fat." A tear slid down her eyes. and that you can have any woman that you want in the world. I won't even speak on that big old elephant trunk you call a dick. I smirked and leaned closer and whispered to Kia, we can go anywhere you want. Fancy clubs, restaurants. But I paused for effect. I need your complete trust. You have to believe in me with all your heart, with every ounce of your soul. You have to know that any and everything I do is for me and for you. No matter how strange or bizarre it may sound, no matter how crazy it may seem, it's for us. Period. She softly grabbed my hand and replied, I don't know. Mom always told me to never put your trust in man. Men will always fail you. People, for that matter. She said that the only man you could trust is God. How do you spell Jesus? I asked. She started to spell it. J-E. Stop right there. J-E. Same letters the jealous begin with. And even Jesus would be jealous of a nigga like me. You are crazy. That's blasphemous. You handsome devil. I never met anyone like you. She grinned, kissed her hand and replied, and you never will. Mama's words revisited me again and echoed in my mind. Many women are weak for a fine-ass man. I don't care how much a hoe denies it. And I've seen and done it 1,000 times myself. Hoes will charge a trick for some pussy, but then take the trick's money to pay their pimp. I'm a hoe, and I'm a damn good hoe. I know what hoes want, son, and hoes want to use or be used. But not you, Silky. You gonna be God's gift to them triple backstabbing bitches. See, in the long run, can't no man bully a bitch into selling her ass. Women want to sell their ass. A whore knows that any time she gets into a car, it can be her last. Can't nobody teach a pimp how to pimp better than a hoe. Trust me, most bitches are weak, lazy seductress who enjoy employing their sexual superpower over men. At that point, I gently wrapped her bottom lip with both of my lips and sucked it softly. She closed her eyes and exhaled deeply. Her carotid artery leaped. Her right eye jumped, and her palm sweated as she caressed the back of my neck. I didn't just listen to her words, but I watched her actions, and I read her eyes. I said, trust me. Have I ever led you wrong? Aren't we here to help each other? Don't we deserve more than this? I stood up and turned around, now filled with fresh confidence. This could be the birth of a beautiful beginning. I rubbed my smooth chin, then whispered, or a bitter ending. Panic registered rapidly across her face. I, I, I don't want to lose you because I've never been this happy in my life, she stammered. Damn, Mama was right again. Moved her hands from her pudgy cheeks. Then I took my thumb and caught the hot tear sliding out the corner of her eye. Follow your heart and follow me. Just listen to me, and I'll never hurt you, I coaxed as I rubbed her hand ever so softly. I had just laid down my pimping foundation. What's next? You guessed it. Recruiting. What's next? You guessed it. Recruiting. Chapter 9. Opportunity Knocks. Later that night, after rehearsing my comeback to the pimp game and singing some sweet ballads in the shower, I got dressed up so I can go out and deal this die-hard pimping. My sapphire silk double-breasted suit was tailor-made. A slick matching brim crowned my head, but really what set it off was my black leather trench coat that hung about 6 inches above my snakeskin shoes. I was sporting some polo cologne, and as far as I was concerned, my shit didn't stink, just like Takia said. This was the first time Takia had seen me so dapper, and her eyes were filled with questions. "Where are you going?" she inquired as worry spread across her face. "Be cool, Silky. Don't snap on this big bitch," I told myself. "To do big things and to make big moves. Not now, but RFN. Right fucking now," I replied suavely. "You're coming back, aren't you?" Her eyes were riddled with sympathy. "And I love more than a weak, spineless bitch. Okay, maybe a skinny, cute, weak bitch. Um, um, let me see. I'll be back so you can shake all that your mama gave you," I jibed as I smacked her on her super wide ass. She smiled, sat down, and blew me a kiss. She knew not to push me too far. Meanwhile, I casually walked around the corner while I counted my money. That was Tika's just moments ago. I had finally mustered the trappings to knock off some whores. Knock off some whores already in the life, or better yet, to snag some young runaway pussy that I so desperately needed to come across. I carefully kept my eyes pinned out for the man. After all, I hadn't been out since the night I killed Willie Mack a few months ago. Lucky for me, Willie was just a disposable nigga, not a precious white man or a no good ass cop who would pursue a huge investigation over a mere nigger, a nigger pimp at that. Black life was cheaper than the drinks and drugs and whores that often cost black men their lives. Out of the corner of my eyes, that very moment, I noticed a dirty cop shaking down these two fine whores. He blatantly disrespected them. He strip searched them out in the open while excessively groping their titties and palming their fat asses. He even planted the barrel of his cold steel against their necks as he threatened to blow their heads off. Lastly, after searching every inch of their bras, pussies, any orifice in their body, he took every red cent he could find from them. After he took their cash, he mocked them. Then he let them go on their merry way, knowing that their hungry pimps would whip them for coming back broke. I can't say that I was any better, because I wanted to chip those bitches. but they were top-notch bitches. I needed more flash and cash before I felt comfortable enough to step to them. How can I come up on some hoes like that? Fine bitches loved fine cars. Pimps often drove fancy cars because cars said things that they didn't have to. If a guy was doing some real pimping, he'd be driving and dressing nice. So what I needed to knock off some of those top-notch whores was a fine automobile. It's time to get out and get this money so I can go out and buy the finest automobile that I can afford. Suddenly, from out of the ashes of the ghetto, a sexy, busty teen caught my eye. Teenage pussy? She was walking slowly with a stroller. A stroller on a drug-infested street? Late at night? I studied her carefully, and it wasn't hard to discern that she was sad. I walked over and asked, "What's wrong, baby doll?" She kept walking and sniveling. I continued my mission. "What does it profit for you and your baby to walk through this concrete jungle like a potential victim?" Her walking slowed down a bit. "He said I fucked his best friend, so he put me in the sun out," she sobbed. "Do you live far from here?" I asked as I tried to get some eye contact, but she dropped her head. My initial impression? She was a swear bitch, not a whore. At least not yet. "I'm from Chicago, and I don't have nowhere to go," she cried. "The only person I know here is my boyfriend. Well, ex-boyfriend, that is. What am I going to do with my baby? Where am I going to go?" Heard opportunity knocking like a motherfucker. Along came the apostle of pimping, just in time to nab this chick. "What? So he put you and your baby out on these thirsty streets with dangerous dope fiends, hardcore stick-up artists, cutthroat hoes, and even pity-free pimps?" I went on. "Look, I have a cousin that lives right around the corner. I know you don't know me, but she just loves kids, and I'm sure she wouldn't mind if you chill for a few days or so. We can help you get turned out." I grinned. I mean get turned around, but the choice is yours," I added. "Addicts know no shame, have little fear, and are full of destruction of anyone in their path, especially if they trying to get high. I would hate to see you and this cute little baby be in that path." She looked down at her precious little child and smiled ruefully. A thousand thoughts of its safety must have flooded her mind. However, she didn't respond verbally. Meanwhile, I studied her eyes, pulse, and even watched her fingers and toes for tapping or any type of nervous twitch. Where was her weakness? I looked in the crib and had a pretty good idea that I had found it. I asked, "What's your baby's name?" "Devin," she replied, and at that very moment she began to cry. "And your name is?" I asked sinfully. She handed him a nearly empty bottle of milk. Then I grabbed her hand, bent down on one knee, and began to sing. "Hey there, lonely girl, lonely girl. I was quite impressed at how smooth and crisp my tenor landed on her ears. After all, I hadn't sang to anyone live in months. Tears poured down her face and seemed to rinse away some of the pain and frustration. One of the two fine whores I had seen earlier clapped their hands and whistled at me. I still had the vocals and the charm. Come on, let's get him out of this night air, I coached. I eyed her closely as she began to push the stroller. She was definitely a vain man's definition of a woman. She had a deep rye complexion and lips that would make a priest want to feel her liquid fire. Her hips were rounded and her waistline was remarkably narrow. The ass was an engine of lewdness. She walked a few steps behind me, but I could feel the caution from her eyes pressing against the back. But I could feel the caution of her eyes pressing against my back before she said shyly, "You have an astounding voice." I used to sing with a local group called the Determinations, but the only thing we seemed to be determined to do was self-destruct. There was too many egos clashing, too little practice, too many women distracting the guys, too much dope and not enough hope. I still have dreams of having a successful group, I answered gleefully. Really? I wish I could have seen you perform with your group. She paused for a moment. Are those your real eyes? I've never seen a caramel complexioned man with blue eyes. I've never seen any black man with blue eyes for that matter. I turned around and pulled her chin closer to me, then leveled our eyes so that we can look directly into each other's eyes. You tell me. She squinted, smiled, and said, That's crazy. But it's not like they would be fake or something like that anyway. I guess it was a stupid question. I replied, No stupid questions, only stupid answers. Afterwards, we arrived at Takia's apartment. Then we both walked in. Takia's eyes were like burning torches of fury as she witnessed Jackie enter with me. She leaped off her couch wearing her mismatching bra and dingy granny panties. Takia looked like a sumo wrestler in drag. Silky, what the fuck are you doing? She screamed as she put her tight fist on her flabby hip. I quickly turned to Jackie and said, Have a seat. There's a little misunderstanding. Jackie looked puzzled, but took a seat as I marched Tika into the bedroom. Tika pouted, and her eyes were vengeful. She sneered with watery eyes. Why did you bring that little bitch into my house? I paused and just stared at her size 8X ass. Then I barked, Look, didn't I tell you to trust me, hefty hoe? Who the fuck are you to question me? You don't even know who she is. She could be my sister for all you know. But your big, fat, jealous ass is jumping to conclusion. I grabbed her by the square of her fat chin. And your big, fat ass can't afford to be jumping to shit or jumping on shit. I told you I had big moves to make. Her eyes fought to hold on tight to her tears. Silky, she's not your sister. How dare you bring spare pussy into my house? I thought we were together. I stood directly in her face and whispered in her ear, "Are you gonna sell some of that fat ass pussy for me? Because I don't mind giving Porky Pig a wig and a pussy popping gig. You dig?" I continued. "Either she stays, or I can leave you alone in this fucking pig pen. If you fuck with me, you gon' fuck with me on my terms, period." I stared directly into her eyes. "Now come again. Look at me very closely. I got enough charm to set off an alarm. I'm Silky, and I can have any bitch I please. Any bitch. Now ask yourself, what the fuck can your fat ass do for me? I'm a pusher. I push pussy. I'm a flat back captain, and I got a ship to sail. So, do you want to be a part of this project or not?" A stream of hot tears dripped down her pudgy face. "You're a pimp?" she cried. "I had no idea you were a pimp. Oh my God." It was my time to shine as I stared stone faced. "Now that you do know, don't ever fucking question me in front of a prospective employee again. In fact, bitch, don't ever question me at all. This may not be a castle, but damn it, I'm the king." I could tell that she felt the evil of my eyes piercing through her soul. Then I shoved her onto the bed, stumped out of the room. The entire apartment was disturbed from the vibration of it all. Jackie glanced up at me and asked, "There isn't a problem, is it? I don't want any trouble." Innocence hung off her face, but that would all soon change. I replied, "Nah, my chunky ass cousin thinks she be running shit, but the only thing she runs is to the fridge." Jackie timidly asked, "Your cousin ain't gonna be mad at me, is she?" I lied, "Of course not. Long as there's food in the cupboard, she's happier than being the only hooker in Harlem." Meanwhile, Devin was crying so hard that I took his empty bottle that Jackie insisted on trying to pacify him with and filled it up with some warm milk. I was amazed at how hard and fast he sucked the nip on that bottle. Jackie belched him, and he fell right to sleep. I remember how Mama always talked about how spoiled I was as a baby. I looked down at the cute little chocolate fellow. He was quite adorable. However, he was not nearly adorable enough for me to give any mercy to his mama or her pussy. Mama told me to use a bitch or lose a bitch, and I intended to use the fuck out of this bitch. Subsequently, I walked into Kia's room, jerked the blanket off of her bed, then walked back in the front room and handed it to Jackie to cover him up with. "You can sleep on the couch," I said. I figured that I would reel her in by playing the perfect gentleman and show no apparent sexual interest in her, which would only intensify her attraction to me. I asked, "Would you like something to drink or something to eat?" One thing for certain, Takia may not have a pot to piss in, but I know her fat ass got something to eat. "Well, thanks," she replied. "Don't be shy with your cute ass. You'll go hungry," I joked. "Thanks for everything. It's so nice, she added, and I'm so many other things you'll never imagine, I thought to myself. You're very welcome. By the way, you have a fine looking child. He's almost as handsome as you are cute, I flirted. She responded with a toothy smile. I winked at her, then returned to the bedroom with the woolly mammoth, Takia. Takia was sadly slumped on the edge of the bed, with her pudgy face trapped in the palm of her hands. Afterwards, I sat beside her and massaged the nape of her chunky, sweaty neck. Why did you hurt me, Silky? You promised you wouldn't, she moped. You said that you would trust me, but you don't. You didn't even give me the benefit of the doubt. You thought it was about some pussy, but it's about some money. I'm not a trick. It's never about the pussy. I need $500 this very minute, right now. Do you have it? No, but neither does she. She doesn't even have a place to stay, Takia sobbed. See, that's where you're wrong, I whispered. She's got a $50 per pop pussy. A pussy that can be popped and purchased all day and all night. She can give away that pussy and walk away with the same amount. A two-legged bank. And she asked innocently, are you really gonna pimp that young girl? She's just a baby with a baby, Silky. I looked Takia in her eyes with an arctic glare and snapped, as sure as the Japs bombed Pearl Harbor. She ain't no baby. She got a baby. I don't give a fuck if she's only 14. She's fucking, ain't she? These stupid young bitches give away more pussy for free than these old hoes sell. There was a heaviness, other than the weight, on Tatika's face that hovered over her. Silky, you're using me too, aren't you? No, I'm merely trying to help you, but you're too stupid to see the big picture. You're on that typical swear shit. One man with one chick shit. You don't think that I know what's good for you, but I know what's right for the both of us. I'll teach you how to keep your eyes on the prize and how to follow my lead. I'll fulfill your every need. Hey, I'm not putting you out on the track. You get to eat off the sweat of another bitch's back. She canted her hot flesh against mine. She sobbed. Why did you call me those mean names? Why, Silky, if you really care about me? Why does a parent chastise a child? Because they love them. And even though the child doesn't realize it at that time, they'll later discover that they needed it. Takia, I remember when my mama would beat the fuck out of me. I'd cry and cry because I was a mama's boy, you know. She would slap me down to the ground. And when I asked her why she had so many boyfriends, or why did she make all those faces and noises when men would be behind her on top of her, as I got older, I understood that I had to stay in the child's place, even though at the time I only had a child's mind. But damn, I missed that woman. I missed the fact the way she used to check me and teach me. Now let me ask you a question. You wouldn't question me if you really trusted me. Now would you? She sniveled. I guess you're right. Are you going to leave me? I had to sell Takia on this act. She had the upper hand and had not a clue. The only thing I want to leave is poverty. I'm tired of rats and roaches. I'm ready for rubies and brooches. I want to travel to Cancun. I want to travel to Cancun and go from there to the moon. I got direction. I can make your dreams into reality. Just watch. You'll see. You're looking at the next Marvin Gaye. Only sexier, I boasted. Serious? She perked up just a bit. I grabbed my crotch. As sure as this is a neck full, she smiled and moved closer, then grabbed it softly. Mm-hmm. Can I have a refill? Oh, fuck. I wanted to put my big foot in my big ass mouth. Whoever said pimping was easy. I gotta do what I gotta do, right? I thought to myself. Then I whispered, bend that big sexy ass over. But be quiet. You're supposed to be my cousin. According to her eyes, she wanted to gripe. But I suspect that her pussy was so thankful to be serviced that she thought better of it. Then I started to slap mad scandal pole to her from behind. She grabbed the pillow, then bit and grunted down into it so that it could muffle her moans. I was digging deep inside this well of a woman. It was being pounded from behind. She held back the fact that she had did Silky the ultimate favor with a dirty homicide detective who just happened to have a fat bitch fetish. In fact, she initially thought he was being funny until she noticed his stiff 2 inches of pecker poking in her direction. After he spelled out his terms, she gave him a blowjob and told him that Silky had fled to New York. The homicide detective, who knew she was lying, promised to forward the false lead and told her to be available if or when he needed her services again. Although feeling Silky inside of her made her feel so good, she felt so bad knowing that he didn't have any affection for her. Silky didn't even realize Takia was already turning tricks for him. Quite frankly, I was utterly ashamed that my dick could maintain an erection in this bear of a bitch. Her bulky, flabby back fluttered as I jackhammered her intestines. The whole 5 minutes I was fucking her, I was envisioning myself fucking Jackie's little fine ass. My next move was to place Jackie in the trenches on my payroll. Want to see what potent pimping is all about?
Harvey's hit. 3 weeks later, Harvey was cruising around, grooving to the sounds of the mighty OJ's hit backstabbers, while he talked on his bulky mobile phone and made rounds on his track. From a distance, he noticed a big brute flagging him down, standing in front of the trap. By the time he pulled into the parking lot, he realized that it was Bullet by his trademark pan face and top four missing teeth. Harvey casually rolls down his window. "What's up, Bullet?" Replies, "Not much. I'm thirsty as fuck for some action. My engine locked up on my Nova. Plus, I lost $700 last night. Now I'm butt broke. Please tell me you got a nigga for me to split. Somebody has been ducking you or been trying to raise up against you. I know they have. Let me go ahead and put an end to them." Harvey threw up his hands. "Man, it's been real fucked up since my brother Willie got shot by that bitch ass nigga. I don't know why ain't nobody dropped salt on this slug ass nigga. Bring that pretty little blue eyed nigga to me. I'll see what I can put together for you." Bullet replied, "Today's newspaper said that the key suspect of that bar shooting, they said they believe fled the state." "Man, what that newspaper says. Some shady ass hogs probably provided that info. What are the streets saying? You know they don't give a fuck about who killed my pimp ass brother. I want some get back on that punk motherfucker that ended my brother." King Harvey played with his fancy diamond ring. "Have to lay low, 'cause you know these hogs been sweating my hoes. It's getting costly to do business here. Hell, once I get that nigga to kill my brother, I'm headed to Chicago, New York. I done had to bail out my bitches 3 times, twice this week." Sigh. "Anybody else that I can crack for you? Man, I'm so thirsty out this bitch. Sheesh. I lost my job and shit. My godfather fired me, all because the cash drawers came up short a few thousand a few times." Harvey adjusted his diamond ring once more. "Just a few thousand? A few times? Man, fucking with me? Your first time would have been your last time. What, you took one too many punches and someone done blinded your big ass? Your counting and calculating is off like a motherfucker. Stick to the brute shit. Let me handle that brain shit," Harvey giggled. Clearly annoyed, Bullet frowned and brushed off Harvey's criticism by smacking his lips and saying, "Whatever, nigga." Noticing that Bullet was annoyed, Harvey changed his tune and said, "Please find that sucker, man, to murder my brother in cold blood. I gotta bust back on this generic, no-name, reputationless ass nigga. I mean, really, this nobody ass nigga come out of nowhere and just kill my motherfucking brother? Fuck that. The Mac brothers are not going out like that." Harvey backed up his Cadillac, then drove hastily off without saying another word. Looking totally confused, Bullet stood there holding both of his arms up in the air. Like, damn, man, you just gonna pull off?
Feeling dismayed, Bullet walked into the trap.
And little did he know, I was sitting there at the bar getting right. I was sipping on some gin and juice, trying to chip this feisty hoe named Terica. Her creamy skin was smooth like butter. She had light green cat eyes, which was my cue. "Why don't you come on to my stable and pay me to pry this tiger taming cable off you? Stop being a looker when you can come be a hooker. My hooker," I taunted. "I'm with Harvey Mack, and he ain't having that. In fact, I best be heading back," she retorted and quickly turned away. I thought, Harvey Mack, motherfucker, ain't that something? Pimping is all about you, baby. This ain't no illusion. I'm about cold cash, not confusion. He's out to break you, but I'm out to make you, I quipped. This pimping will make you $1 billion bitch doing $1 billion shit. Let me show you. Show me what? How to let your pussy make you a better bitch. Trust me, you got plenty of room for improvement. She grinned sinfully and turned back around in my direction. What can you make me? Harvey keeps at least 10 or 20 grand in his pocket daily. So, you know the routine. You gotta come out the pocket to knock this. You, you sound like the phenomenal comic, I continued. Bitches pay for the privilege of my consultancy. Baby, you look good, but I can make you look better. There was a mirror a few steps away. I instructed, come here. See how great you'll look standing next to this ultra pimp. With me, you will be the envy of both the low end and high end whores. All these bitches in Ohio will be sick with sadness that you on my elbow. She smiled and walked next to me as I put my arm around her so that she could see our glamorous reflection. My charm had her. Now she was in my grasp. I asserted, in fact, break yourself for being out the pocket. I grabbed her arm and turned her around so I could see if she had any money in her possession. Terica was a seasoned whore. She knew the rules of the game, and being in another pimp's face when you belong to another pimp is a major no-no. So, in honor of the game, it was my job to check this bitch. I continued. You bragging about what's in his pocket, and you don't even know what's in mine. But you know how money feel, baby. Do you know how it feels to keep a pimp up? Before she could answer, I replied, by keeping dicks down, by being a down ass bitch. Ain't no business like whole business. Take this pass. Yeah, take it. Take this pass to some first class pimping, and you'll see exactly what you've been missing. Where the fuck you been? I need to holler at you. I thought you said your name was Laylo, rasped Terica as she eased her money back into her bra. I turned to look him in the face and winked at him, then turned back to leave her with some parting words. Don't even trip, honey dip. I'm the captain of this ship. I'm different things to different people. I meet motherfuckers where they at because everyone is not on my level. In the meantime, you just worry about transforming from Terica to Miss Motherfucking America. From the under bitch to the wonder bitch. I bet that I can make that pussy a prime max at. I'm the eye in the sky, and I'm watching you, baby girl. I jive with my quick, slick lines. Bullet nudged me with great urgency, so I turned to him and yielded my attention. He leaned over and whispered in my ear, you must be fucking crazy. Don't you know this is Harvey Strip? And that nigga wanna kill you, man. My eyes expanded. Give me a split. I walked over to Terica and planted a killer kiss on her lips, then reached in her bra and removed the cash that was owed to me. I got a big nut that I can't wait to bust on your big butt. But shit will be greater later. Daddy got big moves to make and numbers to take. Go on and start the show. Let me sit back and watch you play. This is how she ho. and batted her long eyebrows. Whatever, baby boy. What's up under this skirt will make you spend money, she laughed. I walked towards Bullet, but turned around to say, what's under that skirt will make me some money. This pimpin' will leave you dizzy from being so motherfucking busy. Don't you know that horn? For me, it's like eating pussy. Terica seemed to be baffled. Terica seemed to be baffled and replied, how is that? I fired back. If you don't watch what you're doing with your tongue, you end up in some shit. She smiled, shook her head in amusement, then walked off to the tracks. I slipped her proceeds into my pocket. Subsequently, Bullet and I decided to slip out the side door. I was alarmed with the information he gave me. For months, I had been parading around in enemy territory. I couldn't believe it all this time, that I'd been nested in a lion's den. I should have known better anyway. Hargy got rogue cops on his payroll. The reason that you are not on their primary target list is because you are a primary target on his list. Harvey wants your head. That nigga's gonna kill you. He paused before continuing. Unless you kill him first. King Harvey got it locked up over here. King Harvey. Kill me? I thought. Isn't that a bit extreme? I questioned. Silk, you killed his brother. You think that's being a bit extreme? No, I paused. Calling that nigga king is extreme. Stop kidding. This is serious, Silky. I covered for you down at Big Bob's by tossing your pistol in the canal. But these niggas, they live by to do their doctrine. And they'll die by it. Nigga, they want blood. Your blood, he emphasized. My stomach was overflowing with nervousness. But Bullet, I killed his brother. What else could I expect? I confessed half-heartedly. Domino gases bubbled in the back of my throat. Bullet replied, man, that shit was self-defense. Hell, he had the entire barrel shoved up in your nose, and that's why I looked out for you. What do you think he's gonna do with that gun shoved in your face? That nigga was trying to chomp you, man, right in front of your bitch. He didn't have any respect for you. Fuck him. I never liked the bastard in the first place. I think he's so damn smart. Whatever the case, I'm busted, dusted, and disgusted. I need a quick come up. A real come up. Bullet was looking out for me, and I had to make it a priority to look out for him. I only had $200 that I just took from Terica, so I gave him $100. Split it right down the middle, because that's what true partners do for each other. Bullet had my back, and I had his as well. Here, Bullet, this is half of what I took. I offered. I kept thinking about Terica's sexy ass. It wasn't sexual, it was financial. It's been well noted in the pimp code, purse first and ass last. None of that Charlie shit here. However, as far as business, she had all the perfect dimension to keep a man's attention. But her biggest flaw was her messy mouth. I can't stand a loudmouth bitch. That lets her ignorance get in the way of making my money. Wonder what mama would say about this kind of bitch. Silky, Bullet rasped to get my attention because I had drifted off into deep thought. pull yourself together. I really appreciate this C note. By tonight, it'll be 500. You'll see. I'm about to bubble up, bro. I'm a gambling ass hustler. He's back. I'm about to bubble up on these bitches, nigga. I laughed out loud. I'm the apostle of pimping. He searched my face momentarily and said, why not bubble up on the competition? Why don't we rob and split Harvey? Don't just hit the competition. Profit from it. I know you down for some do dirt shit. Split or be split? That's the question. I rubbed my chin and gave it some thought. My mouth felt like it was full of cotton. My palms leaked. Perspiration. Here he was talking about taking somebody's life like it was just taking out the trash. I already had one body beneath my belt, but it was hardly premeditated. All I wanted to do was pimp and profit from these stupid bitches, not get caught up in all this gangster shit. I was not a pistol grip pimp, just an intelligent, trailblazing, highly handsome, enormously talented, hypnotizing, mesmerizing, iron backbone, show stopping, get the pussy popping, tiger taming, donkey dick having, mind colonizing, smooth talking, cool walking, money making Mac. It's simple as that. Then a chill numbed me, and it dawned on me that I could crush two ravens with one rock, knock off Terica and Harvey in one stroke. I could simply hunt the hunter and rid myself of the competition, just like Bullet suggested. Hey, if I'm gonna be the king of Pussy Patrol, then heads gotta roll, right? I asked rhetorically. And already took it to Willie, so I know you got that raw dog in you. Bro, you big timing out here. Why sign up to be in second place? Harvey ain't got no love for us, so why should we have any love for him? He went on. Hell, you gave me half of your dough just on the strength. And to be honest, you don't even know me all like that. But for that simp Harvey, I done cracked many junkies and hustlers that owed him money. Hell, that's how I lost two of these four missing teeth, Bully replied as he lifted his upper lip and fully revealed his naked ass gums. Harvey even tried to have me bang on some of his ex-hoes, but I ain't into putting my hands on women. You know, I love to bang, bro. That's why I ain't got no teeth. He paused and smiled. And that's why the brothers in the hood call me Bullet, because they know that's what it'll take to stop me from stomping potholes in motherfuckers. Harvey ain't nothing but a spineless, pistol packing pimp. Without that pistol, he ain't shit. Nothing but a pump. Bullet, you always been cool. You know, I see you way back in the day when my mom used to take me to the bar. But the other night, when that shit went down with Willie, you looked out for me by ditching that gun so that I could skip out that night, man. And I got mad love for you. I smirked as I picked my teeth with a toothpick. Then I said, what would Bob, what would Bob Marley say? I smirked. I picked my teeth with a toothpick, then said, "What would Bob Marley say?" Bullock shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know." Then I finished the statement by singing with a fake Jamaican accent. No weapon, no case. No weapon, no case. Hey, hey. No weapon, no case. Hey, 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 hey. Bullet laughed out loud, and to see his nearly naked mouth made me laugh with him as well as at him. However, Bullet was right. Akron wasn't big enough for the both of us. Why should I be the one always looking over my shoulder? Surely, a successful pimp like Harley has more enemies than friends. Any nigga in the hood with money did. Pimps like Harvey and I enjoy rubbing everyone's nose in shit and letting them take a whiff of our success. To be completely honest, I was nowhere near Harvey's pimp status. In another world, perhaps, Harvey and I would be the best of friends. Maybe he would even teach me a thing or two about bull pimping. But I killed his brother. There was no coming back for that. There was no patching this hole up. We would be enemies to the bitter end. Rise always required a fall. Unsurprisingly, Bull and I plotted to catch Harvey this Friday night, when business is usually booming and profits are sky high. We didn't just want to kill him, but we wanted to catch him with a pocket full of money. Compliment a big loose mouthed Erica. We knew that he carried between 10 and 20 grand on average. This is one of the few reasons why it's so important to have a tactful, quiet home. Terica had made a mark of her man by putting a big old target on his back. Too often, whores knew details and secrets about their pimps, but Mama had schooled me very well in that area. I kept my whores on a total need to know basis. If they didn't need to know, they didn't know. Period. Tina taught me about it, even letting them know something simple about stash locations. Various details on the way back to Takia's apartment. Then a brilliant idea struck the shit out of me. I needed Bullet to put his well-tested banging abilities to work. Bullet, when I step in here, I need you to rock me up a bit and pretend that you outright pissed with me, pissed enough to kill me. I suggested as I nudged him. Be convincing as fuck. Bullet looked confounded. Are you sure? Because I can make it look convincing than a motherfucker. Yes. I nodded yes. And that was all it took to convince him. When we got back to Takia's place, he slammed me against the front door hard. Too hard. Shit. I was completely convinced. Once Jackie ran and opened the door, he pushed me inside the door to throat slam me on the carpet. Blue-eyed bitch built nigga, don't make me kill you. Don't let this pale face fool you. He scowled. He certainly made it look good. And my back was also convinced, because it was aching like a motherfucker. Certainly had the girls fooled, because my ribs and back were totally bruised. Well, I did tell him to make it look convincing. He stood over me, then kicked the shit out of me and smirked ruefully before he turned out the door and exited. At this point, I didn't have to act like I was hurting. I was hurting like a motherfucker as I rolled on the ground. Maybe this wasn't a brilliant idea. Kia held Devin tightly to her enlarged breast while Jackie kneeled down to tend to me. They cried out simultaneously, "Are you okay?" Jackie touched me softly on the face, with concern carved in her eyes. It was a wonderful sign of weakness. Great, I thought. Jackie looked better and more tempting each and every day. Her perfume was a pleasant melody to my nostrils, and her wanton curls that hung past her ears fascinated my eyes.
Following on the floor, I caressed the arch of her back, and inadvertently, her plump rear end. Her ass was fat enough to sprint with a coffee mug sitting on top of it. Silky, what's wrong with that damn albino ape? I'm sorry. I really shouldn't have thought apes like that. That disgusting animal. Jackie's eyes twirled in curiosity. I'll be all right, I grunted. It was my moment to display an Oscar-worthy performance. Takia rocked Devin to sleep, and Raph, who was that big, ugly white motherfucker? No, I can't stand white people. He had me scared senseless, added Jackie. Me too, asserted Takia. He's a big boy. Well, big creature. Look who's talking, I thought. That's Bullet. I was boss some long dough. As you can see, he's the henchman. He followed me from the hi-hat, pressed the pistol against my back, and slammed me into the front door. He said he's gonna kill everyone in this house if I don't come up with his cash. Maybe hearing the baby cry sparked a little mercy. But if I don't come up with $4,000, that's our asses. Our asses, uttered Takia, as fear hung off her chubby face. See, that's exactly why I don't fuck with white people. $4,000? That's wide-eyed Jackie. By when, Silky? I had both of these broads right where I wanted them. By this Friday. So, come hell or high water, I have to have it. I lied. Where do you plan on getting $4,000 from within 2 days, Silky? Inquired Jackie. Seconds later, Takia walked over and said, I got $35, and you're welcome to every dime. Meanwhile, Takia felt guilty because a detective came by earlier to collect on his debt by way of sexual services. The detective showed her the newspaper that stated, suspect fled state with no positive ID. So, he had did as he said, but she felt so guilty for sucking him off, even though it was to protect Silky. Deep down inside, I smiled because I knew her words and timing were perfect. I painted the most pitiful look that I could muster. Then I said, if only everyone was concerned and helpful as you, Takia, I wouldn't have this problem. Takia thought, if only you knew how true that was. Yet she didn't say a word. Jackie, now sated with guilt, spoke up. Silky, you have been wonderful to both my child and me. I don't know where I would be if Takia and you didn't let me stay in your home. I may be dead, strung out on drugs or anything by now. So if there's anything I can do, please tell me. Anything. Mama was more than a whore. She was a genius. The pity party trap in motion. Please, Jackie, don't say things that you don't truly mean, I replied sullenly. Takia remained silent, but her eyes cursed me heavily as she tensed her jaws. I mean it, Silky, with all my heart. Just ask me, and I'll do whatever it takes. Really, she confuted. I slowly stood up and dusted myself off. Then I asked, can I please speak to you in private? She shook her head yes and followed me into Takia's dusty bedroom. Takia patted Devin on his back and cut her eyes suspiciously at me. I softly closed the door behind Jackie. Then I examined her every gesture. I said, Jackie, since the night we met, I've always wanted you. I sat down on the edge of the bed and gently touched her hand. Then she sat down beside me with this quizzical look on her face. I studied every inch of her body, every vein, every artery. I noticed that you stare at me from time to time, but you've always been a perfect gentleman, so I didn't think you were even interested in me. The truth is, I want you, all of you, not just your body, Jackie. That's why I borrowed this money from a loan shark, so that I could make you and Devin safe and secure. I grimaced in pain as my ribs ached. I continued, so I could be the man that his father wasn't, stand by your side and always be there for you. I wanted to give you the stability no one had ever given you. I gambled trying to do good on the loan, but I lost every single dime. Damn. I thought about Mama's horrible death and what she meant to me. Within a tenth of a second, my eyes clouded with real tears. I meditated on the saddest day of my life, when that triple-crossing bitch stabbed and killed my mama. Oh, how I really miss my mama, her wisdom and her wit. Mama always told me to never trust these bitches, because these bitches were too weak, too easily conned, too selfish, and most of all, too sneaky. I kept hearing her say, use them, Silky, or lose them. Naturally, my blue eyes watered even more. Jackie's eyes were stepping inside of mine, and they were yearning to console me. And I needed to be consoled by placing a contract on her soul. Will she sign it is the question. Silky, I think you're very handsome, very funny. Devin likes you, but I get so tense when I'm around you. My insides shake. But how on earth can I help you? I slowly stood up, wiped the tear off my cheek, turned my back to her. That's the hard part, Jackie. Do you really believe that I have your best interests at heart? Do you think I want what's best for you and your son? I queried and waited for an answer, but her expression spoke first. Yeah, you always have. But what does that have to do with me helping you out of this terrible bind that you're in? I embraced her hand and got down on one knee. Just like the first day we met. Then I replied, I want to make this world your empire. Look at me. Look in these blue eyes. I wish that I didn't let my foolish pride get in the way of telling you before I got my ass in a snag. Jackie, I want to give you everything that your heart desires. I want to keep you and Devin safe. He deserves a good life, doesn't he? I want to take you from Bel Air to New York Times Square, from New Orleans to the Philippines, from Cameroon to the moon. But Silky, she interjected, placed my index finger on her soft lips and continued, I want to make you my queen and shower you with true love, diamond rings and silver things, even suck on the bottom of your feet. And if they smell like corn chips, I'll still say they smell sweet. She blushed hard and smiled. Silky, you're so crazy. But just tell me what you want me to do and I'll do it. I'll do it. I paused, sighed. Then I gazed into her eyes as I returned to my feet. Really? Because you wouldn't be doing this for me. You'd be doing this for both of us. Do what, Silky? Just spit it out. She smiled gleefully. These were so full of fantasy and bliss. But not for long. I placed my hand on my lower aching back and stated, I need you to hustle for us. Turn dates for us. It's the fastest way for me to repay off my debt. The only way. And if you work with me and trust me, I'll place the world at the arch of your feet. I promise. Her smile must have fell on the bed before she sprang off of it. She yelled, do you want me to sell my pussy for you? Fire burnt in her eyes, and tightness of her face let me know that she was beyond miffed. But I instantly flipped the script. I was determined to pop her lock. First I shoved her back down, then pressed my index finger against her forehead. I don't want you to do shit for me, but I do expect you to be a woman of your word. You stood here right before my face just seconds ago and said that you would do anything. Hell, I'm not asking you to commit murder. Forcefully canted her head up by the tip of her chin. You already confessed that you didn't know where you would be if it was not for me. How were you going to feed Devin? Shit, everyone fucks. It's part of life. And evidently you didn't mind giving some pussy up to some sorry-ass nigga that abandoned you and your child in the streets. Not to mention, you fucked his best friend. Because that's what ungrateful bitches do. But you're too good to sell some pussy? So tell me this. How many men have you ever fucked? Don't lie. She dropped her head and remained silent. Don't plead the fifth. Answer my question. I raised my voice. And look at me when I'm talking to you. She answered, I've been with 5 guys. Bitch, I asked how many niggas have you fucked in your lifetime, not how many niggas have you fucked last year. You too fine for someone not to have talked you out of some of that pussy. Come on now. Well, I'm a little embarrassed, she confessed. I've been with 11 guys, which let me know that the bitch probably been with at least 20 guys. Even whores lie about the amount of dick they had because they know lower mileage pussy has greater value. I said, you will give pussy away by the pound, huh? Only thing worse than a bum ass bitch is a stupid, dumbass bum bitch. My words tore into her like termites. Wood, slow and deliberate. I could see the thought process on her face. Suddenly, her yellow face became ruddy, and tears erupted from her eyes. I can't do that, Silky. I'm not selling my pussy. I'm just not that kind of girl. I don't do that nasty shit, she cried. I was ready to bite down and tear into her soul like a bloodthirsty pit bull. So I used the lock and shake method. I jerked her by the shoulders and shook her violently. Oh, I see. You can eat, sleep, shower, and shit for absolutely free while putting my life on the line to give you a better one. You bring your stupid ass down here from Chicago with some lame ass nigga that dumps you like mop water. Him and his boy play hopscotch in your pussy. Yet I stick my neck out on the line for you, and this is how you repay me? By saying fuck me? By this time, I had quit shaking her, and she cried even harder than before. It's not like that, Silky, she sobbed. I'll get a job, I'll cook, I'll clean around the house, anything but. It was Takia peeking in, but I shot her a nasty look, and she couldn't close that door fast enough. Then I continued my mental mauling. Bitch, you went from you'll do anything to anything but. You should have been cooking and cleaning. You know rent costs money. And you sure ain't blind. You see how nasty this house is at times. But now, the only way you'll help around this house is to sell pussy up out of it. Time to serve notice, bitch. I knew that I had to create a comfort zone, a dependency zone for her. Furthermore, I knew that if she didn't want to return to those empty ghetto streets with her little baby, not to mention enemies like me, she'd do what she needed to do. I had made her a dependent zombie, just like welfare has done to millions of American moms in this so-called great nation. Jackie was a young single mom who was naive and homeless. She felt helpless and obligated to me. These wonderful attributes were a desire in a future hoe. I, I just can't, she stuttered as a thread of mucus clung to the bridge of her nose. What? You don't have to. Just get your son and your high and mighty ass the fuck out of here. Takia interjected. Silky, it's dangerous out there, especially for the baby. Not now, but RMN, right motherfucking now. Since you can't get some direction here, get it elsewhere, I roared. Ironically, now she was down on her knees with salty tears, smearing the makeup on her pretty face. Silky, please, please don't put us out. We have nowhere else to go, she sobbed. I didn't put you out. Your lack of participation did. Bitch, you're dead weight. And quite frankly, you don't give a fuck about me. So why should I give a flying fuck about you? I went on. You're some sorry bitch that's afraid to face the pangs of the game of life. You're more worried about what they are going to say or think about you. But what are they going to do when you broke, when your baby hungry? I don't have time or use for no worthless ass, self-centered, bum ass bitch. They didn't help you. I did. But that concrete jungle out there, it's going to swallow you. And it's got a shallow grave with you and that little fucker Devin's name on it. The streets will make a believer of you. My life is on the line, bitch. You worried about being a good girl. I'll be good and dead before you know it. You'll be back out here passing out pussy. Her hands were cuffed around her face. She was bawling like you wouldn't believe. Her pretty face was now distorted with disbelief. I mugged her by the side of her head. Bitch, get the fuck away from me. Your worthless freebie pussy. Please, 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 she sobbed. She groveled. Bitch, I ain't James Brown, so don't give me that please, please, please shit. You might as well get a cardboard and write, we'll fuck for free. Because that's all you do. That's all you know. And that's all you've ever done. I sneered as I slowly turned the doorknob. I could hear her take a deep breath, then a dry gulp. I'll do it, she sniffled and wiped her face. I'll do it for you. I spun around. This ain't for me. It's for us. This is a mere investment on your behalf. You're doing this for you and your son, so you won't become maggot meat, bitch. She smeared her makeup. Even more, she wiped the salty tears from her face. For a split, she reminded me of Tina. That very instant, I knew that I had Jackie exactly where I wanted her, at her weakest point. I stepped before her and unzipped my pants. Since you said that you're going to work, show me what you're working with. I jerked her by her hair hard and pressed her dry, salty lips against my half-erect dick. Then she reluctantly yawned her mouth and slipped it beneath her tongue. Afterward, she closed her eyes, painfully slurped away. I really got a big kick out of watching my full erection disappear and reappear in and out of her jaws. From the rhythm, I could tell that her lips were no virgin to dick sucking, because no hoe can handle a dick like this on her first try. As her hot mouth devoured my stiffness, I caught a case of lock ass and viciously nutted inside her mouth, squeezed her head and yelped, swallow. It's much more profitable, so get used to it. After she was finished blowing me, I slung her across the bed, ripped off her panties, then brutally busted up her young birth canal. I made sure she knew I was dead serious. Once I was finished, she laid quietly across the bed with a blank expression. I tossed the ripped panties in her face. Slut, clean up. You've been served notice. You were happy to use me. Now the shoe is on the other foot. She ruefully removed her panties off her face. Why are you treating me like this? I'm going to do it, she sobbed. Your young dumb ass had to think twice about helping yourself and your son. I'm going to have the world with or without you. There's always a pretty weak bitch willing to be under my wings. I certainly hope that you're wise enough to see that I'm giving you some direction. I continued. I want you out in the trenches in the shortest, teeny weeny mini skirt that you can find. No panties. I want it short enough to scratch and sniff and get a whiff of pure pussy. I watched a hot tear slide off her nose onto the dirty floor. Okay, Silky, she replied and stood up with her shoulders slumped. The money comes directly to me, and if you take time to read the serial number on the bill, you've had my money too fucking long. In fact, you could turn dates right here in this room. I went on. When a trick comes, he goes. We sell lust, not love. If he ain't paying, then he ain't staying. You did? Don't make me have to turn street business into blood business. Her head in compliance. Fortunately, I was nice enough to take advantage of her disadvantages, not to mention her lack of experience. Afterwards, I ran into the bathroom, washed off my long, sticky dick and musty balls. As I stared into the mirror, I had almost forgotten just how handsome I was. But if that mirror on the wall, could reflect my inner ugliness and all, it would shatter the entire building. My mind was a motherfucking machine, and I could control my emotions like a water faucet, on and off in an instant. The night fell, sat on the front porch, and monitored Jackie strolling up and down the sidewalk. She switched in exaggerated fashion, as I instructed her to do. I felt so proud to see my product being marketed right before my very eyes. Within 5 minutes, her first bag bit. He rolled down the window and said, "What's up, baby?" Then Jackie pulled up her miniskirt, smacked her naked pussy lips, and replied, "That dick won't be for much longer." She was a natural. She gestured for him to pull over and come inside. As soon as he stepped foot on the porch, I put my hand out for the fee. He was in his early 20s. She tugged on the trick's tie and guided him inside. I was so proud of her, but even more proud of myself. I knew that she had whore running in her blood all along. In my opinion, all women got a little hoe in them. Hell, my mama was a stone hoe. Women are especially suspect for hoeing if the environment is fertile for the growth of self-degradation. I know how to nurture a female's atmosphere. Plus, I got the right pimping to bring any bitch to her fullest whore potential. Service or trick, I thought about how young he was. It amazed me that a man so young would even want to purchase some pussy. Why? He wasn't a bad looking guy, and I know some bitch would have given him some pussy for free. Nonetheless, I'm grateful because weak niggas like that make it easier for pimps like me to make money. Not everyone is born to exploit, born to tear into a woman's soul, and born to conquer these bitches, minds and bodies. Later that night, Jackie continued to work. Jackie had struck gold with that young fella because he left his wallet and his badge. I guess he was supposed to be working Vice, but he was too busy having one. Neatly packaged flesh on a soft woman made it hard on men. Pussy made it hard for men to be faithful to the wives, hard for them to concentrate at their jobs, but most importantly, hard for them to keep money in their pockets. Several other tricks bit. Jackie was on the roll. 7 dates within the first hours at $50 a bag. As she performed her last date, she heard Devin crying, so she walked towards him and asked, "Can I get him?" I looked at her heartlessly and replied, "You can go get my money or get knocked the fuck out." If looks could burn, I would have been ashes. I turned towards the Kia sitting on the couch, reading his paperback book, as she just let Devin cry his heart out. "Kia, you've been fucked up all day. Why are you sitting here letting this boy cry?" She canted her triple chin and sneered, because you fucked that nasty bitch in my house. Worst of all, my bed. Then you have the nerve to ask me to do her hair and watch her son. You got some nerve, Silky. Her eyes fogged over with tears. I simply wasn't in the mood for her mouth, so I slapped a horrific chokehold on her with both hands. I scowled. Bitch, I'm a motherfucking Mac machine. Do you want to continue to be my problem? Because I'm a solution-having motherfucker. I answered quickly as her fingertips freed this book titled Runaway Child from some generic author named Heat Anthony. Her hands shuddered in fear, and my ego shuddered in joy. Now, get it right, Bigum. You better hurry the fuck up and get some motherfucking direction. You know what I got in common with a 600-pound lion? I released the lock on her throat. Then she gasped for air and returned to her complexion. What, Silky? She sighed with disgust written all over her face. I pointed my index finger in her face and responded, You don't want to fuck with neither one of us, because I have to put my paws in your ass. Consequently, she tended to Devin. But she had to get in the last word. You wrong, Silky. This ain't right. This ain't right. Bitch, you weighing 400 pounds ain't right either, I replied. She cuddled Devin and waddled slowly into her room. Subsequently, Jackie walked by with this strange-looking, nerdy white guy. I didn't trust him. Then again, I didn't trust most white people, especially not square ones. He was tall, pale, and slim. He wore some pop bottle glasses, and I couldn't imagine him ever amounting to more than a mere trick. His hand shook in a palsy fashion as he handed me this crispy-ass $100 bill. Come right on in, I greeted and sent him to the back with Jackie. Takia smacked her lips in the background, but I chose to ignore her. Less than 10 minutes later, I heard outlandish screaming, so I darted into the bedroom. Once my eyes registered what was taking place, they widened the size of tennis balls. Here, it was the trick had a face, wedged, jaw deep in between Jackie's fat ass cheeks. Plus, he was brandishing a pistol. Hey, what's up, man? I asked confoundedly. Suction of his face out of her rear end. Then he hollered at me with a pistol aimed at me. I paid you so that this bitch could shit for me, and I want some hot shit now. His gums quivered violently, but I was completely baffled. Man, you paid me for some pussy, didn't you? Because there's a fetish fee for shitting, man, I replied. Then Takia leaned over my shoulder and peeked inside the room. I was scared and confused. Two things a pimp can never let his hoes see. So I had to put on my best poker face and bluff my ass off. He sprang to his feet, tossed me another $200 and yelped, I want this funky black bitch to shit on me right now. Aren't you niggers good for anything? He took his hand and attempted to hide his nakedness. But honestly, he didn't have much to hide. I looked over at Jackie and hunched my shoulder. Forgive us. We're used to being shitted on by white people, not shitting on them. I turned to Jackie. Shit. Why don't you just shit on him? I tried, but he had his face so far up my ass that I don't have to go now, Jackie replied, with the fear of my wrath resting upon her expression. I had to think of something, because I had no intentions of unassing these dead presidents. But I needed to think of something clever to get that gun away from me. Chill, bro. If all you need is a shitter, I got someone for you, I replied as I turned back and looked at Takia. Her eyes about fell out her head. No way. That shit is crazy, she rasped. Plus, I'm constipated, and you know I can't stand white people. What's so crazy about it? It's just shit. I turned towards the trip. Just be cool. Let me talk to my girl right quick. Alone. I'll make everything right, okay? I promise. He reluctantly agreed. Then Jackie brought her sexy naked ass into the front dining room. The only thing she was wearing was a few tears. Silky, that's one sick motherfucker, she cried as she looked back at her backside. Boy, does my asshole sting. Look, how often do you get paid $300 to shit? I asked. Here was a scary ass nerd terrorizing my turf. My hoes in my house. I had to do anything but panic. I realized that I had this badge, but I needed a calmer outcome. I looked down at my slender male stature and made a quick, slick calculation. Grab me one of your dresses, Jackie. Takia, you hand me some lipstick I ordered. For a split, they both looked baffled until they saw me stripping off my clothes. Jackie leaned forward with curiosity on her face, but quickly did as I commanded. Meanwhile, Takia had this detestable smirk on her fat face as she shook her head. As I slipped on the body dress, I told Jackie to lace me up with some lipstick. She giggled as she put it on. I hate being laughed at, but this was business, my business, street business. Something funny, bitch? I ran it on. Shit. Y'all think I'm full of shit anyway. But funky asshole can't do the job, then a pimp has to. You fight fire with fire, and you sickness with sickness, in the quickness. I needed to turn this adversity into an opportunity. This pimping shit ain't easy, but I had a risky plan, and I had to cleverly carry it out. I switched into the room and imitated a female's voice best I could. The nerd's chin shifted, then gave birth to a slow, perverted smile. Luckily for him, I was a fan of a high-fiber diet, but truthfully, I felt like a buffoon. However, to be a successful pimp, there's a unique sense of dedication that one must acquire for the game. Once again, this demonstrated that a pimp was an outright whore. Unbelievably, I hiked my narrow, slightly hairy ass over his face and gave a childbearing squeeze. I barked, "You bet not stuff your face in my ass." He laid his face at the foot of the bed to receive his chunky milk chocolate shower. All I could hear him saying was, ah, like he was at a dentist or something. Finally, my strenuous efforts bear some intestinal fruit. This sick cat blew my mind. He was slurping in total finger-licking spliss. What could lead a man to such gross, perverted sickness. I remember that I was not only fond of prunes, but corn held its own place in my diet too. He all but bathed in it, but the room was a total funk. Why? Why would he pay people to shit on him? What sexual gratification could arrive from such filth? Then a moment of truth struck me. Probably the same reason I shit on him. Personal gain. For me, the gain was monetary and strategic. Perhaps the gain for him was utter control over another individual. And I certainly could relate to that as well. Then, opportunity waylaid my inquisitions, and something gangster took over me. This square motherfucker ain't got a right to control me or nothing in my motherfucking hood. Who do he think he is? Who do he think I am? I noticed that his pistol was lying beside him. I swiftly bent over and snatched it up. What really felt funny was the fact that I hadn't wiped my ass yet, and my rapid movement sent a gush of wind to highlight the fact right up the crack of my ass. Now that you've experienced corn and shit, I'm gonna show you some true gangster shit. I slapped him across his shitty face and called out for Jackie simultaneously. She jogged in, stopped, and instantly grabbed her nose. Oh, shit! She roared. Search his pants pockets and check out his wallet, I instructed. He sprang off the bed, holding his bloody, shitty, riddled face. Dirty nigger. You fucking tricked me, he growled. Imagine that. A trick being tricked. I flogged him again and knocked him back on the bed. This time, it split his lip. I felt as if I had to recapture my manhood. Nigger, you'll pay dearly for this, he yelled with his blood-stained teeth. Jackie darted behind me with his wallet, and I could smell her fear over my shit. I could feel Jackie tittering behind me. I cocked the trigger and scoffed. Shut the fuck up, you freak. You're wearing a fucking dress and lipstick, but I'm a freak? Damn, that's the second time this shit done happened to me, I thought. I was ready for a smart remark, so I retorted. What do they call a pimp with a pistol? The trick's eyes clouded over in confusion before he femininely mumbled. I don't know. Amuse me. What? Whatever the fuck he tells him to call him, I snapped. Naturally, I fired a shot between his legs, just short of missing him. He shuddered in fear and began to plead, so I dragged his pale ass onto the porch. And when he leaped up to run, I managed to kick him right in the crack of his motherfucking perverted ass. More mama's home training. Oddly enough, just as he fled across the street, Harvey, Danny, and Vet were driving up it. Now, was I lucky or what to be dressed in drag? I hurried inside and removed my disgrace, not to mention wipe my ass. For the first time in life, I knew how it felt to be pimped. On the other hand, I had set the ultimate example on what needs to be done to make that money. If I can do it, then certainly these second-class hoes can do it. Chapter 11. A Mystery in History. Inside Harvey's caddy. Harvey took a long, joyful drag off of his Cuban cigar. Then he squinted his eyes as this naked white guy fled across the street on to the next. Danny, that's the same white boy I stripped. He ain't had enough yet. Harvey laughed. Is that what it looks like on him? Asked Danny. Vet interjected. Looks like shit. Meanwhile, Harvey followed the pervert, and Danny anxiously rolled down his window as he reached for his burner. Harvey looked over. What the fuck are you doing? Let me pop this pervert for fun, grunted Danny. Nigga, I got paper to collect right around the corner. If you shoot this white fool, the police will flood my track. Then Harvey pulled his car over and continued. Can't fuck with Daddy's Benjamins, man. Vet smiled at Harvey. I know that's right, Daddy. Let me get out here and make you some money. Danny put away his firearm and quickly lit up a joint. He sighed. Shh. Oh, big bro, you're no fun. Harvey chuckled. Harvey just shook his head and drove around to the trop. The parking lot was full, so he decided to park the street so that his big, beautiful black caddy wouldn't get trapped in. Harvey and Danny got out of the vehicle in chorus. Vet got out afterwards. As usual, Harvey's hoes lined up to salute and kiss his ring, then pay him his money. Danny marveled at his big brother's crafty pimpship, but other pimps envied it. Danny was merely a gambler that dressed like a pimp and smoked weed like his life depended on it. Money and hoes, it's all pimps knows. But thanks to you bitches for keeping Big Daddy on his toes, chortled Harvey as he waved side to side with wads of cash in his hands. Let's take a short intermission with Daddy. His hoes meticulously followed him into the trop. Harvey handed his horse some reward dope to keep him numb and dumb as usual. Pimps clung to their fresh hookers in fear of getting them knocked by the almighty Harvey. Harvey was outright full of himself, and from the looks of it, he had every right to be. Harvey glanced around the smoke-filled trop, and he felt like he was on top of the world. Harvey was flexing a virgin white rabbit mink coat with a white silk suit, but his purple brim, purple silk shirt, and purple gaiters really set off his attire. His hoes tarried closely behind him as he walked around the bar. By this time, Danny was fingering this white piece of trash right there at the bar stool. The fact that he was fingering her wasn't the bad part. The fact that everyone within 10 yards could smell it was. In the meantime, the jukebox blared the muscular, harmonious sounds of the OJ's Backstabbers, one of Harvey's favorite tunes. Him and his hoes were drinking, drugging, dancing, and playing pool. Anything to have a great time. All except one bulky stranger. He watched Harvey like a hawk. Get these lovely ladies whatever the fuck they want to drink, Harvey ordered. The pop-eyed skinny bartender gawked at the lewd women. His eyes were so big that his eyelids actually never touched. Uh, 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 uh. Are you sure, sir? Yeah, Popeye, motherfucker. Harvey taunted. Harvey condescendingly tossed $100 bill on the table. Keep the change, chump. All the hoes laughed hearty, and they all continued to party. They enjoyed what little time that Harvey would shower them with attention. Nothing else could make his whores happier. Harvey stood up on the bar stool and chanted, "Say it loud, I'm a hoe and I'm proud. Say it loud, I'm a hoe and I'm proud." They repeated after him in unison. A couple of the bodacious bitches stood in the center of the floor, flashing their perky breasts and dancing with each other. Two old, drunk, big, beer-bellied men got a thrill out of the little hoe show. The music filled the air, and liquor sated everyone's thirst, except for the villain in the mist. The bartender was puzzled, and his big bloodshot eyes made him look dizzy as hell. Harvey pointed his finger in his face and said, "I intend to amuse, not confuse." Subsequently, Vet blew Mr. Popeye a husky kiss. I had taken a bath while Jackie cleaned up the shit in Takia's bedroom. I laid my head back against the cast iron tub and thought. I still couldn't believe that I put on a dress, bent over, in shit on a grown ass man, in front of Takia and Jackie. Yeah, I did strong arm robbery and drag a while back, but no one other than me knew that. Although I did take his gun and take his money. I'll never do no stupid shit like that again. But now, Jackie and Takia both know that I was all about the paper. After today, who could deny that I'm strictly business? I opened up the Trick's wallet, and he had a little over $400 in it. Plus, Jackie had made close to $900. If I were a farmer, I'd still rather sell young pussy than cotton and corn. I had made a little money, but I had a long way to go before I could consider myself being in the realm of rock solid pimping. At least now I had enough money to bluff and chip off a few renegade holes. Renegade holes were somewhat marketable because they tended to be more desperate and they hold harder because these holes didn't have a man to bail them out of jail, to stand up for them when a trick or another pimp got out of line. So these whores had to be about their money. In addition, some renegades did what other whores wouldn't or wasn't experienced enough to do. Although at times, these bitches could grow strong in spirit and try to organize some resistance. However, once you conquered this type of dedication to your stable, it was most marketable. You had to push the bitches like patriots that punished the Indians for their very own land. Hard. It's no difference than when you punish a bitch to take control of her mind and body, colonize and control their resources for your benefit. I got fresh dress to impress. When I finally stepped into the dining room to see Takia on the couch snoring, you haven't heard a rumble in the jungle if you haven't heard her snore. Then I stepped over to see Jackie, rocking Devin to sleep. Get dressed, I snapped. I was impressed at how quick she put her son down, then dashed into the bedroom. She must see the big picture. Suddenly, my concentration was disturbed when a robust volley of knocks sounded off the door. Police! Barked a voice. My heart thudded explosively. Then I heard this gruffy, familiar voice. Silky! Silky! Open up. It's me. I hesitated to open the door. However, once I did open it, I soon realized that it was cool, ugly-ass Bullet. He stood there with beads of sweat pouring down his extended forehead. Bullet huffed and puffed as if he was out of breath. He asserted, Hey, I know it's not Friday, but we gonna clamp down on the enemy tonight. They're around at the drop right now, flashing mad cash like they just hit the lottery. Man, you know how fast brothers blow through money, Silk, he whispered with exceptional urgency. He looked so anxious, but I had to keep my cover from being blown. After all, as far as Takia and Jackie know, this was the same guy willing to kill me and them. Hey, the baby asleep. Let's step out on the porch. I nodded my head so that he would take my cue. I couldn't afford Jackie to find out that I had schemed to pop her lock. Once we stepped on the porch, he whispered, I don't have a gun, though. I pulled open my blazer, then revealed my revolver and badge I earned earlier. I smiled. But I do. Ooh, but we gotta split them tonight because I know they gonna fuck that money up, Silk. Plus I'm busted. I mean, flat broke. I'm just tired of hurting, struggling out here, man. He ran it. The look in his eyes was a 14-karat crazy. No wonder you convinced they gonna fuck the money up. That you seem to be an expert at that shit yourself. Maybe gambling ain't your calling. Try a little pimping, my wigger. I half joked because Bullet was an honorary nigga. Wigger? Okay, okay, cute. Man, Silk, I ain't got the style and the class like you. I don't know the game. I ain't no pimp. I'm a banger, bro. His face went blank as he seemed to stare into space. Are you down to get dirty for this chatter? Can't imagine how down I am for it. Then I pictured myself in drag, robbing stiffs, and even shitting on a trick motherfucker. It is not a pretty memory. Maybe even too down for it, I contemplated. Here's the plan, Silk. I will tell them that I know where you're at. I tell them that you're sloppy drunk, laying up with one of your hookers. Then I'll have them follow me to that vacant red brick house around the corner from the trop. You know, the one on the dead end street. I'll make them think you've been hiding out there, he suggested. The moment to picture what and where he was talking about. He continued in a light whisper. Soon as you see King Harvey's Cadillac pull up, You run out, spitting fire into them lame ass niggas. Lame. But you still calling this nigga king and shit. Bullet's anxiousness made me somewhat suspicious. He was just too anxious. A lot more than I was. Wasn't it me who killed their brother? Shit, I had more to lose than Bullet did. Tonight? But I thought he cut me short. Silk, Danny is a fucking impulsive gambler. Take it from me. We ain't got all night. He went on. I don't know why you're hesitating. Shit, they ain't gonna hesitate to split you. Man, have you forgotten that you killed that man's brother? Don't you remember reading about retaliating in the newspaper several years ago? I remember Mom mentioning him along with Sino. I said, not exactly. Enlighten me. His eyes grew cautious as he told me the story. Silk, back in the day, this crazy pimp named Sino and his partner, Retaliate, was doing some top shelf pimping. I interjected. But Sino got set up by some hoe in Chicago and got killed. But what does this have to do with us making a move tonight? I inquired. If you let me finish, you'll see. He placed his heavy ashy hand on my shoulder. See, this nigga named Wilbur had plotted to rob and kill Retaliate because everyone knew Retaliate was loaded. What most people didn't know is that Retaliate had ears and eyes all over the city because he pushed smack too. When Retaliate heard about this nigga supposed to bum rushing, he acted first. He and one of his hitchmen, Snooky, kicked into Mark's door and snatched Wilbur up out of his recliner. Bullet's eyes were exploding with fire as he told the story. Retaliate grabbed both of Wilbur's arms, and Snooky grabbed the guy's legs. But Wilbur didn't just go out without a fight. He was kicking and tussling like crazy, so crazy that one of his hands got free. When Snooky bent over to restrain the loose hand, his pistol fell on the Wilbur. At this time, my eyes had lit up like brake lights. For real, what happened? Wilbur was desperate, man. He was desperate, dude. And his scary ass scrambled. And eventually, he got a hold of Snooky's gun. And he fired off some random shots. The first shot hit Snooky. And the second one is what wounded Retaliate. I still couldn't see where Bullet was going with this shit. I interjected. Man, shit happens, but Bullet continued. If Wilbur hadn't waited, he paused. He could have killed Snooky and Retaliate without being killed himself. See, Retaliate got shot right after Wilbur shot Snooky, but Wilbur was able to fire back one last fatal shot at Retaliate. If Wilbur had made his move sooner, Retaliate wouldn't have had a chance to hear about it and catch him on surprise, period. It's never a right time to die. His words were caustic, and his eyes spoke fluent sincerity, according to my gut, and my gut seldom ever led me wrong. Bullet, let's do this dirt and get this money. Split these niggas and leave these suckers to become a mystery in history. Nobody'll never know what happened to these niggas. I gave Bullet a hip handshake, and then he gave me a hard pat on the back. Bullet said, being the only white dude in a total black hood either makes a monster or a mice out of you. After 7 dozen fistfights and these rib-shattering punches, a name like Bullet just sticks after a while. You learn to stick to your guns. You mean mouse, right? Well, they call you Bullet, not Brilliant, I teased. He nodded in agreement as he thought about tonight's deadly task. Meanwhile, I took a full moment to reflect on my finances that would greatly be improved. Not this week, but tonight. In addition, I wouldn't have to look over my shoulder any longer, far as Harvey and Danny were concerned. In fact, I would mack enough holes to relocate to the Windy City or to New York, where big pimping is a responsibility, not an opportunity. Once I blew up and got more recognition, it wouldn't be long before I outgrew Akron anyway. Why not just leave before it's too late? Bullet walked me to the vacant red brick house and showed me the intricate layout. The house was in a perfect location because it had tall scrubs surrounding it, and it stood next to a small defunct auto repair shop, which meant we didn't have to worry about a nosy neighbor. I slipped into the creases of darkness to prepare the waylay position on the side of the vacant house behind the scrubs. I did a quick rehearsal of leaping out. By taking a few precious moments of preparation, I felt so much more confident. And where I was positioned, I could see my enemies long before they could discover me. Thus, instant checkmate. Bullet told me to wait until they pulled all the way in the driveway off the street. That way it reduced the chances of someone seeing us from the corner. My stomach was full of uneasiness, but it was even hungrier for money and bloodshed. Part 4. Strange Shit. Chapter 12. Money in Murder. Meanwhile, at the trop, Bullet impatiently waded through a crowd of drunken people. Frequent drunkies and inebriated floozies did the drunken shuffle on the dance floor. Some were humped over their seats, sleeping. Others were in the bathroom, puking. In the meantime, the turbid marijuana smoke burnt the whites of his eyes as he walked closer to Harvey. A hardened stranger gives follow to Bullet through the crowd. Finally, Bullet managed to get close enough to Harvey so he could whisper words of deception into Harvey's ears. Harvey's expression instantly hardened. Subsequently, Harvey nudged Danny, then whispered in Danny's ears. Danny's face became visibly aroused. The triad waded through the wild crowd towards the exit. King Harvey's hoes gave follow until he gave him the look. Stay out my way. Then he stepped out into the trop's parking lot. However, King Harvey's glare didn't go unnoticed. A black Muslim approached Harvey and said, "Brother, the movement can use a strong brother like you. But first, you must stop exploiting our sisters." Black power was the sentiment in big cities, and Muslim brothers often tried to spread the words of peace and prosperity, not to mention breaking the yoke of the blue-eyed white devil and the vice he used to enslave the black masses. King Harvey removed his sunglasses. "Hey, brother, no disrespect, but your job is to save them. My job is to pimp them. We have separate realities. What's the difference in me telling her to step out on the block and you demanding your women to walk several steps behind you and what to wear? By the way, how often do you promote the movement at bars?" Moving brother held a newspaper entitled "The Final Call" and just smiled. "Brother, I have to come to the pits to pull you out of them. Allah orders our steps, and every good leader at some point must be a good follower." King Harvey abruptly held his hand up and snapped, "Man, I follow and submit to no one. They follow and submit to me. Only bitches kneel on their knees. And for that reason, I'm never bowing to anyone." The Muslim brother stepped back, tossed his hands up peacefully, seeing that peace would not continue if this conversation did. Suddenly, the hardened stranger leaped at King Harvey with a switchblade, but Bullet fired off a shot of powerful body shots to an attacker's kidney. The stranger buckled, dropped the blade, and hollered, "Harvey, you gonna get yours. You pimped out my daughter, bastard motherfucker. You ain't no king. You are sorry, runt motherfucker." Bullet stumped hard on the attacker's hand. Harvey held his hand up for Bullet to hold off. "Man, how you gonna fault me for what another brother would be doing if it weren't me? A woman has to have hoe in her blood to be a hoe. You should consult your mama on this issue, not me. That's a genetic issue, not a pimp issue." Danny and Bullet looked at the anguished attacker, and they both laughed. Fallen of Satan held his hurting hand and warned, "No good deed goes unpaid. The price of sin is high." Harvey walked over, pulled out a $10 bill. "Sorry about your whole ass daughter, man. Speaking of prices, this should cover your pain and suffering. Don't worry, keep the change. She was just a $2 whore." He turned to Danny and inquired, "What's up with all this damn preaching tonight? Maybe God is trying to tell you something," suggested Bullet as he rubbed his chin. "Now there he goes too." Harvey laughed as he gave Danny a high five. "God ain't tell you to get your teeth fixed yet?" He looked over at Bullet. Danny has an instant outburst of laughter. Bullet just smiles because he knows that he will have the last laugh. Afterwards, Harvey crossed the street so that he can go get his caddy. Harvey got in first. Then Danny leaned up his seat so Bullet could slip into the back seat. Bullet pointed his huge index finger, giving them directions around the way to the red brick house in the alley. In the meantime, Bullet secretly put on his do-dirt gloves. Harvey drove around the corner. Then Bullet interjected. Here it is. Funny-eyed nigga been hiding out here. Simultaneously, Bullet quietly slipped his ice pick out of his belt line. Then he laughed. I still can't get used to a white boy saying nigga all the time. But you cool. So, you just as much as a nigga as we are. And lastly, I can't whip you. So I might as well accept it, huh? Well, the last 14 fights consisted of niggas who didn't accept it. Sighed Bullet. Meanwhile, Harvey and Danny peered at the empty house suspiciously. King Harvey asked, speaking of niggas, are you sure this is the house, nigga? Doesn't look like anyone been here in months. Harvey stepped out on the driver's side as caddy. Bullet snapped. Yeah, he on the run. That's the point. Meanwhile, I was over anxious, just sitting and waiting in my ambush position. I sprang out of the black shadows, ran up to the caddy, shot Harvey twice, then blasted 3 shots through the passenger's window at Danny. The round screamed into the night. The glass exploded, and as an arc of ruddy blood shattered across the interior of the windshield. Little did I know, my restless timing was perfect. After I fired the shots, Bullet vehemently slammed his ice pick behind Danny's ear, then rapidly slammed his face into the dashboard. A powerful turn of blood imbued Danny's neck. The hit was a hit. Death prevailed. Bullet slid off the back seat and got out so he could quickly take Harvey's precious rings, medallions, and big rolls of money out of his pockets. I mirrored the same position with Danny's corpse. We took everything of value and double-checked to make sure no one could see us. Then tossed Harvey's body into the back seat. Bullet said, told you, God was trying to tell your arrogant ass something. Hail to the dead king. He laughed. Subsequently, we carefully wiped the car down for fingerprints. Bullet moved methodically, calmly, coolly, and carefully. Meanwhile, I never sweated so intensely my entire life as I frantically looked around to make sure no one's looking. I urged him to hurry, and once he was done, we fled the murder scene. My chest pounded painfully as we scampered tepidly through the darkness of the black streets. Police were usually slow to respond to calls from the inner city. Sometimes it would take them more than 30 to 45 minutes to respond to gunshots. Sometimes they didn't respond at all. Bullets ringing off in the middle of the night was nothing new behind the iron gates of our ghettos. Police had their hands too full with corruption, strong-arming, prostitution, and bribery. They only cared about upper-class white suburban areas, a far cry from Howard Street. We reached Takia's apartment and dashed inside. I smiled as I noticed Jackie, completely dressed and sound asleep on the couch. And of course, Takia was still raising the roof with her Fred Flintstone snoring. I was still sweating profusely, and beads of sweat sizzled down my forehead. We crept into the bathroom to count our nightly earnings. I couldn't believe it. Bullet helped me pull it off. Looked over at Bullet, and he was still shaken up pretty badly as he wiped the blood off his ice pick and dropped it into the back half of the toilet. Then he continued to clean up the rest of the blood from his forearms and face. As for me, I felt weirdly wonderful. I no longer had to worry about Harvey or Danny hunting me. Since Bullet had blood on his hands too, I knew his lips were good as sealed. After tonight, all I had to worry about was pimping. We struck a damn good lick. Harvey had over 14 grand, and Danny had a little over 8 grand. Not to mention thousands of dollars worth of jewelry. Our faces were airbrushed with delight. It was the dawn of a new era. However, we had to haggle over how to split it because it was his idea, but business was business. Finally, we concluded that Bullet would take the jewelry and a small cut of cash because he knew some fences and where he could sell them for a good price. Nonetheless, I knew he would probably use them for collateral for a gambling bet, which was good because there's no way I was going to get caught with either of those dead niggas' jewelry on me. I came out with 16 grand, not including the 900 that I started with. What are you going to do with that cash? Bullet asked. Purchase some fine threads and a brand new Cadillac, or shall I say, Fabulac. I also want to start my own whorehouse, I smiled. With that, I'm going to pimp even harder. Knock me off some nice sexual real estate so these wealthy white tricks can come looking for my dick-loving whores and they wide black asses. What about you? I gotta gamble craps. That's my hustle. It's in my blood. I'm addicted, he replied. I thought, hopefully you'll win enough to buy some teeth. Yeah, I feel you, I chuckled. Different strokes for different folks. Bullet rounded up his goods and quickly vanished off into the night. Then I walked over and kissed Jackie on the forehead. She smelled like a fresh little baby. I laid beside her and I fell asleep. I felt a little unsettled as pictures of Willie, Harvey, and Danny's expired faces flickered in my mind. Damn, I killed the entire family. But those thoughts were soon overshadowed as I reached in my pocket and pulled out last night's illicit earnings. I was too anxious to spend this money. I tossed on my favorite silk suit and strolled down Harvard Street on foot. As I walked, I passed the death plot spot. I looked over at the murder scene, and it seemed to whisper disturbingly at me. A veil of guilt casted over me like a dark cloud. But I reached in my pockets, felt my knot of cash, then managed to swallow that cubit of guilt again. As I sauntered doing my George Jefferson walk, this older gray-haired woman pulled beside me. Hop in, handsome, she uttered with a smile. Handsome? Bitch must be talking to me. I was feeling gangsterific. She had to be cool, because she certainly had an eye for fine art. Me. She smiled at me just a little harder and a little longer than a mere friendly gesture. She asked, where you going this time of morning, handsome? to buy me a fine automobile. I'm going down to Clark's Caddy, down to the car lot to pick me up a little something, I replied gleefully. You probably don't have much time then. She gave a toothy smile. Her teeth were so bright and so perfect. She wasn't a bad looking woman to be an old woman. Don't have time for what? I asked. For me to give you $100 to slurp on that long, handsome hot dog. $100 to suck my dick? Awesome, I thought. I replied, you must be mistaken. This is USDA certified spectacular tubular Angus beef, I quipped. She looked at my holes within my pants. I'm willing to pay for the privilege, I replied. You must be kidding. You must be a cop. Pull that fat old dick out. I'll pull these dentures out, and I'll show you what the fuck I am. And pull over somewhere discreet. I don't have no problem letting you choke on this miracle meat. I wasn't about to let $100 or a blowjob go to waste. I grabbed one of her titties as she dug into her purse to get the money. This old bitch had some nice titties. After she pulled the cash, I pulled out my slab of soft dick. She was still holding on to the money I ordered. Pay up before you play up. She happily paid me, then pulled out her teeth and wrapped them up in some paper towels. Then the old coon sucked stiffness in and out of my scandal ball. She slobbered on my miracle meat from the bed head down to my balls. Long, unbroken strands of mucus created a slimy swing bridge from my dick to her lips. This old chick really knew how to suck some dick. I was awe-stricken. I never knew how good some old gums would feel on a young dick. I guess you learn something new every day. She paused and wiped some cum off her chin, then reluctantly asked, do you want to stick this young dick inside this old asshole for another 50? I raised one of my eyebrows. Well, I know it's old, but if the pussy condemned, I ain't too crazy about sticking my chocolate off in someone's old ass peanut butter. She popped her dentures back into her mouth and remained silent like she was pleading the fifth. Don't act shy now. What's up with some of that Civil War pussy? I joked. I, uh, I thought you knew. She slowly slid back in her seat, then stuttered, I, I, I don't have a pussy. Huh? You don't? I know you old as fuck, but the last time I checked, all bitches are equipped with a pussy. I scowled as anger quickly anchored its way into my head. Shit, you got some nice titties. What do you mean you ain't got no pussy? It's only one kind of bitch that has titties and no pussy. Don't monkey around with me. Well, I took hormones to grow these titties, but I was technically born a boy. Since you were walking by the square park, I thought before the queer could let another syllable fall out of its mouth, I struck him with a wild and blinding hook in the jaw. You man-made, sperm-burping bitch, I yelled as I swung with an awesome volley of punches. I kept striking him until his screams and movement ceased. Afterwards, I sprang out of the car and dashed across the street to reach my mission at Clark's, which wasn't much further. My greed had blinded me once more. It sounds too good to be true. It usually is. Was the pursuit of the almighty dollar pimping me? From the very first moment I stepped on the lot, I knew exactly what ride I wanted. It was a 1975 candy apple red drop top Cadillac coupe. I almost forgot why my dick was so sticky as it clung to my leg due to the foul shit the elderly she-male got off. Nevertheless, it was going to be a productive day. I ran my mouthpiece and got a reasonable deal on the ride. As soon as the paperwork was completed, I sped off flossing my new whip. I was a few steps closer to getting my whorehouse off the ground, and I felt like I was the big shit now. By this time, Jackie was awake and still dressed. Her skin-tight body dress displayed her wonderful bodily contours. "Jackie, come on, baby," I coaxed. She swayed across the room with Devin on her wide hips as her narrow waistline pined for my embrace. Jackie was a fine motherfucker, and she was going to look real nice sitting in my new whip. Takia grabbed Devin and stood at the screen door. Jackie walked out of the house towards my new ride. Takia's curiosity was gripped as she stepped on the porch, and as I opened the door for Jackie. Naturally, Jackie blushed and placed both hands over her mouth. Her face lit up with excitement. She was just tickled to death. Conversely, Takia stood on the porch, seething, with her fist balled on her hip, and Devin propped on the other. "I told you, baby, that pimping and hoeing is the best thing going. It's only going to get better from now," I bragged. My Cadillac shined as if it was polished by the best shoe shine boy in town. Takia pouted. "Silky, why I gotta be stuck here with the baby? I want to come too." She rocked Devin up and down to keep him from crying. "Takia, I really want you to come too." I paused for effect. But the shocks on my caddy seem to be in great disagreement. "Soon as I get a super duty truck, you can come," I taunted as I got in and drove off. I looked back and watched as Takia slammed the screen door and stormed back into the house. Jackie held her head shaking while she laughed. She giggled. "You, you are so fucking mean. Why do you do that girl like that?" "Because I'm not going to let her do my shocks like that," I retorted. "I'd rather hurt her feelings than let her hurt the suspension of my motherfucking car." Her eyes went aglow as she looked me up and down to somehow ingest this new reality. Then she paused and rubbed the smooth leather interior. "This car is so nice. I've never been in a car this new. It still smells brand new. Is this your car?" "Baby, if I'm in it, I own it," I boasted and winked at her. "I wonder where you were this morning." She smiled with sunrise in her eyes. "So you got the rest of that money together, huh? Do you believe me now? You just keep undoing them zippers, and see if I don't have you in some glass motherfucking slippers. She looked at me and smiled hard. This was my moment to really hook her on hooking. By spending some time with her, spending some money on her, I was cementing the benefits of her hustling her body for me. I took her shopping downtown at O'Neill's. I bought her a fancy leather and lace body dress, seductive miniskirt, heart-stopping halter top, and matching dress shoes. Although she considered them clothes, I considered them uniforms and work equipment. In addition, she didn't know that her pussy would pay for this shit 10 times over. In fact, I even bought that little black bastard of hers a few baby outfits. I didn't have anything against him personally, but being a handsome ass pimp that I am, I hate that little attention smuggling fucker. I expect to be the full center of attention at all times. Is that sick or what? No matter how you feel, it's the damn truth. Afterwards, I drove around showing off Jackie and my fabulac. Far as the whores were concerned, this flashy move would prove that I beefed up my Mac in. Now, any whore that walked up to my car or got in my face had to pay to be in it. All the Mac brothers were gone, and it was on. Hail to the new king, Silky. I asked rhetorically, you love this big city pimping, don't you? Little ass Akron, Ohio ain't ready for all this pimping. Jackie just batted her long eyelashes and gave me a toothy smile. I continued, this is just the tip of the iceberg. You'll be a winner if you never quit, but you'll never win if you're a quitter. Look at my eyes and listen to the ice in them. Eyes don't lie. This is some rock solid pimping. Keep hooking for me, and you gonna stay in the lap of luxury. Jackie thankfully rubbed on her designer purse that I had just bought her. I could tell she wasn't used to feeling no money or used to having nice shit. Her mind was on cloud nine. Then I stabbed on my brakes and deepened my voice into a harsh rasp. Always obey, trust, and motherfucking respect me. Only me. When you out in those trenches, never get in a pimp's face. Never answer his questions. Don't give a nigga any attention. It's outright disrespectful. And it means that you want to be with him. You understand? She nodded her head, yes. I continue. I'm not trying to run no game on you. But the only way that we are ever going to have something, some real money, is to work together. And you can't do it alone. I have to get out here and recruit some sister flatbackers to work with you. Building riches is a numbers game. You can't be on that square jealous shit. Each one of you will represent Team Silky. I need all you whores getting along. You dig? Silky, am I enough woman for you? Look, you got a nice car with just me, she asked softly. Bitch, one woman will never be enough for me. Bitch, never ever question me. I have foresight. I'm not just 3 steps ahead of the game. I'm 3 games ahead of the game. I can always see the big picture. I know what's good for you even when you don't. I slammed on the brakes and grabbed her tightly by the wrist. Never ever make eye contact with another pimp. Don't conversate about nothing but selling my pussy. The only conversation you should ever have with any man is the price of the pussy. And continue. Any man. I don't give a fuck if it's your brother, uncle, or father. If I see you talking to him, he better be purchasing some pussy. I will not tolerate a fake, fickle bitch. Jackie, don't ever disgrace me, because if you do, I'll disgrace you and I'll deface you. Her eyes seemed to absorb me with great intention as I continued my tirade. Look me in my motherfucking ice cold blue eyes and see that I'm not lying. And listen carefully to them, because I'm a cold-blooded killer. Her eyes were pulled in by my intensity. I pimped by the 80-20 code, 80% love and 20% fear. Anything she didn't love about me, she would fear. Love makes a hoe want to give her man her money. Fear aligns a hoe's actions more than love ever will. Give me one good reason not to listen to me, I ordered. She sat silently, shrugged her shoulders, and said, Wow, I don't know what to say. Look at our car. Look at your clothes and your baby's clothes. Could you accomplish this overnight? Could you do any of this without me? Be honest. Sad reality seemed to fall in her lap. No, she whispered. I could tell that I had her quite jarred. To mix it up, I took Jackie out to a fine restaurant for lunch. During this meal, I showed her my softer, sillier side. I made little jokes and told her how much I adored her son. I also hinted about having a family out in the suburbs, living the good life, and growing old together. I stressed that all she had to do is continue to hustle her high hump for me and help me keep my new whores in line after I recruit them for my new whorehouse. After lunch, I broke in the back seat of my Fabulac by giving Jackie a nice, slow, dedicated dick down. Giving a girl some stick dick in dreams is one sure way to make her cream. As I dived into her lake of liquid fire, Jackie melted like ice under salt. I cocked her legs over my shoulder and gave her the pound pound. Jackie's little young wet pussy soaked my back seat. She was so embarrassed. Silky, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mess up your seat. Well, I meant to mess your pussy up, I laughed. Don't worry. We can wipe off the seat. Shit, it's leather. It cleans up easily. I really enjoyed this pussy the second time around. Jackie seemed like she was soaking up the game fast. That made my wicked heart so happy. Subsequently, as we returned home and I pulled into Takia's driveway, I continued. I don't mind treating you like a queen, just as long as you remember I'm the one and only king. Silky, I know you asked me to never ask a question or to never question you, but I have one little question to ask, just once. I nodded to give her my approval. I'd love to be a wife and a full-time mother. Do you really care about me, or do you just want a hoe? She asked ruefully. I want you to hold me down, any way and every way that you can. I have wisdom far beyond yours, light years ahead of you. If you're looking for weakness, look further, bitch. There's none residing within me. I pulled her chin so that her face would be facing me. I love that you love me enough to be a hoe, to better the both of our lives. Look at it like this. This caddy has an engine, and it has tires, right? Now, some would argue that one part is more significant than the other, but I disagree. Ain't the engine the most important part of a car? Her question couldn't have been better. I'm getting to that. Is any car any good without tires? She nodded her head no. Precisely. That's what a hoe is to a pimp. Whores are a pimp's tire, and he needs more than one tire. See, he can't go nowhere without any tires. But remember, tires are very easy to replace. Would you rather replace tires or replace the engine? Shit, the engine is the heart of the vehicle. Just like the pimp is the heart of the flesh factory. Your body can have a heartbeat without hands or feet, but not without a heart. So to answer your question, I do care about you because I care about us climbing up to the top together. Just as these big rubber corporations have members come together so that the company can be successful, I need you and some other whores to come together with me so we can be a successful team. We need each other. If a hoe gets out of pocket with me, you are my lead whore. That's whole business. So you better check that bitch hard and fast. But if you get arrested or tricks get out of pocket with you, that's my business. I protect you and I'll get you out of jail when you get in the jam. You dig? She asserted. You have a way with words, she uttered with amazement as it sketched all across her face. I have a way with this dick. Now remember, we all must play our parts. You're a part of my world, and I'll give you the world. But you know this. Uttered with amazement, sketched across her face. I have a way with this dick. Now remember, we must all play our parts. You're a part of my world, and I'll give you the world. But know this, I don't chase hoes. I replace them. I never ever had a bitch that I couldn't live without. That may sound harsh, but it's some real ass shit. Love and listen to Silky, and you'll be happy. She slightly rolled her eyes and made a strange face, then leaned over and kissed me. She said, Silky, you are something else. Afterwards, I got out of the car and I walked into the apartment. I grew furious as I witnessed Takia just sitting there on the couch, letting Devin scream his head off. Her eyes were puffy, as if she was crying. I walked over, slapped her across the face. I yelled, get that crying ass boy, girl. Jackie attempted to tend to her son, like she should have, but I had a point to make. No, let Bigum get him. Still holding her face, she yelled, fuck you and that baby. It ain't mine. She waved her chubby fingers in my face. Jackie stepped around to grab Devin as anger set into my tense eyes. Usually a stone look would make Takia mind her manners, but she ran it on like a wild woman till I punched her hard in the solar plexus. In mid-sentence, she buckled to the floor and gasped for air like a fish on dry land. Now reality had set in. Promise not to hurt me, Silky. She rolled around on the ground, grunting. You were in violation. I turned towards Jackie. We're your finest. I want you in the trenches tonight. Remember, ain't nothing under the sun that can't be done when you learn to listen. We have to operate like a team, period. I looked down at Takia scornfully as I stepped over her. Her eyes hollered for attention, so I decided to ignore her from that moment on. I knew from experience that she would rather I stand there and beat her than to outright ignore her. What can make a woman feel more worthless than simply ignoring her? Night had fallen, and Jackie was looking wholesome. Takia just held her stomach and walked around sulking. Ignoring her was quite effective. I escorted Jackie down to the Fabulac. She looked in the rearview mirror to check her makeup. I paused for a moment and glared at Takia while I was draped in my favorite, been through it all, double-breasted, sapphire silk suit, and new accessories. I reflected on just how far I had come that night since Tina. This was my moment, and I had arrived as a true Mac. Seconds later, I got out of the Fabulac, and I jogged back up the steps, stood in front of Takia, and I said, "Get on your flabby ass knees." She plummeted to the floor in servile fashion, with tears hanging in the balance. I pulled my lengthy dick out and let it hang ever so gently in front of her face. I ordered, "Kiss it." She looked at me with guilt-bearing eyes and pecked it softly. She sighed. "Damn, Silky. How does it feel to know that you just kissed this dick goodbye?" I shoved her forehead and she fell onto the floor. "Bitch, your services have been revoked." "Dear God, Silky, don't you dare do this to me. I don't want to be alone." Her words were broken. I started to slap her across the face with a slab of limp dick. I fired back. "You did this to your dammy, hard-headed hippo. Like I said, I ain't never ever had a bitch that I can't live without, especially a big bitch." She cried and cried, plus grappled at my legs, trying to stop me from leaving. I kicked my way out of her class, then jogged back down to my Fabulac, where Jackie awaited. I started my ignition. I said, "Tonight is the night that you and I shine. Don't get out of pocket and never walk in front of me." "Did you bring that bottle of lemon water with you?" She shook her head. "Yes." "Good, because I don't want you out here selling no funky, fishy-ass product. Plus, I don't want my Cadillac smelling like open ass when you come from the trenches. Lastly, if a whore wants to talk, you tell that whore she can do that when she becomes part of my stable." Jackie grinned and gave me a nod of compliance. She said, "I'm going to make you proud, Silky." "Fuck making me proud. Make me some money. Just be aggressive and impressive. Be the first to hop in with a trick and be the last bitch that other hoes want to see on the trenches. Because when you miss dates, that's money that's coming out of your dreams and out of my pockets. I need you humping hard and heavy, baby. You got a hoe with urgency. Race to them tricks. Make them feel good about spending every red cent. Don't sell sex. Sell fetishes and fantasies. She sat there and absorbed every word quietly. Within a minute or two, we arrived at the hi-hat. That night, Smoking Joe Frazier and the Knockouts were performing. The parking lot was full, so full that I tried to park across the street, but both sides of the street packed. I had to park a little further up the street. I listened to my heart sing due to the poetic beauty that my eyes possess. Look at my shiny blue attire with my eyes as matching accessories. The handsome hoes that aligned the curves stared at us with envy. Even the long, luxurious limos with the gangster white walls and the diamond in the back paused. Although some pimps respected the game, when they got chipped for their bitch, they just moved on to another whore. But Saudi pimps resorted to bullying and violence. Nevertheless, I was ready to take some of these fine hoes and make some money, not to mention make some enemies along the way. Thug smoked homegrown bud on the block like it was legal and canted their heads in reverence as they let the smoke exhale from their mouth and through both nostrils. But what was most rewarding was my reception once I waltzed in to the frantic club. I became drunk from the musical atmosphere. My song, For the Love of Money, by recording artist known as the OJs, was playing on the jukebox, and I was living every word of it. I really love the line that says, "For the love of money, a woman will sell her precious body for a small piece of paper that carries a lot of weight." Yeah, those lyrics were right on time. I barely spotted Bullet's pale face and his toothless ass way across the room. He knew it was Friday, and I was bound to be there on a payday like this. By this time, Smoking Joe Frazier and the Knockouts were performing. Meanwhile, I suavely waded through the rabble in efforts to get Bullet's attention. Yet fate would test my attention. From out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Terica. Unbelievably, she was in the company of the same hoe that blew me a kiss the same night I killed Willie Mack. Terica waved me over, wearing a big old smile. I gladly walked over with my trophy on my elbow. Jackie. "Good evening, ladies," I greeted her brandly. I could overhear Terica so-called whispering, "That, that's the one I'm talking about." Yvette shot a burning glare at me. Her eyes lit up. "Yeah, he popped Willie. And some no good nigga killed both his brothers last night." She gritted her teeth and frowned her face. I needed a moment to check this bitch, so I sent Jackie out to the trenches while I worked my hand. Suddenly, a heavy hand landed on my shoulder. "You know that Willie would have killed him." "You know that Willie would have killed him," refuted Bullet. "My wigger to the rescue, as usual," I contemplated. He spoke bitterly, but I couldn't have felt better. He still killed him, Vet protested. I knew this evil facade would fade quickly. I could feel her unearthly attraction towards me. Yeah, I got a few bodies under my belt, and I can make it one more. Bitch, I'll split your breasts and have your heart on the floor. Right here, right now. Need I get nasty, or are we gonna play nice? I rasped, with my nostrils broadened, as I reached toward my belt line. She sat her ass down and hushed. She got the cue. Meanwhile, Bullet looked sullen. His face seemed longer than normal. He actually looked uglier than usual, as if that was possible. I knew what his reaction was, a symptom of. Put my hand on his shoulder and said, been gambling, huh? His eyes seemed to fight back the tears as he shook his head yes. I was up 40 grand, but I lost it back before the night was out. He sighed and dropped his head. I thought, dumbass nigga, 40 grand. Here, my wicker. Just take it as a down payment towards being the head of my security at my whorehouse soon as I set it up. I handed him $500. I'm gonna chip these two hoes over here. This was my dude, the nigga that freed me from worry, and the nigga that kept me free of serious competition. Plus, he was great muscle to have in my pocket in case a New Jack hustler ever decided to get out of line. Bullet reluctantly put the money in his pocket, as if he was ashamed. Silky, you really are too good to me, he sighed. If I had some of your style and been blessed with your great looks, maybe I would pimp too. Bullet, you were born to bang, and you're the chancellor of banging. I was born to pimp, born to conquer bitches and their human spirits, I bragged as I adjusted my fancy suit. Shit, bitches even love hating me. Just a mark of being a Mac ass menace. Just don't have the stone heart required to do the things that you do to women. You're a heartless killer, and you're one hell of a pimp. People are going to write books about you, he mumbled. Really? What do you think they'll name my biography? I smiled. Perhaps Silky, the apostle of pimping. Then my wide smile narrowed a bit, and I whispered in his ear, killing Willie Mack and his brothers ain't shit compared to pimping. I get a rush selling pussy. I'd pimp my own flesh and blood mama. She'd expect me to. These bitches need to be pimped. They want it. A hoe ain't nothing but a mere trick to me because she gonna pay me. See, I can finesse the shit out of any bitch, I boasted. Bullet shot me a cockeyed look, filled with both cluelessness and sadness. I guess he couldn't grasp this cold-blooded pimp shit. Bullet and I walked over to the counter, and I bought Terica and Vet a drink. Although they didn't know it, their pussies would soon pay for it. Just as I pulled out my knot out of my pocket, Jackie handed me a roll of cash. You must be broke in, said Vet to Jackie. Silky has room for you too, she replied curtly. Long as you aren't a fake fickle bitch. Yes, Jackie, yes. My bitches must have anchors, not flapping wings. I need a bitch that's gonna stay and pay, not fly away. I looked inside Bet's eyes with mine. Her eyes were laden with sexiness. I spoke directly to her. You had that look in your eyes. She batted her fake eyelashes. Ugh, that's that shit is old. Oh, it is? So you've been from the southern plantations to the capital of the nations, from the Gulf Coast to the Ivory Coast. Where the hell is the Ivory Coast? Is that where they get the soap? She queried. See, there's so much for you to learn, but you can't hear shit because you always got some dumb shit flying out your mouth. One mouth, two ears. Why just be the average hoe that you are when you could hook up with Silky and become an amazing star? Curiosity sparkled brightly in her eyes. She replied, I'm better off just being a renegade hoe. I lost 2 pimps within 2 months. You'd be better off with Jesus. But let's face it, you won't find him here, I jibed. Baby, come do what you do. Your horn is a sock, and this big pimpin' is a shoe. Bet, why look anywhere else? My money, my hoes, my clothes speak for themselves. Fuck this everyday go to the bar and get drunk shit. I'm about to start the fabulous Rip and Dip, a one-stop, upper scale service shop. This door bar shit gets old. I'm talking some global shit, some international traveling and shit. I'm talking totally different shit. Shit that only pimping and hoeing will get us. That very second, I heard a squall from Jackie. I'm with Silky, damn it! Some jive ass nigga that didn't know any better was pulling on my bitch. And the nigga pulling on my bitch was pimp business. He must have been drunk, so I ran over and shoved him on the floor, then reached for my burner to pop that nameless lame motherfucker. But Bullet grabbed me and whispered, Chill, Silky, let's leave. I looked into his foggy eyes. I ain't leaving shit. He was out of place, not me. By this time, the adversary was back on his feet. Bullet turned and grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off his feet. Get out, or get knocked out, Bullet roared. As soon as the adversary's feet touched the ground, he fled outside, and the rowdy crowd was thankful for the brief entertainment, at my expense as usual. But I was a potent pimp, not a jive joke. I had to make a stand. I followed the sucker to try to disrespect me, but by the time I got outside, he was long gone. Then I noticed an old, wretched, washed-up hoe. She walked over and panhandled. Please, spare me some change, mister. I looked at this old, raggedy hoe, and it was something troubling about her. Was it the fact that she was so downtrodden? She caught me on a good night and in a good mood. However, just as I dug in my pocket to get some change, it dawned on me. I remember this bitch. I scowled. Bitch, you got a lot of fucking nerves. Please, sir, I just want to get a bite to eat. Remember me, bitch? I pulled out my burner. She fell to the ground and covered her face. She screamed, No, I don't want any trouble. I just wanted some spare change. Please don't hurt me, mister. Old bitch in her chest hard. She fell backwards. Then I stepped on her old throat. I warned, I'm not going to do you that favor by putting you out of your goddamn misery. I hope you starve to death, bitch. Get some direction. You can't beg for spit from me. I punted her dusty cunt. That's for my mama, the only bitch I ever loved. You rotten, drug-loving junkie whore. The woman cried out in enormous pain, but her screams fell on deaf ears. To split this bitch would make me feel so good, but it took me back to a time when I was capable of caring. It was too risky getting close to old feelings because it brought about new pain. Speaking of old feelings, I thought about Tina. I thought about Mom. I thought about death. I decided to return inside and continue what I do best: conquer. As soon as I walked in, Jackie ran up under me, and Vet was looking at me with lust embedded in her eyes. Vet asked, "Can you fuck with your fine ass? It would be such a waste to get all worked up, only to get let down." I knew Jackie was pissed because I could feel her temperature rise. Vet and I both knew our flirting pissed Jackie off, but neither of us gave a German fuck. Don't worry about how I fuck. Worry about how much money you gonna get paid to fuck these tricks. Serving notice, that's the game I play. You can choose a nigga right now. I grabbed Vet's hand and kept Jackie beneath my right arm. Seconds later, even Terica followed. She didn't want to be left out of the fun. I turned to look for Bullet, and he had suddenly disappeared. Most likely, he was off to the dog races or craps, somewhere gambling. Sadly, somewhere losing. As I walked across the street to my Cadillac, or shall I say, my Fabulac, I saw Youngblood sitting on the curb with a bottle of Mad Dog 2020 in his hand. Sour wine whistled from his bitter breath. He slurred, "Silky, my nigga, how you been?" He fell over with thick slobber sliding down his crispy, crunchy lips. Closer to me and responded, "Better than your balance, motherfucker." Even though my mother was a whore, I couldn't believe my so-called number one ace fucked her, paid to eat his dad's cum out her pussy. Bet you can't hold a note as well as you hold that bottle. Vet interjected, "Silky, you know this lane?" I looked down at him, pulled out a loose dollar, tossed it at him. "Don't worry about who the fuck I know," I barked as I walked away. Youngblood stood up, slightly unbalanced, and stammered, with saliva rolling down his chin. He limped over. He pled, "Silky, man, we can come back and be better than ever. I'm sorry I betrayed you, man. I'm sorry about what I did." I stepped up, shoved him back on the curb, and spat. "You just plain old sorry. Get some direction. Fuck a comeback. Can't you see I'm a solo artist now?" As much as I hated to admit it, I really missed my niggas. I miss singing with the Determinations, which were some of the fondest memories in my life. It was lonely at the top. Pimping was the loneliest occupation on the planet. Subsequently, while I drove my hoes back to the Kia's place. I tickled their ears with my crisp tenor. Vet couldn't stop twisting her legs back and forth. Terica looked at me as if I was a bowl of rice and she was a starving Ethiopian. Jackie was just flattered, as always. When I sung my version of the Shy Lights, have you seen her? Them nasty hoes almost passed out. From the moment I unlocked Takia's door, it was on, as Vet and Terica jockeyed for my attention. Jackie was full of jealousy, but knew better than to try me. We tiptoed past Takia, which was sound asleep on the couch. Boy, could that big bitch snore. We were all buzzed, and I was ready to splash deep inside of Vet's boiling birth basin. Now, I don't know what Terica said to Jackie in the back seat, but they were tonsil surfing like two teenage lovers. I watched Terica turn Jackie out right before my very eyes, and just hearing a soppy lip smacking a pussy slurping drove me insane. Inwardly, of course. I could never let these hoes know how I really felt. They would never know when I was excited or turned on, or turned off for that matter. It was my job to get to know them and never let them figure me out. Never see how I was ticking. I banged Terica from behind while she leaned forward and sucked away the sex soup from the creases of Jackie's pussy. In mid-stroke, I turned to Vet and said, "Aren't you bitches forgetting something?" Everybody looked like I had just asked $1 million question, so I held out my hand. Being hoes, they knew what was up, and each of them dived into their individual stashes to place the money in my hand. Shortly after, I put my money up and I installed my long, greasy penis deep inside Vet's pretzel twisted vessel. I put her in impossible positions as I tried to knock her uterus out of place. But Vet hit positions that double jointed circus bitches couldn't. Vet licked her shiny lips and panted heavily. "Get every inch of this pussy. Break that dick off in this pussy, daddy." Even with this elephant trunk, that wasn't possible. But I resituated my fortified dick around the pussy like a merry-go-round. I slapped balls and all, and nothing but pure pink, never-ending pussy. Although I was a gifted dicksmith, I knew that pimping had little to do with fucking. After all, no matter how big a dick is, there's only so much a pole can do in a hole, right? Pimping was about mastering your emotions and never letting a bitch get in your head. Never let her know what your next move was or what you were thinking. A pimp's job is not to outfuck his hoes, but to outmaneuver them mentally. It is a special blend of entertaining and manipulating them simultaneously. Meanwhile, Jackie's breathly moans permeated a spell over me. Seeing her young convulsing thighs locked around Takia's face birthed the most erotic joy in my mind's eye. However, that didn't distract me. I just got more discipline to the pussy. Ooh, ooh wee. If your young ass can't do nothing else. Ooh, you know how to kiss some pussy. Both passion and lust had gone overboard, and now I exploded inside of her boiling twat. My forceful ejaculation actually hurt a bit, but it seemed to trigger a multi-orgasm for her also. She screamed, shook, shook, and shook, grinded vigorously, screamed again, froze, with her eyes deadpan locked, exhaled heavily, twitched for several seconds, then rested exhaustedly in my arms. My mission was complete. I could be a chef of a pimpin' buffet with all the pussy you could beat. I studied that. She was a head hole type, which meant that she could knock off other holes for me. And then I looked over at Terica, hugged up with Jackie, and I realized that she had earned a position in a pimp's mission too. My bedrock pimping was finally coming together. These sister whores made up a solid stable. Bet was smiling as she licked the thick, creamy pussy secretions off her fingers. This pussy is finger looking good, huh? She uttered. So when are we going to the Ivory Coast? It took me a second for my nose to readjust, because her pussy surely felt a lot better than it smelled. Nonetheless, I hadn't ruptured her body and soul. I replied, when you earn it, I give you some of this tree trunk. Now it's time for you to put in some time and commitment. You three bitches are like family, and I'm the head of you sister whores. You dig? Didn't you just get some pussy? She barked, with her hand on her wide hip. Don't get mangled, motherfucker. Gave me some funky pussy that smelled like yesteryear's yuck. Bitches pay big to lay with me, so consider yourself highly lucky. But I'm interested in your leadership, not some watered down horn. I nodded at Terica. Recruit me some more hoes like that, and I'll take you wherever you want to go. I sounded so sincere that I almost believed it myself. She smiled, and then Terica and Jackie joined us. We tumbled in between the sheets again, and then eventually fell asleep. When I woke up the next morning, Bed had slobber tracks that soiled the side of her face. Terica and Jackie were still cradled like two teenage lovers, and to be quite honest, the lightweight pissed me off. Jackie looked so happy, a little too happy for a hoe. The only sex I wanted that bitch to enjoy was sex coming from me. But that was just my ego fucking with me. Then I stepped out of the dining room, and Takia sat on the couch holding Devin. She was crying. I stared at her blankly, then walked back in the room to get some clothes so I can get dressed to leave. I refused to speak to Takia. Silence was a deafening punishment to an attention-needy woman. She'd rather be put on a diet than not speak to her. I got into my ride and cruised around so I could find me a big, nice house for my hookers and me. My next move had to be my best move. While I was searching for a suitable whorehouse that could sub as an underworld after hour also, I fell upon an opportunity that I couldn't refuse. I witnessed this young pimp slapping his fragile, drug-thirsty hoe while standing beside a brick building. Meanwhile, two of his other fine floozies sat idly and watched. I parked up the street, pulled out my stolen badge and pistol. Then I walked down and I spoke with authority. All right, nigger, that's enough. Put your hands up. This young punk seen my badge and quickly filled with fear that immediately put his hands up. That goes for you too, ladies. I aimed the unsafe end of the barrel in their direction. They quickly followed suit. Get on your knees. Place your hands behind your head, I instructed. It was such a thrill to witness the power that we so easily handed over to the police. Police had the right to rob, steal, brutalize, and even kill in the black community. Once I stepped closer, I realized that the fine floozies weren't fine as I initially thought they were. Their averageness was hidden under wigs, fake leather, and raggedy lace. They had makeup caked on their old ass faces. Two were decent, but the ass whooping recipient was completely weathered from drugs and street vice. After a little more intimidation and tough talk, I searched the girl's bra, fishnet pantyhose, and purses, then made their almighty pimp dig in his pockets and put every cent on the ground. This was easier than pimping. I had come up over a little than $2,000 in a matter of seconds. However, the bitter pimp asked, "What the fuck is up with this, man? Don't I pay your partners enough? I'm damn sure not late on payments." Kicked him in the ass and snapped, "Bitch, keep your mouth closed, or you won't be able to be late on payments." Suddenly, the beaten, drug-thirsty hoe looked me in the eyes. She asserted, "Now, now I remember you. I know you." "Bitch, you wish you knew me," I barked. Her face was now riddled with tears. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Her pimp still tried to hold on to some power. "Bitch, I didn't tell you to be sorry." I smacked him with my pistol and looked at this mangy woman. It was something in her eyes, but I couldn't put a finger on what that something was. She cried, "I know you're going to kill me this time, but you got to understand. Harvey got me strung out on drugs, had me turning tricks in the back of my father's church. These streets and my conscience have been eating me up ever since. My soul is in agony. I just hurt all the time." I looked her in her dingy colored eyes as I tried to process who in the hell is this worn out hoe? So much was on my mind that pieces weren't clicking like they should have. She continued, "My father still drives around looking for his baby girl. He's so naive for a minister. He doesn't realize that his innocent baby girl has been dead for a very long time. I knew this day would come, and I knew you would come take me out of my never-ending misery, just like I took your mom out of her misery. Look at me, a prostitute turned disease panhandler. I can't even give this broken body away." All of a sudden, it clicked. Big, hot tears dripped down my face. Damn, this was the same panhandling, murderous bitch again. Well, whatever disease she had disfigured her even more. She was nearly unrecognizable. I was just as speechless then as I was the night Mommy died. Pictures of my dead mother flickered in my mind. Numbness controlled me as I absorbed my emotions and faced the reality that the only woman that I was ever capable of loving was stolen from me. And this blood-thirsty thirsty, junky bitch was responsible. Here, I was with yet another opportunity to erase this bitch. But life was doing such a good job at breaking her spirits that killing her would be such an injustice. From nowhere, this long Lincoln spun out of control, hopped the sidewalk, literally missed me by less than an inch, slammed into the brick wall, the two streetwalkers pinned between the huge vehicle and the sturdy brick wall. Both holes died on impact. Death seemed to be dealt out like cards, randomly. Before I could find out what's going on, the pimp fled at the speed of thought. I quickly tucked my pistol and badge, then pocketed it, my instant earnings. However, by the time I turned around, another vehicle was coming directly at me. But the tires screeched as the driver made a sharp turn to avoid hitting me. Although he managed to miss me as a mark, he wasn't lucky when it came to hitting the already wrecked vehicle, which he collided into with great impact. The whistle and the bells of the moment left me temporarily paralyzed until I noticed a police cruiser seconds away down the street. I quickly got my ass in gear, ran up the side street, cut through a backyard, and dashed back to my Fabulac, hopped in, and sped off quickly. My heart was racing faster than my engine's pistons were. As I drove off into safety, I heard a volley of gunshots. It sounded like a battlefield. What the fuck just happened back there? Knowing that I had just barely escaped death, I reached into my pocket to get that badge. I looked at that shiny badge, a badge with no honor and no memories. This badge was a thing, just like my mom was a thing, in that hungry, drug-thirsty whore's way. Part of me was empty. The other part of me was angry that I didn't exact revenge for Mom. On the other hand, since tragedy intervened and I didn't get to kill that panhandling bitch, I didn't have to. However, I got revenge because I didn't interrupt her never-ending suffering. Now, this drug-thirsty bitch would have to exist yet another day, yearning for the refreshment of dope, yearning for male attention, yearning for a good night's sleep, yearning for a cure for her debilitating disease, yearning to forget all the pain and pillage she has done in her miserable motherfucking life. For the rest of her days, she will yearn for a peace of mind, just like me. I better stick to pimping. I'm born to pimp, not be a stick-up artist. I tossed the lifeless badge out the window, but no sooner it hit the ground when I looked out of my rearview mirror, I witnessed a familiar face bending over to pick it up. After further investigation, I realized it was Kenny, a former determination. I didn't harbor the bitterness for Kenny that I did for Youngblood, so I turned around, did a U-turn. Once I got up close, I could see the pain, the struggle, the dope's wear and tear in his face, but also the wear and tear on his soul. Kenny was even funnier looking than I recalled. His thinner frame gave his neck the illusion of looking twice as long. His head looked even bigger, and his big ass ears really made him look like a jackass. in his ever deep voice. Hey, Silky, where have you been, brother? Get in. It's not safe to sit here and talk, I suggested. He happily limped in and weakly closed the door. He was wheezing. His breathing was labored. His tattered clothes reeked, and his hair was remarkably unkempt. He smelled like an outside commode. It was a horrendous sight. He attempted to smile, but his strength failed him. Man, Silk, I see that you accomplished everything you set out to. This once remarkable bass singer, now reduced to a baritone bass head, confounded me. His eyes watered. Perhaps it was jealousy, but I believe it was self-pity. He was ashamed that he had let himself fall so deep, deeper than his incredible bass. And he should have been. How can any man let himself nosedive into a lifestyle this low without blowing his head off? This type of existence was a death sentence, wasn't it? I've been okay, I answered, as I reached and turned on my radio, hoping to hear the news. What happened with you, Kenny? My eyes couldn't seem to stop staring at this immense failure of a man. Deep dark circles were carved around his eyes like a raccoon. Circles from weather and life and being worn down by addiction. Even if he couldn't pimp, he could run numbers, stick up people, boost or steal for a living, or become a card or pool shark. Hell, even become a swear and get a regular job. I just couldn't rationalize this. Damn, Silky. I just wanted to live for the moment. Get some pussy. Get high. Have fun. Sing to some bitches. He turned away as if he didn't want me to see him cry. But this cocaine, this free base got me, man. Holding me tighter than virgin pussy. Man, this addiction don't want me to have nothing. Nothing but misery. I no longer want pussy. Could care less about singing. Only eat enough to live. And all I do is thirst to get high. It's an ever-present thirst, Silky. I can't shake it, man. Been to every rehab in town. I can't shake it, Silky. You haven't lived until you heard a man with a voice deeper than Barry White cry. It moved me. What if Mom didn't care about me the way she did? What if she had been a dope fiend and loved dope more than she loved me? Would I be sitting here where Kenny is today in the passenger seat? Would Kenny give a fuck about me if I were in his shoes? I looked at this dope-thirsty, weak guy that used to be a respectable man, torn down into pharmaceutical rubbish. I asked, Kenny, what do you need, man? Just $10, man. Just enough to take this sting away. Man, I'd be so grateful. I pulled out my knot of money, then peeled him off 20, because if I gave him too much, he would just kill himself. After I rebuked him, don't be grateful, be ashamed. Be disgusted with the way you become. Man, it's supposed to be a determination. Get some direction. What kind of legacy will we leave behind? You're a dopehead, and Youngblood is a wino. I couldn't help but to look down on them. They both knew better. He didn't just get up and run off, to my surprise, but he asked me in the gentlest voice that I ever heard a heterosexual man speak in. Silky, do you really think pimping is something to be proud of? You don't think there's a God up in heaven frowning down at you, hitting, choking, exploiting his babies, man? You don't worry about these things condemning your soul? Normally, I would have been pissed, but he wasn't trying to be a smartass. He was trying to help his friend, but he should have been trying to help his damn self. I replied, God gave me every attribute I have, from the baby blue eyes, the wavy hair, the great looks, the sharp wit, the golden voice, and this thigh bruising dick that I gotta painfully walk with every day. He smiled at me ruefully and said, You never change. Thanks, Silky. If you never see me again, thanks a million. You're always light on your feet and even quicker with your tongue. Take care, brother. Kenny limped out of my fabulact, and I realized that I didn't even have the decency to ask what happened to his leg. Maybe because I was too damn busy condemning him. On the other hand, the local news on the radio cleared up the bizarre accident from earlier. The drivers in the Lincoln had just robbed a bank for $400,000. The second vehicle, a Chevy Nova, was the backup vehicle. The 1970 model Lincoln lost control from driving so recklessly, but the Nova driver had got shot in the shoulder, dodged around me, then struck the Lincoln. Everyone but the Lincoln driver was eventually shot and killed soon after they exited their cars. The Lincoln driver was in critical condition and faced 2 counts of vehicular homicide, grand theft larceny, and strong arm robbery. How had I escaped that madness? Was Lady Luck on my side or what? Why rob a bank when all these bitches can write all the deposit slips you'll ever need? Finally, after several more hours of searching, I discovered a house, just like Christopher Columbus did America, only the house didn't already have people living in it. It was vacant, and it was a suitable location that I needed. It was a 6-bedroom house. It was at the corner of Vesper and at the end of Carpenter Street, on the dead end, but only a matter of blocks away from Howard Street. I reflected on my conversation with Kenny, and somehow I just couldn't pity a man who willfully used drugs, willfully set himself up for failure. Some people are designed for destruction, while others aspire beyond understanding. I was the latter. I didn't know why God picked on me to be so special, and I don't know why He picked on Youngblood and Kenny and so many other self-destructive fools to be miserable. But He blessed me with the gift of gab, the art of flash, and the cunning combinations necessary to woo women. Was it my fault? Large house with a slum. The steps were shabby, the paint was peeling, but it would serve my purpose. A 24-hour whorehouse. A pussy palace. The rip and dip. It would be a place where every man could purchase a little pink slice of paradise. It was pre-furnished because an elderly guy had just passed and left his old-timer furniture there. All the landlord wanted was some green cash. All I wanted was a haven for my hoes to make me as much money as possible while I lay low to avoid police detection. In addition, having bag rooms would make it easier for them to keep their musty pussies clean. And I could charge more per hour because these tricks would pay for the room as well. This would help me stack the cash I needed to leave Akron for good. In fact, leave the country. I was ready to go somewhere and start fresh, somewhere big enough to handle all this big pimping. Subsequently, I got in my car and drove back to pick up my hoes. During that drive, I thought about Mama. Why was she my best friend? Why did she go out her way to make me hate all hoes? What did she see to make her feel so strongly against them? She seemed to be right on all angles. But Kenny's question bandied in my head ever since he asked me. Like most people, I believe that we all come from somewhere and that we're all going somewhere. Certainly, everyone is put here for a purpose. Some to preach, some to teach, some to reach, some to fail, some to prevail. Everything I've ever learned prepped me to pimp, taught me to seduce the mind and hearts of weak women. If I didn't pimp them, wouldn't some other pimp pimp them? Why should he have all the fun? Why should he make all the money? Why not me? These women would be lost without me. They needed me. Why do people act like pimps are slave owners? No one wanted to be slaves, but bitches want to be whores. It's in their blood. See, what swears don't understand is whores give pimps their money because they like the pimp or something about the pimp. For instance, she may like the way he looks, talks, or even the color of his eyes. But what people don't realize that it's no difference than what a swear man does for a woman he likes. A man takes her out to dinner and pays for it, buys her flowers, does nice things for her, spends both his time and money on her. Why? Simple. Because he likes her and he want to be with her. This is what hoes do for their pimps. Pimps just flip the game and they hump for money because it's one of the easiest ways to make good money fast. It's simple if one really thinks about it. Nonetheless, the white man knows a lot about pimping because he has over 400 years of experience. Niggers and Negroes are his best hoes who give their everything to fit in simply because they want to be accepted by the broader white society. Many are not mad at the system. They are mad because they want to be at the top of it. Back at the apartment, I blew my horn impatiently. Jackie knew the sound of my horn. She ran on the porch. I ordered, "Get Devin and tell the bitches to pack up." Then quickly returned with Devin and the other two hookers in tow. However, I couldn't help to notice a little tension between Jackie and Terica. I looked at him and said, "Sometimes the gin wear off, but the sin stays the same." Jackie looked so disappointed in herself. "More like a Mickey," Jackie snapped. Terica fired back, "Bitch, please. You want to eat some of this pussy. Don't act like you trying to fight the feeling the morning after, bitch. Bitch, just admit it. You like sucking on pussy. If you're ashamed, then don't do the shit." "Both you bitches shut the fuck up and get in," I barked. Suddenly, they both dashed for the front seat. Terica ordered, "Get in the back, bitch." Jackie retorted, "Bitch, please. I'm the lead, bitch." I interjected, "Empty your pockets right now. Whichever bitch got the most money can sit in the front, since y'all want to be childish and shit." Both of them stood there and dug through their purses. After Terica realized that her purse was empty, she dug into her bra and pulled out $200. Definitely a stash she was holding back from me. However, Jackie took her sweet time looking through her purse. I think she was waiting to see just how much Terica had so that she can give more than Terica, but hold back also. I may be young, but I ain't dumb. I know bitches gonna hold back. Shit, if I was a hoe, I'd probably do the same thing. Soon as Terica hopped in the front seat and sat down, Jackie said, "Here, Daddy." She had $250. I looked at Terica and gave her the nod to get in the back seat with the baby. Soon as they settled in, I asserted, "My agenda's full, and I ain't got time for some cock-biting bitches to fuck with my TikTok. My time, bitches. My time." It was time to really sell the life to these whores. So I took them out shopping for a few new clothes. Women in general love nice clothes and receiving attention for their attractiveness. But whores were at an entirely different level with this shit. Whores drooled over clothes, just like men drooled over whores in those very clothes. I loved seeing the girls smile and giggle as they tried on various outfits. Their pussies would soon gladly repay me for my precious time and ill-gotten dollars. Now, I had to make it my business to spend quality time with each individual hoe. So, I had to make an appointment with Mr. Sandman. Finally, we arrived back at the new house. It was raggedy, but new to me. Each of these dream-struck bitches had their personal room to dress, sleep, and turn dates in as well. This was my 24-hour jump spot, officially called the Rip and Dip. Here, you could sip on a few drinks and get ripped, then go upstairs and take a dip in some pussy afterwards. See, at the Rip and Dip, there will always be some good music, some good soul food, and some great wet pussy for paying customers. I decided that I would even start up another group so that we could throw VIP parties. where I would sing live and entertain the shit out of everyone. Fuck going to Vegas. I'd bring a piece of Las Vegas to my very own living room. But I did have one problem. How would I keep the man off of me? It wouldn't be long before everyone's ears would be itching and everyone's tongue would be talking about the blue-eyed nigga doing this and doing that at the rip and dip. On the other hand, if I could figure out a way to make this a jaw-jacking mecca, I wouldn't have to run behind these street bitches. I'd be inside and out of sight. And when I have enough money to travel wherever, whenever I wanted to, I could relocate out of Ohio for good without ever wanting or worrying for nothing. After getting settled in, Beck shocked me with her eagerness to work. I surprised her by taking her out to Tangier's one-on-one. She ordered a T-bone steak and a chef salad. I just ordered a grilled chicken breast with a baked potato. I couldn't even pronounce some of these fancy dishes on the menu. Tangier's was the spot. It was elegant, draped in timeless art. The walls were filled with stars that had performed there like Red Fox, Richard Pryor, The Temptations, and many other performers. I hope to see my face on these walls one day. As a matter of fact, I had a double take because Bill Cosby was sitting across the room with some young white girl. Okay, Cosby, I thought. When she got up to excuse herself to go to the ladies' room, I noticed those long, lovely legs of hers and the way her dress hugged her slight curves. It wasn't the only thing I noticed. It looked like Bill Cosby was leaning over a drink. I wondered, what the fuck is he up to? Oh well, I took a sip of my wine, looked down, 'cause that's none of my business. Meanwhile, Bet forked into her steak and noticed a long Caucasian hair on it. She brought it to my attention, and I abruptly brought it to theirs. I snapped, "Hey, waiter, there's hairs in my lady's shit." The uppity waiter grew frustrated. "Psst, psst, excuse me, we don't serve shit. There's nothing in her food." I stood up, slammed my knuckles on the table, and shouted, "I said she got some goddamn hair in her motherfucking food." Vet interjected, "No, Silky, don't worry about it. It's okay." "Shut up, bitch. If it was okay, why didn't you just eat the shit?" I protested. Then some well-dressed, bald and white guy walked over. "Sir, we have respectable guests here." He looked over at Bill Cosby. "And we expect the same from all our patrons." I knocked over the seat. "You can expect the same of these nuts. I don't have to put up with this shit. I'm Silky, and I don't think I'm better than nobody. I know I'm better than everybody." I motioned for Vet to get up, and we left the joint. I was a nigga, but I was a high-end nigga with money. Certain treatment I didn't have to tolerate, period. Afterwards, Vet had me driving around looking for her sister, Buffy, and her friend, Nicole. Vet explained, "Silky, they gonna love everything about you. The way you smell, the way you talk, the way you walk, and the way I fuck and take all your money." I interrupted. She smiled and batted her eyes. "That too." As we drove around Howard Street, she spotted Buffy and Nicole dashing across the street. That's my sister over there. Right there in the hot pink. She's cute. Oh, that gray bitch was gorgeous. I could instantly tell from their panic-worn faces that they were in danger. What had the fuck had these bitches got into? What had they done? I sped down towards them, then screeched the tires to a halt right beside them. Buffy's fear almost hid the cuteness beneath it. Bet yelled, "Hurry up, come get in." Swiftly, Buffy leaped. She leaped in, huffing and puffing. Oh, was only a few steps behind. I was watching joyfully as Nicole's bountiful titties bounced happily about. Bet and Buffy both screamed, "Get in! Come on, girl! Hurry, get in, bitch! Get in! Hurry up!" "What the fuck are you bitches yelling for?" I asked. Just as Nicole grabbed the door handle, I found out why. Her forehead exploded right before our eyes. Holy sheep shit, that's why. I slapped my car into reverse and burned rubber down the street. I whipped that long caddy with ease until a drunk fell in the way of my car. I shouted, "Stupid asshole done hit my car. Nigga needs some direction." Meanwhile, I could still hear deadly bullets whistle behind us. I mashed the gas and slumped down in my seat as low as I could and still be able to see the road. As I turned the corner on two tires, Beth asked, Buffy, what the hell happened back there?" Buffy shuddered frantically. "Oh, got shot." I looked at her through my rearview mirror. "No shit, bitch. What caused her to get shot?" I snapped. "Nicole stole his wallet. Why I shit on him?" she sobbed. "I bet it was the same sick ass pervert. Why didn't I kill him when I had a chance?" But what's really fucked up is I'll never get to know how good Nicole's pussy was, how much mileage she had left on that young, gorgeous white pussy, how much money she could have made me. Shit, if you ask me, that's the true tragedy. After 10 minutes of adrenaline overdose, we returned home safely. This was one more reason to set up my all-in-one, full premium service, entertainment, smoke, drink, suck, fuck, one shop, stop, and shop spot. Akron needed the rip and dip. Bad. Up in my room, I made it my business to take a grand tour of Buffy's purse, bra, and everywhere else I thought she would stash money. Afterwards, I happily patrolled her young pussy and broke her into all the house rules. I could smell jealousy on Jackie, so I had to be twice as smooth with my pimping. Jackie, unlike the other hoes, loved me. She was there before all the flash and all the cash. I meant more to her than the rest of them, but she was just another hoe to me. The one thing I knew for certain was how dangerous it was to fall in love with a hoe. Too bad for C-Note. I can't help it, he wasn't as wise as me. Yet, I'm thankful that my mom taught me better. When it comes to these bitches, it's no difference than going to a car lot and picking out one. It's that simple. See them, pursue them, conquer them, target, and make a mark of these bitches. However, in the next 3 weeks, I was pimping harder than a motherfucker. But I found out that pimping was anything but easy. Tricks were lined up and down the street, and I even had to buy a line of seats for them to sit in while they were waiting to turn dates. The girls took turns bartending and bringing the tricks drinks while they waited. It was busy and chaotic, but this was better than chasing my whores up and down the street. This is where I could keep track on how many dates they were turning. Nonetheless, the whores were a handful, a headache. They fought over everything. Most of them all, they fought over me, especially Jackie and Terica. I yearned to take a moment all to myself with a big fat joint so I could just sit back and plot my next move with these dream-struck bitches. Jackie caught the short end because she was the youngest and she had a baby. Plus, she was not part of the original clique. At times, I had to force the other hoes to watch Devin so that Jackie could turn dates. It wasn't that they didn't like Devin, but they were merely just trying to be loyal to the other sister whores. Nonetheless, Jackie had a line of regulars, unlike the other whores, because they would rush and at times even steal from their tricks. Despite what I told them, Buffy couldn't keep her hands out of niggas' pockets, so I had to buckle down and beef up security to handle her ticked off tricks. I wanted more money, not more problems. Of course, Bullet assisted me with security, and he loved my crap edition that I added in the basement. When Bullet wasn't working security, he was playing craps or some other form of gambling. I also worked out a deal with the owner of a local liquor store to sell me liquor at wholesale prices. All he wanted in return was to be able to turn a few free tricks a few times a month. I was making a killing, and it was killing the competition. I was selling everything from hard liquor to soft pussy. What pimp could compete with this? After a couple more weeks of trial and error, I made the whole bickering work to my advantage. Now they were trying to outfuck, suck, and best of all, outho each other. Each wanted to be daddy's queen bee. I did things such as reward the top earner with bonuses and buy them the most expensive gift. I learned that it was more effective to give the whores incentives to make money. Now I have worked out a little quirks. My pockets, wardrobe was ultra right. I wore the finest gaiters and gold. No matter how much new attire I bought, I always had mad love for my sapphire suit. It represented the beginning of my pimp ship. It always held a special place in my brimstone heart. On the other hand, I'm wise enough to know that a pimp only looks as good as his hoes. My hoes are a direct reflection of me, and people are starting to realize that Silky is the Mac of Norville. Having a one-stop whorehouse set my pimping a world apart from small-time pimps. Players, hoes, hustlers admired me, but enemy pimps outright resented me. I loved it. I had come up fast and hard because niggas knew that Silky was on some pistol grip shit. My dreams of attending the Players Ball in Chicago are right around the corner. In Chi-Town, I could be as flamboyant as I want to be. After all, this is small-ass Akron, Ohio. Not to mention, I got 2 bodies under my belt. I believe that more people knew about my history of Willie Mack than they let on. I could see the hatred in young hustlers in enemy Pip's eyes as I walked by. I knew that I always had to stay ahead of stick-up artists, salty pimps, triple-crossing hoes, and worst of all, Johnny Law. I finally started to realize why I was so lonely at the top. Because for those who truly desire to be winners, being second is like death. One thing about the Do Dirt Doctrine that I know to be true, you always, and I mean always, have to be weary of number two. Part 5. The Impossible Task. Chapter 13. New Territory. It was late Friday night. I was out driving around the old trenches, making sure that none of my product had slipped out of the window or down to the smack house. Bet and Buffy both were increasingly more and more unreliable because they were slowly succumbing to drug addiction. I realized that many pimps relied on dope to do the work for them. Girls got addicted to dope, and if the pimp kept some dope, he could keep control over his stable. As for me, it was a waste of time, a waste of good product, because dope made whores age faster. Dope made whores desperate cum dumps. And dope also took money out of a pimp's pocket. I don't know what genius pimp thought about using dope to help turn and control his bitches, but he was a stupid motherfucker. While I was out making rounds, I slowly drove by Takia's place. At that point in time, I noticed a strange vehicle backing out of her driveway. Curious, I thought, stopping by to see this big bitch. Not that I gave a damn. By the time I pulled in front of her house, she noticed me. Within seconds, Takia flagged me in from her front porch. Wiping off the corner of her mouth, she said, "I heard about the rip and dip. Silky, you got a lot of friends crowding around your door. You got pretty hoes, a big house, and a fine automobile. Now you don't need me anymore. You lied to me, but I forgive you, just as God forgives us all." I sat there silently, counting my wads of money. But she continued, "Just talk to me, Silky." I rolled my eyes, twisted my lips. She fidgeted her hands and nervously announced, "I'm pregnant, Silky. I know you don't want to hear this, but it's your baby. See, you play too much. Is this the reason you fucking stopped me?" I was pissed, so I sighed long and hard. Really? You gon' you gonna pull the pregnant card now? Yeah. I teary-eyed confessed, "I wouldn't have bothered you if the police weren't looking for you. And that fucking thug named Kelvin Bullet Jobson. But even though you turned your back on me and our baby, I didn't tell them anything. In fact, that car that just backed out of the driveway wasn't undercover. But I lied and told him that you hopped on a Greyhound when you found out I was pregnant. I care enough to warn you to be careful. I want to be a blessing in you. She wiped the tears from her puffy eyes and tapped me softly on the shoulder. I may sound crazy, but I have to ask you this. Have you found Jesus yet, Silky? I pray that the Lord saves your soul. I rolled my eyes and jerked away from her, and I replied, I didn't know the nigga was lost. I sat back in my seat. My time is worth money, not sympathy. You couldn't think of a better stunt than that? You ain't pregnant. You just fat ass fuck. Don't no cops care about no niggas. Ain't no cops looking for me. How come no one else heard about them looking for me? Half of them hogs on someone's payroll anyway. I knew to never let a bitch ever think that she's done something special for me. Hell, anything a bitch did for me or gave me, she owed me. Period. Silky, I swear I'm not lying to you. Why are you doing me like this? How can your heart be so hard? I know I'm fat, but dang, why do you hate me so much when I only want to love you? She sobbed. Love me? Do you want to suck 50 to 60 dicks a day till your mouth is swollen with sores? Do you know what they call a fat hoe? She hunched her shoulders and mumbled, I don't know. I answered my own question. Unemployed. Her head dropped in defeat. I went on. From the time we met, I was a pimp. So I did to you what I do. Pimp. Don't try to win me over with some recycle, recycled religious babble. You want to swear, motherfucker, that believes in having a wife and kids and working a 9 to 5? Do I look like that type of motherfucker? Why don't you go get some motherfucking direction? Stay away from the motherfucking fridge. I just sped off right as she began to open her mouth. Why would the bitch make up some shit about the police looking for bulleting me? Oh shit. My arrogant, stupid ass wasn't paying attention. She did call him by his full name. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen him since last Friday. I've just been so busy juggling these holes, tricks, competition that I haven't been able to keep up with every detail on everybody. Regardless, it's getting too hot for me to stay here in Akron much longer. Perhaps it's time for me to take flight and get out of this little raggedy ass city. And better yet, this racist ass country before my luck runs out. After giving her statement some thought, I feel slightly sorry for the big bitch. But how can an authentic pimp feel sorry for any bitch? To be an effective pimp, you must be hard on hoes. I don't love or even like bitches. Just pimp them. They're objects. They are worthless hoes. They are only good enough to be a dick stand. I can't afford to be weak. No matter what a bitch does for me, I must be hard on these hoes like Pharaoh and never let these hoes go. It was my responsibility as a pimp to use Takia and any other bitch that I could to the best of my ability. Even if the bitch is pregnant with my baby. Either it's use or be used. I'm an undisputable pimp. Getting used could never be, could never, ever, ever happen to me. After several seconds of contemplation, I returned to scope my trenches and see if any corrupt cops were patrolling. I had to be particularly careful at this point. Holes were still sprinkled about various corners. I still had to plant some holes outside of my after hours to advertise until we were the local address for everybody would come. I needed every paying trick to come to the rip and dip. I wanted to get my after hour packed with business so a flashy pimp like myself could make the big bucks without the high profile. I wasn't hard for anyone to finger, a flamboyant pimp, let alone a cop. I wanted that money, but not the flack of being in the trenches to make it. I had to stack my scratch so that I could leave this joint and set up a flat in a bigger city where I could take on a new identity. Meanwhile, back at my spot, the rip and dip, the more pussy got spanked, the more my pockets got thanked. It was high traffic and high drama, and I really had to use my wits to keep the static down. Of course, when you're dealing in sexual commerce, you're dealing with a lot of street motherfuckers. And engaging in street business, often street business means blood business. I was doing my best to make as much green without having to shed any more blood. Since business was so good, I wanted to commemorate the moment, so I donned my classic sapphire silk suit. I felt phenomenal in my favorite sapphire silk suit. It was so much more than a sentimental token of my very first hoe, Tina. This suit was a symbol of me breaking luck. I remember when all I had was this lonely suit and one broke ass average white hoe. I smiled and kissed my diamond baguette cross. Now look at me. I have the very best of hoes, precious rings, and golden things that life has to give. Ain't life funny? Finally, I was living my wildest dreams. The same dreams that I sold these hoes that would never manifest for them was a reality for me. As I sat in my fabulac, admiring my jewelry and good looks in the mirror, Jackie walked up, kissed the hot hood of my fabulac, then brought me my money while rubbing her lips. She removed her leather trench, and the only thing she was wearing was a smile. The kid came by the rip and dip, tripping, but we got it together, sent her fat ass home. I looked at Jackie without cracking the slightest smile. Shit, that's whole business. Talk my language. Let me hear what that motherfucking purse got to say. Am I still your queen? She held some money in her hand and asked seductively. A fatal mistake that all hoes make. They believe that we really love them, but all we love is our money and our egos. Never hoes. Before I could answer, she bent over and unpeeled my dick with horny, hungry, hot lips. Bitch, how you gonna play me like I'm some trick? I shoved her face into the dashboard, then snatched the cash out of her hands. You are a mere musty asshole. You can't win me over with a blowjob. When I got an opening for a queen, I'll let you know, bitch. In the meantime, get out and become the quickie queen and make my money, bitch. Needless to say, Jackie scattered off to go rake my paper. But I did think about what she said about Takia. Shit, Takia came to the rip and dip looking for me after our conversation? Maybe the bitch really is pregnant with my baby. Maybe. Just maybe the police were looking for me and Bullet about Harvey and Danny's demise. After all, niggas do go to prison for killing other niggas, even if niggas are low priority in the law's eyes. Suddenly, I caught an image of Bullet hunched over an empty shot glass with his jaw hanging and a set of bloodshot red eyes. I firmly nudged him on the shoulder. Bullet, where have you been, my wigger? Gambling again, he replied remorsefully. Losing again. I whispered in his ear, Hey, I hear the police been looking for us. I'm thinking about blowing to the Windy City on the first thing smoking tomorrow morning. Why would the police be looking for us? He asked confoundedly. Why? Because of that jackboot, nigga. Not to mention I Pop Willie, man. Man, I got blood of a whole slain family on my hand. Maybe you can come up with me to Chi-Town. Help me out. Help me hold shit down. And serve notice to these bitches. You couldn't do any worse than you do with that gambling shit. Man, let's put your banging talents to use. He shot me one dirty ass look. But I guess the truth fucks with us like that. I thought about all that we've been through, and my empty heart went out to him. Even though his gambling kept failing him, I couldn't. So I dug into my pocket and gave him an uncounted sum of money. Bullet looked more pitiful than ever as he slowly reached over and grabbed a handful of uncounted bills. He sat the knot of money on the counter and returned the shot glass to the cusp of his hands. He confessed, I'm a loser, Silky. I'm nothing like you. I'm no pimp either. As long as there's pussy to be sold, you'll have some cash to hold. Wigger, it's because you looked out for me after I split Willie. that I was even around to blow up the way I did anyway. You do what you have to do, man, right? He inquired dryly. Hell yeah. I split that nigga, gave that nigga some direction. He was trying to make an example out of me, and I offed his brothers just to give myself some elbow room. We some raw ass niggas because we on that pistol grip pimp shit. I'll drink to that. You sure in the fuck did, Silky. You sure in the fuck did. He smiled ruefully. But kept his head down the entire time we talked. The only time he lifted his head up was to turn up that shot glass. Usually, after I gave him a little cash, he ran off to the races. But not this time. I just couldn't seem to bring him out of his ill spirits. So I bought him another drink and just reflected on the song that was playing on the jukebox. It was a song entitled Smiling Faces. I was really digging the lyrics and the musical composition. As I listened, I thought, some songwriters be on some real shit. The impossible task is to figure out which of the smiles is a mask. I said, yeah, the impossible task, yeah. The trop seemed to be filled with more prospects and youngsters than usual. The smoke seemed to be thicker, but the air actually felt lighter. I felt as if I was on acid because Pimp seemed to be staring at me and whispering about me. Everybody was talking about me, but I couldn't hear a word they were saying. Were these thoughts only the illusions of my mind? Maybe I was just paranoid. Bullet looked at me in the grimmest fashion ever. His red eyes told some sad ass stories. I nudged him. Bullet, cheer up. You got my back and I got yours. Long as I got, you got. After the fourth drink, Bullet held his drunken head up best he could. He was so fucked up. Bullet asked, Silky, how do you do it? You always stay on top. You always plotting and planning some slick shit. You always got a backup plan. I mean, man, I can't even turn my come ups into steady come ups. But you always manage. You always manage to win big. You keep a backup, my nigga. Hell, you even keep a backup stash. If a bitch want it, she gotta fuck with you. 'Cause you got it. His bloodshot eyes were bulging more than usual. Something was amiss. I smiled and replied, yeah, I be old funky, sweaty panda's pussy if I don't. While I was still nodding to the music and chewing on my toothpick, I took a closer look at him. Took a gulp of another drink and winced from the bitterness. He patted me hard on the shoulder and uttered, you wear the fuck out of this suit. This must be your favorite sapphire suit, man. Ain't it? It must be your lucky charm or some shit because you rocks the fuck out of this. All the suits and shit you got, you be wearing the fuck out of this, man. You one slick ass nigga. Even your eyes match your suit. Man, you got it all. Smarts, good looks, women, money. Don't forget, 12 inches, I laughed. Walla's still limp. He ordered another drink. He confessed, I wish I could at least save some damn money, but I can't hold on to shit. I fucking win, only to turn around and lose. Can't keep running. I can't keep a running car. Can't keep a woman. I can't keep nothing, man. Hell, where's white privilege when you need it? I quipped. Quipped. That's because you are taking being down with the niggas too serious. It's even affecting your credit score. He giggled before gulping down the next drink like it was a soda. Boy, was he putting away some liquor. I just watched and listened. But one day, I'm gonna buy me a new car, he stated. I leaned in jokingly. And don't forget, you're gonna buy some new teeth, nigga. Okay, okay. You got jokes, huh? I'm gonna buy some teeth, and I'm even gonna buy me some nice suits so I can look good like you. Hell, I might even manage to keep me a $2,000 stash, just like you keep stashing your fancy ass blue suit. He slapped me hard on the back again. He continued talking. You are brilliant, Silky. See, my dumb ass would hide my dough in the shoebox or in the mattress, but not silk ass Silky. Uh, but not, yeah, you know I'm fucked up, man. But not your slick ass Silky with your slick ass stash suit. He lifted his head up, looked at me directly in the eyes with a blank glare. A sudden, silent rage erupted, and an arc of fresh fear tightly gripped my purple heart. I couldn't believe my motherfucking ears. I slammed my shot glass down on the marble counter. The noise made the bartender look up and quickly step back. I spit my toothpick out of my mouth. My soul was contorted with questions, and my eyes blistered from frustrating or fighting back tears. I asked in total disbelief. So, this is why you wearing such a long motherfucking face? Are you serving me notice, wigger? Bullet slowly lifted his head up. I slid my shot glass away and stood up. I aggressively asserted, no one knew about my stash suit or my $2,000 but Tina. This madness sat across my face. She was the only hoe, the only person in the world other than me that knew that I kept a stash in this very suit back at that time. So how would you fucking know? How would you know that? And the exact amount? I'm just pissy drunk. Just talking shit, that's all. Unsure-footed, he stood up. I I can't even see straight. So I know I can't think straight. Try seeing straight with a bullet in your motherfucking pan face. You unbrilliant motherfucker. I pulled out my pistol, but my hands burnt from the intensity of vengeance. My heart sank and my stomach erupted. Bullet? You did that to Tina? You duped me? I was dumbstruck. I was traveling to a new territory, a territory better known as betrayal. The barroom listened intently. Some people started easing towards the exit. Others were too nosy to worry about their safety. Bullet fearlessly stepped into the line of fire, just inches away from the barrel. The unsafe end of the barrel that usually swallowed the hearts of many men, but not Bullet. In fact, Bullet boldly spat. Yeah, I did it, you young, dumb motherfucker. But you said you didn't put your hands on women, I responded. It's a lot you didn't know. You didn't know that Tina was my half sister. Unlike her, I fucking hate nigger pimps. You didn't know all this time you were the mark. You've always been the damn mark. Your pretty ass thought you knew it all, didn't you? He laughed robustly. But you don't know shit but how to be a punk ass pimp. And a pimp is a bitch. Fuck you, I yelled with my nostrils blowing out virtual smoke. The crowd grew serpent silent as their eager eyes hugged my actions out of anticipation. I could only see out the corner of my eye. I held onto that steel ever so tightly. Yeah, that's right, Mr. Drag Dress to shit on a man. If the hoe don't do it, then the pimp got to. That ain't pistol grip shit. That's faggot shit. Nigga, you talked all that pimp shit, but you let some paper pimp you. Greed is your pimp. He stepped into the barrel, which now was pinned firmly into his flannel shirt, as if he was taunting me to kill him. Echoes of laughter ate at my fragile ego. If mere laughter could hurt as much as it did, then certainly my ego needed a reevaluation. But this wasn't the time for all that. Bitch, you know I'll kill you, I huffed. You know I'll kill you, Bullet. That's exactly what that nigger, pimp, Willie Mack told my mama before he beat her in the head with a fucking sledgehammer. Made a total vegetable out of her. He thought I was too young to remember, but I never forgot. Why do you think I used to be at my godfather's bar? My godfather, Big Bob, had to raise me because of what that punk pimp did to my mama. I love black brothers, but I hate you slime ass nigger pimps. I specifically remembered the chubby pan-faced kid, Bullet, from Big Bob's bar, standing there with Willie Mack, the sharp brother with the woman tightly attached to his elbow. Bullet continued. Do you know why Willie Mack beat my mama? I nodded my head no. Because he was fucking my slutty half sister Tina. Yeah, she was young, but she told me that she loved his fat black cock. This nigger loving whore threw herself at him and got my mama beat to a pulp. Then she sat right here and let you humiliate her. Hell, humiliate us. Humiliate white people, period, in front of the entire bar. You think just because I'm cool with blacks, I'm cool with that? What? Tina's your half sister? Damn, I remember her saying she got in a fight with her brother. The bitch was a lion. Get the fuck out of here. My jaw dropped. Tear falling from his eye, he replied, "Yeah, she was. But that bitch made me lose the most important woman in my life. Hell, I didn't have anyone to take care of me at home. By the way, I just came from seeing my mama in the nursing home. I've been gambling trying to get the money so I can care for her at home, at my home. But you wouldn't know about that, huh? It's punk shit to care about any woman, even if it's your own mama, huh?" He sneered fearlessly. "Fortune seldom favors a fool. You ain't a menace. You a mark, motherfucker." I took one step up and planted the pistol against his monstrous scar on his face. With a burning tear trickling down my eye, I said, "I never served notice to your mama. You were my nigga, man, my friend. We're supposed to have some fucking direction." Someone mocked me from the crowd. "That racist honky ain't no nigga." You would have. You confessed that you would pimp your own mama, man. I knew from the moment that you killed Willie Mack that he deserved it. And you were dumb enough to take the bait, do dirt, and kill him in cold blood with a barroom full of people, full of witnesses. You the dumbest smart motherfucker I ever met. Everyone is watching you now, Silky. I'm the one that silked old Willie Mack on you. I told him to pull your card soon as I seen you zero in on my stepsister, Tina. Why do you think he fucked with you in the first place? Nobody knew who the fuck you were. Why do you think I gave you a free drink on the house? The drink signaled your dumb ass out as the mark. I pimped both you fools for a free beer at that. You may get women to sell their bodies, but I had both you fools sell your souls. I'm smarter than you thought, huh? And I didn't always lose. I lost some gambling, but I paid to take care of my mama with that money. Did you really think I'd cover up for murder for you? Nigga, please. A flash that night registered before me. I recalled Bullet sliding me a beer and thanking me for the entertainment. And that's when Willie dived in on my case. That was his signal for Willie to move in on me. Damn. Still clinging on the shock, I had to ask him, "But Bullet, why on earth did you kill Tina? She was just a young girl fascinated by pimps, like so many other bitches. How can the pot call the kettle black? If you love women so much, why did you beat your own sister to death? You beat the fuck out of her." The crowd became hungry for blood. I could hear the uproar erupting from all four corners. Then I realized that the bar mob was not trying to get out, but it seemed like a force from elsewhere was demanding its way in. Sighs and cries satiated the air. Bullet sneered. "I killed her because the little pimp-loving bitch saw me give the police your gun. That's why. She ran out of the bar as soon as I told them what went down and gave them your description and handed them your gun. She was more loyal to her pimp than she was to her own family, to her own people. I knew she'd break her neck home to tell you. So I got in my car and I followed her back to her apartment to shut her up permanently. And you had me thinking that it was Harvey and Danny, I protested. I thought, now it's all clear. I had been conquered. He snapped. What's the difference? What difference did it make to you? She was just some wet, slimy ass for you to sell. But she was a tough little bitch. And she loved your pretty ass. Exactly like my mom loved Willie Mack. My mama was a weak, working woman. But that's the only mama I have, man. Women don't love average niggas like us. They're sold on getting gold and fancy clothes and the fast cash and the flash from pitiful punks like you. But worthless niggas like you just convert them into cheap, dirty dick sucking holes. He looked at me with madness as he continued. Tina confessed just how much she loved the whore life, the excitement of a stranger's touch, the adrenaline of hopping off in different cars. She admitted that she enjoyed living under your pimp supremacy. Even after I stabbed her, she said, tell Silky that I'm sorry. I couldn't make him happy. I only took your money to make it look like a random robbery in case of an investigation. Tears now flooded his bloodshot eyes. Damn, she loved your punk ass. She didn't even care about her own life. She didn't even care about our dad. She didn't care about my mom. She only cared about making you happy, even though she was dying. And who the fuck are you to love? Why couldn't a lady love me like that? Why couldn't I have been you? You big jealous, pan-faced, bare-built, bald-mouthed, backstabbing motherfucker. My blood boiled, and my heart still couldn't absorb it all. Why couldn't I see that this ugly nigga wanted to be me? I wanted to do more than shoot this bull of a nigga. I wanted him to suffer. I wanted him to feel how suffocating betrayal was. But the moment of retribution was now or never. Somehow out of the corner of my eye, I witnessed a triad of police forcing themselves through the turbulent crowd while holding their guns above their heads. The cops shoved the pissing and moaning drunks out of the way. I could feel the anxiety in every bead of sweat that dripped down my eyebrow. Life, as I knew it, was over. What did I have to lose? Unexpectedly, Bullet, being both bigger and stronger, decided to grab my pistol. We tussled. He frantically flung me around like a rag doll until the gun misfired. Time stood totally still. Suddenly, my grip on his shirt weakened. The crowd was fully alert now, and total chaos ensued. Some ran, some dived, and others hid. Bullet buckled down to the floor with a steady flow of warm blood streaming through his fingers that he had pressed tightly against his fresh gun wound. I guess he had asked the same question before grabbing my pistol. What did he have to lose? Do you think you're God? He spat up blood. You a punk, Silk. You a punk. As he struggled to force out his last words, I noticed the little black wire hanging from the collar of his shirt. He must have caught a case doing some other dirt, then made a deal with the cops about Harvey and Danny's death, since he had already sold me out about Willie. You set me up, but I'm a punk? You're practicing the religion of snitching and bitching? That's a punk. I fired another shot in his face for good measure. In fact, he looked better with a bullet in it. If it hadn't have been for the flickering lights and the worked up crowd, surely the trigger-happy cops would have fired at me by now. If it weren't for enemies, I would have no friends. Time, the cops pretty much had me in eye shot, and one of them shouted, "Drop it, Silky! Freeze now!" Only my heart cooperated with that command. I swiftly dived over the counter and dashed out the back door, but two cruisers awaited. Fuck it, I'm Silky. I tossed my gun down, then darted right between them and sprinted on top of an oncoming cruiser, ran over the hood, then landed safely on the pavement. I felt like a feather and too light on my feet to accept defeat. I dashed past my hoes with their faces palmed as they yelled, "Run, Silky, run!" I had too much to lose to stop. I had to run. I had to push beyond the barrier set before me. And to think, all this time, I had been running with the enemy. Meanwhile, Kenny and Youngblood were now like zombies as they watched it all. But I knew deep down inside they were silently chanting and rooting for me too. After all, I represented the better third of the determinations. This moment represented everything we could have been and everything that we weren't ever going to be. The music and the memories we made would be the only decent traces that we left behind for humanity. The pale officer in the cruiser sprang out and hollered, "Halt, you no good nigger, or you'll be sorry!" Another cop yelled, "He's a nigger. He's already sorry." Stopping. Shit, I'm facing a death penalty, or even worse, life in prison, which was not good for a must-have constant control, beautified pimp. I hit a sharp turn, then I shot through a thick shrub at top speed in somebody's backyard. Beads of sweat dripped down my forehead as many distant memories flooded my mind. Memories of Mama and her blunt speeches, days of singing with a determination, and Tina's smile at the ice cream parlor played ever so softly for me. I envisioned Jackie and her shattered innocence, Vet and Buffy's deceitful faces and shapely bodies that gave me the drive to push on. I must get away. They needed my rock solid pimping. They need me to be the dreams that failed them. I need to be their everything. I had to outmaneuver these cops, just like I had outmaneuvered Willie, Harvey, Danny, other pimps, tricks, and perverts. Lady Luck had been on my side this long. I know that the bitch wasn't gonna pull out on me now, was she? Ultimately, a salvo of shots were fired. I was running way too fast, pushing too hard to worry, too determined to look back. More shots were fired. Some whistled by my ear. I took a few more fantastic strides before my body abruptly collided into the frigid sidewalk. I never landed so hard before. My hot body never felt so cool against the concrete. My stomach burned and my spine tingled. The intense, sizzling sensation slowly cooled as the torrent of burning blood gushed out of my back's open wounds. My pretty face now suffered barbaric brick burn. All of mama's advice, all of my good looks, all of my rock solid pimping couldn't put old Silky back together again. Claps of fast footsteps drew nearer, and I heard a feminine soprano voice echo in the darkness of the night. Damn, mama, you never told me it'd be days like this. Sirens screamed louder and louder, but my drumming heartbeat drowned them out. Dum, 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 dum. Time was ticking, a little slower than usual. Faces of death stalked me. Willie Mack's fading smile, Danny's stone expression, and Tina's battered flesh. Subsequently, pictures of the only woman other than Mama that truly loved me flashed in my mind. Takia. And all the heartache that I inflicted so willingly. Why did life let me be so cruel? Why do all the good girls fall hard for all the bad guys? How could I have fallen victim to my own game? Deceit. I had danced with death a many a days, but I'm not dancing anymore. The conqueror, as with all conquerors, eventually becomes the conquered, even if it's just submitting one's last breath. I lied, conned, manipulated, and used women. But Bullet, my so-called wigger, manipulated, deceived, and used me. Is Silky the mark, my legacy? Is this how all of my ladies, Youngblood, Kenny, in the streets of Akron, Ohio, will remember me? I treated a true friend like an enemy, and an enemy like a true friend. Life has a way of putting his big foot in your little ass. Chickens had come home to roost because the words that Takia's mama said were so true. The only man anyone can truly trust is God. Often, we cannot even trust ourselves. Sadly, the words from the song playing on the jukebox as the trout still played inside my head. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. The impossible task needs to figure out which of the smiles is the mask. Smiling faces tell lies. We often let our hearts lead us in places that our heads never will. The power of love can never be underestimated. Even a cold-blooded pimp like me needs love, needs to fit in, needs to feel accepted. If you are not bound to loving people, we end up loving things, or the response that we get from having those things. Whores were the things that I treasured most. They were less than people, but more than prizes. Bodies and their beauty were all at my fingertips, and just like that, it all slipped away. A proud man is a dangerous man. He'll kill to maintain and sustain that sense of false pride. All of the plotting, planning, and smiling were just adhesives of sound deceit. Mama was so in love with the concept of pimping that she taught me what she thought was best. She tried her best to protect me. She didn't want me to end up like C-Note. She had witnessed the destruction of a pimp if he were to let himself go and let himself fall for a hoe. She raised me like a heartless machine. She loved me. And just like all hoes, she loved pimps. Now, many pieces came together. I understand why Mama's eyes used to water when she spoke of retaliate. He was her premier pimp. She loved him so much that she tried to resurrect him through me. She loved her lifestyle so much that she never once thought of giving up the destructive lifestyle, the moral bankrupt lifestyle. Yet she chose to promote it. Why couldn't I learn from her mistakes? Why didn't I learn from her violent death? Didn't I realize the short-term destruction of pimps and prostitutes? Damn, Mama, why couldn't you have showed me a different way? I guess that's impossible when you truly believe that pimping and hoeing is the best thing going, huh? I was under the impression that I was born to conquer the minds of women, born to pimp hard, born. Now I realize that I was born to die hard. How could I have bought into my own empty dreams? I had fooled myself to believe that I actually had foresight, insight, and wisdom. But now, all I have is 2020 hindsight and a premature death. Just like C-Note, just like retaliate, just like Mama. Sadly, people looking from the outside will never truly know what deep sadness and psychological destruction await us behind the iron gates of our ghettos. I've learned a fatal lesson much too late in life. But for all you aspiring pimps, hoes, and hoodlums, and stick-up artists, what will you tell death when he sneaks up to knock on your door? Shouldn't you put your trust in God? Trust me, I know many of you are willing to trust your instincts or your hustle, right? Why not treat others like we want to be treated? Why must man be so selfish and so full of himself? An empty heart and a handsome face has found an early resting place on the dark side. As long as there's a heart that beats, there will always be someone who markets deceit and others who buy into it. Take it from me or get a bloody first-hand account from the non-discriminating streets. The streets don't care how rich, how cool, how popular, how cute, how shapely, how slick, or how tough you think you are. She is watching, and she is baiting, and she is waiting to swallow you whole. If you refuse to wake up wise, you may wake up dead. Fortune seldom favors a fool. Conquer your own foolishness, or you may find out that you are just the mark of a menace. Shortly after Silky's demise, Vet protested, "Well, I'm taking lead since Silky is no longer with us." "The fuck you are, bitch." Jackie sat Devin down, then stood up with both hands into pre-balled fists. "Silky set this shit up for me and my son. I'll be damned if I leave it or follow in tow behind some tired old ass pass me down pussy. Bitch, you done been with a whole family. You know no loyalty." Before Jackie could say another word, one of her sister whores grabbed her hair from the back, which jerked her down to the floor. Within seconds, Vet and the other whores were stomping and kicking Jackie. "I never liked your beautiful ass, no way," barked Vet as she kicked Jackie in the ribs. Devin cried helplessly as the women beat on his mother. Jackie managed to grab Vet's ankle and twist it, snap it. Vet whelped out in pain as she kicked Jackie in the face. "Bitch! Oh, God! Ah! You broke my ankle, bitch!" "Bitch, if y'all wasn't jumping me," she yelled, "I'd break your fucking back." Hearing Devin's crying, Takia ran up the steps to see him on the floor crying and Jackie fighting for her life. Takia punched one of the whores in the back, then grabbed the other by the wig and slammed her face through the glass. The glass shattered everywhere. Takia grabbed a can full of corn off the table and hit Buffy in the face with the can. Buffy fell, and her eye was bleeding everywhere. Takia yelled, "I don't care about none of you whore bitches, but if you hurt that baby, I'm gonna kill you. Now chill the fuck out and leave this girl alone." The whores were tending to their wounds. Takia looked over at Jackie and ordered, "Get Devin. You can come back with me. Let these bitches have this house. Hell, they don't have enough common sense to feel the tip of a needle." "Your wrist in pain," Red cried. "I'm gonna get you, bitch. Both you bitches. I'm gonna get you." "Stupid ass bitch," sighed Takia. "Silky ain't been dead 6 hours. And you bitches ain't learned nothing. Still loud, messy, uneducated, and violent. Which is pointless as fuck. Just know, if you come for me, I'll be waiting. Because a bitch is too big to run." Becky grabbed Devin and walked around Takia. Takia held on to that bent can of corn to let the enemy hordes know that there was more head-cracking capacity left in the can, if need be. Jackie quieted Devin's crying as she looked back at the haunted house. She said, "Long live Silky and the Rip and Dip, a pussy palace where every trick could get a slice of pink paradise." What am I going to do without Silky? Jackie's thoughts on Silky. See, after Silky got killed, my sister whores teamed up against me, beat me, robbed me, and just tossed me out of the Rip and Dip. On the other hand, Takia loved Devin so much that she tolerates my existence in her home, at least until I'm able to get back on my feet, which is the last thing a curb cleaner wants to do, because being on my feet means I ain't making a dime. However, how I ever make it without Silky, only heaven knows. The end. The Menace Memoirs continue with Vengeance of a Menace. Thank you for listening to the Do Dirt Doctrine. Please leave a comment and share. All right. Yours truly, he'd answer me.